Dungeon Hunter. Dungeon Hunter C1-171. Volume 1. Chapter 1, Prologue. Chapter 1, Prologue. Become stronger. In this world, those who are weak will die. Who was it? A vicious battlefield. The last words a man gave me before dying. My whole body trembled after hearing those words. I couldn't remember the name of the man, but the words he spat out was still a vivid memory. 13 years old. After being thrown into the battlefield, I only sought to live. The enemies didn't care that I was young. They would cut my throat if they had the chance. So I was more desperate. I only thought about protecting my life. I carried the weapons left behind by the corpses and disciplined myself. I watched those fighting from a ditch, playing dead to survive on the battlefield and chewing on the flesh of isolated enemies. A young demon living alone in an unkind place like the demon world. The demon world was always at war, so I was always in the center of the battlefield. Time passed. My vision expanded and my steps became faster. Like one of those mountain-like fellows I used to look at, I wasn't weak anymore. Most demons were no match for me. Instead, they started to avoid me. I cut the throat of numerous enemies on the battlefield. Thus I climbed to the seat of Earl. Nobility. They were absolute beings that reigned at the top of the pyramid. I didn't feel any sensation of pleasure. The demon world was for the strong. All strong demons had a right to that position. It was natural for a strong person to occupy that seat. Stronger. This wasn't enough to satisfy me. Insufficient. I was thirsty. The demon world's 12 dukes and 4 grand dukes. They were my real targets. And if they fell, I could sit in the vacant devil's seat. My dream was to sit on that seat and laugh while no one can disobey me. Over time, I became quite famous in the demon world. I made a name as a powerhouse. My confidence and arrogance grew. I realized that there was another sky. I challenged the demon world's 4 grand dukes. But they were really strong. For the first time, I realized what a large difference there was. I evaded their eyes after losing the battle. So I hid my body in a remote area. Are you Randalph? A bleak land. It was a place where no signs of life could be seen. It was the first time someone had come here in days. I was hostile to the man who spoke. And the man laughed. I am the devil Deathbringer. I was lost for words. I've never met any devils, but I had certainly heard of the name Deathbringer. Randalph. Randalph Briggseel. I'm going to give you a chance. The last chance to be a devil. You are crazy. I spat out bitterly. The self-proclaimed devil was discussing himself. Even a dog passing by would laugh. But that didn't stop him from continuing. From now on, you are a player in a game I created of this world's destruction. More land, more humans being exterminated. Depending on the results, you might be able to become a devil. If you become the strongest in the demon world, then you will be able to take that glorious position. Devil. I had to swallow my saliva. What a sweet word. I didn't completely understand the game, but that one word fully captured my attention. I might have failed, but I still hadn't lost my dream. I had continued training in order to once again challenge the Grand Dukes. Of course, you also have the opportunity to refuse. The man looked at me with a smile full of cynicism. I have to ask this annoying thing. Now, what will you do? Nod if you want to be a devil. Conversely, if you shake your head, then I will disappear. The man looked at my head. I couldn't see a dare in his eyes. The moment his eyes lingered on me, I felt like my body was stripped naked. I couldn't move, like my entire body was in the clutches of a leviathan. I couldn't speak empty words. I never felt such a great presence from the Grand Dukes. All I could do was nod. And my mind became easy again once I nodded. Yes. There was no other option. So, asterisk. When I came to, I was in a huge cave. And the result was that I couldn't become the devil. Of course, it was normal for things to be cut off in the process. I have no intention of reciting my long history of defeat. The last war ended with the destruction of the earth, and the devil was determined. Only the demon world survived, and Ariel ascended to the throne. No, I might be alive, but I would die soon. I've lost both arms and legs. In the end, I tried to solve everything alone and was greatly injured. I realized the limits of being alone far too late. Like a bug. Your survival instinct surpasses most demons. The Grand Duke Ariel had told me with hate-filled eyes. I laughed bitterly. If I had a chance to survive, I would find the time to become stronger. That's how I managed to survive until now. But that seemed to have ended. My powerful survival instincts just led to my death. It was up to here? In the end, wasn't I just a stepping stone for the devil? Damn it. If I was given the opportunity again. Give me one more chance. Just as I was welcoming death, a white light covered me. I was confused for a moment, but I was able to know the identity of the light. It was the essence of the gods that lost. The planet Earth had become the arena for the demon competition. There were gods defending those places. Humans rejected them due to the rapid development of science, but the lost gods still loved them. They told me a very long story. I didn't respond to it, but I could understand one thing. Immediately after the story ended, I arrived on Earth and a woman nodding was visible. The moment the bright light completely soaked into my body. Occupation, Demon Earl, Dungeon Master, has been updated. The dignity of an Earl. 200,000 points will be paid. An atrocious number of mana has been concentrated. A very large force is being constrained. The beginner's protection period, 240 days, has been applied. A high-level creature will randomly be summoned on the first floor of a dungeon. This creature will disappear after the beginner's protection period ends. Be careful. The creature summoned at random won't listen to the command of the dungeon master. I was able to return safely to the past. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2-4, Beginner's Protection Period. Chapter 2-4, Beginner's Protection Period. The message window that filled the air disappeared as I looked around. Really, back at the beginning. I was in a huge cave. The blue light flaring that represented a dungeon core was the only presence. The right arm that I had lost ages ago now remained in front of me. It couldn't be. Yet there was only one meaning in this situation. I really came back to the past. It was unbelievable. Going back in time. Status window. I repeated it in my brain and a window rose in front of me. Name, Randalph. Surname, Brixiel. Occupation, Demon Earl, Dungeon Master, Title none. Stats. Strength 64, Intelligence 42. Agility 59, Stamina 72. Magic Power 50. Uniqueness, none. Ha! My abilities have gone back to the past. If my abilities were rolled back, then it is natural to think that I also returned to the past. I gripped my fists tightly and my eyes lit up. I have hope again. I was given a second chance. I had only one infinite desire when I was dying. My abilities were all at the initial stages, but I didn't regret it. Just being given the chance was sufficient. Besides, I remembered all the methods to become stronger. I won't lose again. I turned and looked at the dungeon core. A stone the size of an adult body and emitting blue light onto the rocks was the core of the dungeon. It was a treasure that had to be defended. I had lost it too quickly before. Now, I won't lose it no matter what happened. I had no intention of losing anything that was given to me. Swike. Soon an even more intense blue light emerged from the core and formed a small image. Little by little, it took shape until it was finally completed. As I expected, the completed shape was like a translucent fairy. The palm-sized fairy spun around. It had a cute and adorable appearance, but the emerald hair and lantern eyes made it a beauty that couldn't be created with machines. After a while, the fairy nodded and landed in front of me. She bowed to my belly button. Hello, Dungeon Master. I am the Dungeon Master's companion fairy, Yee-hee. Yee-hee. Yee-hee laughed brightly, revealing her teeth. Yee-hee was her laugh. The name of a fairy that would be kept for their entire life was normally in this style. The owner of a clear mindset. I spoke sincerely. It has been a while. It is good to see you. Meeting Yee-hee again, it had been exactly 25 years. The fairy desperately did everything in order to help me. In the end, her effort was accepted without receiving anything in return. At the time, I had been obstinate and wanted to solve everything alone. Now I was different. I swear on the dungeon core, I will never lose Yee-hee again. Thank you for welcoming Yee-hee, Dungeon Master. Yee-hee waved a small wing. Although she was called a fairy, she was actually more like an insubstantial power relay. This was why Yee-hee named herself. But what do you mean by it has been a long time? Has Dungeon Master seen Yi somewhere before? Yi placed a finger to her lips while confused. Then her pink lips opened and she blinked her eyes. You just appeared. Is there any reason other than that? No matter how nice, I couldn't tell her anything. Fortunately, I hadn't become that soft. Yi clapped her hands. Clap. Ah, that's right. Giving explanations to Dungeon Master is Yi's mission. What are you wondering about? Yi will tell you everything I know. Or do you want me to recite everything from the beginning? I didn't mind listening to Yi's long explanation. But I firmly shook my head. I already knew the contents and I needed to handle something quickly. The description is okay. Really? Yi said as she blinked her wide eyes. Isn't this a completely different world? Doesn't it have a different operating system? I can give a short and easy to understand explanation. Yi will explain it. She pouted as her wings flapped weakly. I understood her anxious attitude. A fairy was basically a chatterbox. Yi was no different 25 years ago. If I accepted, then she would be talking for several hours until her saliva dried up. I'm sorry, but there is no need. I understand. Her wings drooped. Then she sneaked a peek at me. She was trying to convince me to listen to her explanation with her attitude, but it didn't work. I will use the store. Pant. You know about the store? Have you prepared before coming here? No, no way. Yi jumped. She was starting to make a big fuss. This was the response that I had roughly expected from Yi. Yes, I can read minds. Wah, how amazing. Master. Mind reading. So that's why an answer isn't necessary. Yi answered herself. Yi. She was the representative of simple ignorance. I will now open the store. Yi coughed a few times after settling down and then spat into her hand. Soon letters rose in the air. Welcome to the store of all things. A countless number of things were arranged under the message window. Points PT were necessary when purchasing. I currently had 200,000 points. I heard that the Dukes and Grand Dukes started with a lot more points. There were things from common potions to very strong magic armor. Some were so expensive they needed millions of PT. But I wasn't looking for an expensive item. My eyes scrolled through the store's list quickly. Then a list called skill books caught my eyes. If skill books were purchased and used, then skills could be learnt. It depended on the grade, but there were very interesting skills. More points were needed to learn high-level skills. How I regretted it during the time I lost the dungeon. Now I had gone back 25 years and could use the store again. There were thousands of skill books. The quantity was also limited. Very good skills often only had one skill book and an expensive price. Perhaps if I bought it, then it would disappear from the list of other demons. Among them were skill books that I wanted. All of these. I moved my finger faster. Skill combination, rare, far view, normal, magnification, normal, eyes closed tightly, normal, outstaring, normal, and calm, exceptional normal. Yi bit her fingers and made a obiobio sound as I chose 6 skills. Master? Shouldn't you carefully use your points? It is hard to earn points. Yi doesn't recommend this. All of them really aren't very great skills. Yi tried to dissuade me, but I had already clicked the buy button. Oh my god. 150,000 points combusted. Flop. Yi collapsed. She seemed to have received a big shock. She should be. A dungeon core would become stronger with their dungeon master and could help them receive the devil's seat. If the dungeon was kept until the finale, then they would be elevated a rank. Yet 150,000 flew away as soon as she started. It was natural to panic. Eeing. There was something rolling around in an empty space. Like a whirlpool. It was the 6 skill books that I purchased. The learning method was very simple. Hold the desired skill book and say learn. Skill combination, R, has been learnt. You can combine skills below the rare rating. Far view, N, has been learnt. Increasing the proficiency means you can see further. This was the skill learning process. I learnt the remaining skill books. But this was not the end skill combination. Please select the skills to combine. Far view, magnification, eyes closed tightly, outstaring and calm. Far view, magnification, eyes closed tightly, outstaring and calm has been selected. Are you sure you want to continue? I nodded my head. This much preparation should be enough. The highest grade of skill that could be combined was exceptional normal. Skills of the rare grade or higher couldn't be combined. Yi was drooling as she stared at me with tearful eyes. Her eyes were asking what I was doing. Skill combination looked good at first glance. I could obtain skills not sold in the store, but the odds were very low. A majority of the points would just fly away. In some cases, strange skills were created that made the person weaker. But congratulations! Unique skill, Mind's Eye has been made by combining 3 skills that pierce the heart. Unique rated skills can only be learned once. Congratulations on being the first person to combine a unique skill. 30,000 points will be paid. My lips smiled. Mind's Eye. It was a skill I wanted. I used 150,000 points to aim for this. The compensation was also okay. 30,000 points wasn't a small reward for something that didn't give a title. That is ridiculous. Yi's voice was filled with astonishment. It seemed so unbelievable that her mouth dropped open. It was understandable. In some cases, the price of a unique skill book was more than 1 million points. Yi was also surprised that this unique skill cost 150,000 points. Once he opened the status window, the unique skill was added. Skill. Skill combination, R, can combine skills of the rare rating and below. Mind's Eye can see the status window of the opponent. Hidden status, potential has been opened. There were only 2. But I was reassured. I used the status window to confirm the hidden status. There were some changes to the area below his stats. Name, Randalph. Surname, Briggseel. Occupation, Demon Earl, Dungeon Master, Title none. Stats. Strength 64, Intelligence 42. Agility 59, Stamina 72. Magic Power 50. Potential, 287/500. Uniqueness, none. Skill combination, R, Mind's Eye, U. Potential had been added. Skills had also been opened. I nodded with satisfaction. Potential represented the possibilities involved in my growth. I currently had 287 and the limit was 500. Once I raised all 5 stats to 100, the potential would be raised to the threshold of 500. Titles or good armor with stats was required to break through the limit. The Grand Dukes were the only ones who knew the method to break through the limit. Of course, the process wasn't necessary for me right now. This is good to start off with. Mind's Eye was a deceptive skill. Being able to see the opponent's status window was great, but it means nothing if that person doesn't have talent. A person who had the skill in his previous life was Duke Dipella with 30 mouths. She liked to experiment with skill combination. Many of the points earned were used for skill combination. In the process, Dipella coincidentally obtained Mind's Eye. It wasn't a secret because Duke Dipella had a large mouth. Unfortunately, only one person could learn the unique skill. If someone else used the same combination, then Mind's Eye wouldn't appear. Duke Dipella used Mind's Eye to make a very powerful army. She was a strong leader. The level of Duke Dipella rose above the crowd. She received many benefits as a result. Duke Dipella exchanged things with other demons and garnered quite a number of points. Those points were used to buy skill combinations. As a result, her dungeon became famous for being impregnable among humans. Even Grand Dukes who entered Duke Dipella's dungeon would be injured. The level was enough to reach rank 2. It is worth pouring points into learning Mind's Eye. Duke Dipella had recklessly used points and stats into abusing skill combinations, so she couldn't compare to the Grand Dukes. Still, Mind's Eye was a useful skill. Master. What magic is this? It is just magic. One of the most important skills had been secured. However, it hadn't ended yet. I searched through the list of stores. I now had 80,000 points remaining. They needed to be used for maximum efficiency. I need to raise my stats during the duration of the beginner's protection period. The beginner's protection period was 8 months. It wasn't pleasant, but he needed to be in the dungeon during that time. During the beginner's protection period, the dungeon master could only attack random creatures that appeared on the first floor. The number was small, but they were tough opponents. It was also true for other demons. In other words, the beginner's protection period applied to both humans and demons. For 8 months, the demons couldn't directly attack humans. A human warrior that appeared would need time to adapt to a dungeon. The demons could use this time in the dungeon to relax or plan. That was the beginner's protection period. I used 20,000 points to buy an alarm spell. This skill was different as it used the magic of the dungeon core. If someone sneaked into the top floor of the dungeon, then the dungeon core would sound an alarm. It was an insurance in case someone accidentally invaded his dungeon while training. Of course, the possibility was close to zero, but it was in case something bad happened. Now lastly. Training room ticket, 20,000 points on first use. The points will be consumed when used a second time. I bought access to a training room without hesitation. I only had the opportunity to stay in this room for 8 months. After the beginner's protection period ended, I would be too busy with new dungeons. Of course, that was on purpose. I need to obtain all the benefits possible within a dungeon. Unlike my previous life. The answer shall be at the end of the road. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The training room. I felt it the moment I entered. An abundance of mana. Just that fact alone made my body feel good. I looked around slowly. It was called a room, but this place was more like a maze. The narrow paths bent and divided into multiple paths like the roots of a tree. My goal was to see the end of this maze. In fact, this is the purpose. The training bonus. It could raise my stats very quickly. A weakened body would adapt and accept the original power properly. This was the concept of recovery. In that sense, a mana-rich room was the perfect place for me to regain my abilities. But rather than raising my stats, clearing the training room would give more desirable benefits. The room could raise my stats, but clearing it would give one reward. It was a title. In fact, this wasn't clear. I only heard about it from a story. Still, the odds of getting something was huge. I hoped to acquire a title, but points would also be good. A title is really tricky to obtain. A title was one of the ways to penetrate through blocked stats. It was possible to obtain multiple and duplicate titles, but in my past life, I only obtained 2. I survived until the end and still only got 2. So it was difficult to obtain. However, my potential had a wall blocking it. Then a title was a good existence for moments like that. Especially for me. In the past, I couldn't raise my 5 stats to the threshold. I only achieved 93 points in stamina. The value was relatively low compared to the others, so I went through many troubles. I only used the training room a few times. I lost dungeons faster than anyone. Naturally, I couldn't take advantage of a long training. A roaring fire burned inside me. I swore to commit to this life. Anyway, a title could help me with the wall. Its importance was enough to mention it a few times. There were restrictions to wearing titles, but they could be duplicated. If someone didn't realize the significance of a title, then they wouldn't become stronger. It has been a while since I've seen this. The concentration of mana blocked me from all sides. A maze was a maze. It was packed so tightly that it was impossible to fly. And I confirmed the items held in the leather pouch hanging from my waist. If I wanted, I could return to this room at any time, but I vowed not to leave until it was cleared. Therefore, I used 10,000 points to purchase a magic bag. I could put items in it up to 150 times the size of the bag. It could be everything, including food and water. Even a demon would starve after 8 months. I prepared more practical-oriented food instead of taste. It was enough if it could stop my hunger. I shut the leather pouch after checking the items. Let's run lightly first. The training room gave a challenge at each junction. I needed to complete the task at one of several branches in the path. I ran until the first branching point. After 3 hours, an enormous room emerged. Dozens of primary weapons were placed in the middle of the room. There seemed to be one of each type. Please choose your weapon. The message window popped up in the air. I chose an iron sword with no regrets. And the other weapons disappeared like a mirage. The mana in the area became agitated. There was a suspicious mana surge agor. Soon a number of cracks appeared in the space. The number seemed to reach 300. Get rid of the wolf-type crazy hound. 300/300. A demon could deal with these creatures with one finger. Crazy hound. But my stats were now restricted, so the number of creatures was dangerous. I used Mind's Eye to check their status window. Name, Crazy Hound. Stats. Strength 31, Intelligence 14. Agility 42, Stamina 34. Magic Power 9. Potential, 130/130. Uniqueness, temporarily summoned to a room. Has an intense hostility towards Randalph Briggseel. Skill, Berserk, Normal. Mind's Eye can't read the description of the skill. But looking at the name of the skill and the name Crazy Hound, I could roughly imagine the effect: a mad dog running about. They were lacking abilities. The crazy hounds rushed towards me from all sides. Kroong! I didn't become impatient and blocked from all directions. Then I strongly kicked the first crazy hound into another one. There was a hole in one direction and my sword headed in another direction. The time between attacking and defending was 0.1 seconds and I didn't make any errors. In a very short time. There was a large number of opponents but it was simple to knock them out. Kai Kang. Kai Ki Kang. The dead crazy hounds dissolved and scattered everywhere. They reverted back to mana. It was natural as they were summoned here in the first place with mana. The number of crazy hounds decreased rapidly. After getting rid of 100, the gap widened further and my sword indiscriminately moved between them. I appeared to be swinging at random but the result was different. A crazy hound died with every stretch of my wrist. It took me approximately 10 minutes to eliminate all 300. Victory! You have exterminated all the creatures. Kukong! The status window that was floating closed and the stone walls moved. The total number was 5. I could take one of 5 paths. I guess I should decide the rules when moving. I chose the one on the very right. I would continue moving to the right when arriving at a blocked crossroad. Once my rule was established, I immediately moved forward holding the iron sword. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So, you know. Yi has been thinking. As I walked forward. Yi sat on my left shoulder while babbling. An insubstantial fairy. The dungeon core hadn't been with me for a long time. I didn't ask any questions and created a unique combination skill. I caused a small amazement. There was a small thought. Ah, my ears. You are insulting Yi. Yi grabbed her ears. Later, Yi came up to my ears and started jabbering. Anyway. A unique skill is really hard to get. Totally expensive. I couldn't get it in my entire lifetime. Yet Master just sook. Sack. Biong. And it was created. So Yi clenched her fists tightly like she was pledging something. I give up on that idea. Yi. And she just laughed foolishly. Yi shrugged her shoulders. It is a waste of time to worry about it. Is it wise to report something like this? Yi knew the meaning of words but there was a giant, invisible wall standing between her being wise. How great. I blankly came up with an answer. Yi took it as a compliment and flapped her wings. Yi. She seemed to be in a good mood. Yi looked at my face for a moment and gave a silly laugh. And she rubbed her lips against my cheek. She had the body of a young fairy but she was still a dungeon core. Therefore I didn't feel anything. I gently raised my hand to my shoulder as I walked. It was like driving a pesky mosquito away. Yi, who was bumped by the back of my hand, flew away screaming. I was inwardly glad to see Yi's behavior but I had to train her from the beginning. Hing. So unfair. After a while, Yi grabbed my collar and complained. I raised my running speed. I had broken through 5 junctions. There was still a long way to go but I needed to give my body a little rest. Just one more round until I take a break. Time was limited. I don't know if 8 months is good enough. However, it wasn't good to abuse my body. Doing that could possibly destroy it. There was no need to be unreasonable. I walked a little more and arrived at a junction. A message window instantly surfaced when I entered a huge room. Sit in meditation at the specified place. If you don't focus then the time will be reset. I looked at the rectangular shape in the center of the room. The message indicated that I couldn't move my feet for 3 days. Anyway, I was glad that I could rest for 3 days. I don't know why I was asked to meditate but it required mental concentration. I lightly sat on the ground. And I regretted it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 23 days. That was the time I spent in the meditation room. I spent 23 days on just meditation. Paduduk. I grinded my teeth together. The slightest movement would release my spirit and reset time. The system that could recognize my mental state was like a scary ghost. I didn't know I had so many idle thoughts. Concentration was completely different. Not even concentration could empty my mind. The phrase in the message window was a trap. Therefore, I took 23 days. If my luck was bad then I might have spent 8 months meditating. I heard about the training room 10 years later so I didn't hear about everything. That any dungeon master could enter the training room. But the news only reached my ears after 10 years. By then, it was much more complicated. I can't lower my guard. I need to be a little more nervous. I thought it would be easy. It was necessary to be more tense. Beat my neck a few times. Prepare my mind so I could cope with anything that would emerge. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wield the sword 100,000 times. Do a headstand and move 50 laps around the room. Catch 10 of the madness rabbit. Endure the cursed state. Perhaps I don't have any luck. I had that thought after receiving the mission at the 80th junction. Once I reached over 90 and was approaching 100, I thought that this was karma. I laughed bitterly as I continued to explore the maze. There was still time left. 110, 120, 149. If I hadn't set a goal, then I would have abandoned it. I didn't give up after passing through room 149 but was forced to swallow my saliva the moment I entered room 150. The room only had one path. The end? Boss, fight against the guardian Arkle. The end. My eyes flashed. Arkle was an armored creature 2 meters large. I rushed with all my strength towards Arkle. My stats had become incomparably stronger after traveling through 149 rooms. Finally, my sword managed to make Arkle collapse. Suddenly I was standing in front of the dungeon core. At the same time, a few message windows emerged. The training room's last boss Arkle has been defeated. The first training room has been cleared. The title Indomitable Warrior has been given. All branching points in the first training room has been surpassed. 300,000 points will be paid. I finally cleared it after it almost reached 8 months. I closed my mouth firmly as message windows surfaced in the AI art. It was natural to check my status window afterwards. Name, Randalph. Surname, Brigzeal. Occupation Demon Earl, Dungeon Master, Title Indomitable Warrior, Exceptional Unique, all stats +2. Stats. Strength 76, +2, Intelligence 48, +2. Agility 72, +2, Stamina 80, +2. Magic Power 62, +2. Potential, 338 +10/500. Uniqueness, none. Skill combination, R, Mind's Eye, U. Before and after comparison, Strength 64, Intelligence 42, Agility 59, Stamina 72, Magic 50, Potential, 287 +0/500. Strength 78, Intelligence 50, Agility 74, Stamina 82, Magic 64, Potential, 338 +10/500. Remarkable growth. The important thing was the title. Indomitable Warrior. An exceptionally unique title. Title, skills and items also had ratings like normal, rare, unique, epic and legend. Among them, those with exceptional after the rating was slightly superior. It didn't reach the epic rating but it was superior to unique. An exceptional unique rating. I had almost never heard of someone obtaining the epic rating. Until the very end. However, Indomitable Warrior could be comparable to epic. A title that increased all my stats. That in particular made it better. It was rare to find things that could enhance stats. I have a total of 348 stats. This was enough to make me confident about being at the forefront of the 72 demons. Is this the pleasure after all the suffering? A proverb I often heard from humans. It was like they said. The 300,000 points was worth the 8 months of work. Now, my objective was achieved. The beginner's protection period was almost over. The points were also sufficient. I lightly nodded. It is time to strengthen the dungeon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5 to 8, Easter Egg. Chapter 5 to 8, Easter Egg. March 14, 2016. People would never forget this day. 72 dungeons simultaneously appeared with no warning on this day. The dungeons were large enough to be seen with the naked eye, so it was natural that they would block the sky. People were at a loss from the giant shadow. The scale was so unrivaled that they had no choice but to be overwhelmed. There were a number of assumptions such as an alien's house, the dwelling place of a god, a subterranean world, etc. In the end, some brave people were unable to overcome their curiosity. And most people who entered didn't come back. The survivors who returned from the dungeon alive trembled as they mentioned the monsters. Some people gained a mental illness and others committed suicide. Then an American man called John posted a video on YouTube. It was a video of inside the dungeon that John took with a mobile phone, and it caused a great shock to the world. The dungeon was filled with all types of creatures. They were monsters that didn't exist in this world. Any living thing was their enemy. The human body was simply torn apart in front of them. Why was this CG? How terrible. This video isn't a composite image. There is also no CG. The Earth will perish in 2020. It is due to these monsters. The world was embroiled in unrest as unsanctioned information spread across every country. YouTube, SNS, blogs, personal broadcasting, newspapers, etc. Every type of media spread the topic. Doubts were raised as more days passed. Discord grew over time. After a lot of speculation, the United States Defense Minister gave an official announcement about the dungeon. There is a cave. A dungeon. A commonplace found in fantasy novels have emerged here. We mobilized state-of-the-art equipment in order to observe the inside of the dungeon but failed. No matter how small it is, the creatures inside will attack. Outside the dungeon, there is an invisible barrier that will invalidate all attacks. Gulp. A melting pot of tension. The story of the dungeons was a hot topic in 2016. Information about it started pouring in. The defense minister drank water and continued. We have dispatched the special forces to search inside a dungeon. However, firearms don't seem to work properly inside the dungeons. It is like the space is distorted as bullets won't fly in the desired direction and bombs won't explode. We were about to capture some weak creatures, but there was intervention from a strong presence. The strike was so quick that it wasn't visible. We were finally forced to retreat. All the reporters and people watching the video were surprised. It had been several months since the dungeons appeared. Yet it was surprising that the United States' first words mentioned retreat. More than anything, the fact that modern firearms didn't work inside the dungeons caused a real shock. The creatures were invincible inside the dungeon. Then, is there nothing we can do? Won't it be a big deal if they emerge outside? A reporter raised their hands and asked a question. The defense minister shook his head. The creatures are only tricky inside the dungeons. No matter how powerful they are, they can't deal with modern weapons once they emerge outside. The weapons became useless inside the dungeons. They were able to obtain some data from the creatures after risking their lives. As a result, they concluded that they could kill the creatures outside the dungeon despite considerable damage. Guns were sufficient against the weak creatures. In contrast, there was a higher probability of a bullet hitting an ally inside the dungeon. So they didn't commit troops. Another reporter asked with a puzzled expression. Then are we letting the risk stay? The defense minister gave a shallow smile. Have you heard about a hero? In the East, they are known as brave people, but is that word being spoken these days? Yes, that's right. They are the only ones that can face the creatures in the dungeon. Dungeons had appeared. However, it wasn't just the dungeons. Heroes also emerged. In other words, they had awakened. They appeared at the same time as the dungeons. They called themselves heroes. Their physical state was outside the limit of normal humans. In particular, their attacks were fatal to the creatures. The creatures that didn't die from guns were easy to handle. More than anything else, the core will also give aid. It can even be called a philosopher's stone. Buzz. There was an uproar among the reporters. A philosopher's stone could be called a complete material. That's why it was strange that those words would emerge from the mouth of the defense minister. But they were forced to close their mouths as the defense minister continued. If they hunted a number of creatures, then a core would emerge. The core was the size of a baby's heart, but it contained considerable energy. It looked like a burning stone. And the conflagration would continue for some time. It also produced other energy. It could also be called new energy. If the core was sprayed on wounds, they would be healed without a trace, and pouring a little bit into water could cure illnesses. It could also enhance virility or make the body younger. This alone was worthy for it to be called a philosopher's stone. Ha! That is ridiculous. Very few people were aware of this fact. But today it was revealed to the world. At the same time, the reporters were puzzled. Why did he come forward with this information? The United States would have been able to obtain an astronomical amount of money with this information. But the United States thought differently. 72 dungeons existed. The secret would be exposed one day. They were determined to use it to take the initiative. Especially with the number of awakened slowly increasing. A secret society would continue to cause huge chaos. In fact, that was on everybody's lips at the moment. Humans were an easy race to turn evil. They produced a lot of problems in society. That was why the United States determined that they couldn't hide their rotten parts. They revealed the secrets of the core. We don't discriminate against the awakened from any area. We will treat everyone equally. The reason the United States did this was simple. It was in order to attract more awakened. At first they tried to destroy the dungeons but soon realized the astronomical value of the cores. The value of the core was incomparable to oil. Nothing in the world could compare to the core. There was a limited number of dungeons but the creatures were terrible. A lot of awakened were needed to obtain the cores. In the near future, if they were successful in their domestication, in addition to solving the world's energy problem, the human race might evolve further. The heroes would explore the dungeons and dig up the truth. The core at the end of the dungeon couldn't be compared to anything. This was an opportunity for the human race to reach the truth. At least they thought so. But is the core really a complete material? The reporters still couldn't trust those words. The defense minister laughed at this. We are willing to share the core we have. Any country can make a formal request for it. They can check the purpose of the core for themselves. The United States shared the core immediately after the press conference ended. It didn't take a long time to demonstrate the effect of the core. And this became the era of heroes. *****. The end of the beginner's protection period is approaching, but immediately after breaking through the training room, I examined the internal situation of the dungeon using the dungeon core. Everything was empty except for the first floor, but I still needed to determine the status. I think the situation should be fine despite my neglect. I couldn't manage the domestic affairs when stuck in the training room. Looking at the status of the first floor, it seemed like it would endure for another few months. But I can't neglect it. There was a need to raise the dungeon guards and make them stronger. In order to do this, I needed to go through each floor organically. Domestic mode. Siwon entered domestic mode. The dungeon core emitted a hologram. It was a small-sized model of the dungeon. There was a total of 31 floors and everything was empty except the first floor. In contrast, the first floor had countless small, blue dots. Some red dots were visible at the entrance, which meant humans had entered the dungeon. 32,144 kobolds. 87,112 goblins. 12,246 earthworms. Meat rats, around 400,000? That is too many. I need to reduce it. I needed to properly control the ecology of the dungeon. In particular, the meat rats were ferocious creatures that would attack all living things in the area due to hunger. They would even eat their own kin. There isn't a natural enemy. But the number can't increase. If the meat rats were installed on the first floor, then they would be the only creature remaining there. It was an unhealthy phenomenon. I pondered for a moment before asking Yihi, who was snoozing on my shoulder. What is a predator of the meat rats? Hup. Yes. Yihi wasn't asleep. Wipe up your saliva. Yihi wiped her drool with her hands. The predator of the meat rats? Yihi knows this very well. Cats, snakes and weasels. A cat or weasel would be easily hunted by kobolds or goblins. I needed to take care of the physical relationships between different members of the ecosystem. What about snakes? I hope for cheaper ones. The creatures would also cost dungeon points, especially when needing a considerable number of predators. I needed to release something that could suppress the meat rats. The cheapest ale snake costs 20 points. The ale snake was among the lowest grade of creatures. Instead, it could quickly adapt and assimilate into the surrounding environment. They were suitable rivals for the meat rats who had poor eyesight. They were also suitable opponents for brave warriors who entered. How many should I release? This is how Yihi sees it. Wouldn't 1,000 solve the problem? That would cost 20,000 points. It was the value of a magic item. However, it was a necessary investment to preserve the ecology of the first floor. I'll buy 1,000 ale snakes. A message window came up at the same time. Minus 1,000 ale snakes have been purchased for 20,000 points. Specify a location to release within the dungeon. Randomly on the first floor. Minus 1,000 ale snakes have been randomly placed. As soon as the message window disappeared, the number of blue dots on the hologram increased. Purchasing large quantities of low-grade creatures was very efficient. Their intelligence was too low and they wouldn't follow the dungeon master's command. They would just proliferate and die. This investment was used to defend the dungeon from warriors. The first floor had been tidied up. Now it was time for the rest of the floors. I need to adjust the difficulty of the fourth floor to make it slightly trickier. This will allow the sense of accomplishment when getting stronger. Adventures, exploration, releasing a few magic goods will release more motivation to become stronger. I intended to help them on various fronts. A plan to cultivate the heroes. This was one of several plans I set up. The first step would be released right now. I tapped my forehead and started to worry about the positioning of the creatures. The difficulty couldn't climb too rapidly. The stairs needed to be placed step by step in order to be a benefit. If the difficulty increased too suddenly, then the heroes might not climb the dungeon or would wait until they became stronger. This would take too much time. In addition, I couldn't get the points if the creatures were too strong. The points invested could be reclaimed. I will mix a handful of orcs on the second floor. Their breeding rate means I don't need a lot of them. A few kobold and goblin leaders on the third floor. The leaders of the various creatures were more organized. I should be choosy. The leaders were much better than the others in their species. It was necessary to use points to buy them for complex tasks. 100,000 points will fly away in an instant. I bought them in bulk, so all the points seemed to evaporate in an instant. I had 240,722 points, so I needed to save it as much as possible. The Demon World auction is held in 4 months. I need to buy things from there. It will be good to have more points. The Demon World held an auction once a year. The auction was held in the name of the Deathbringer. Precious items not sold in stores could be purchased at the auction. 240,000 points was insufficient for what I wanted to buy. At least 1 million points would be good. In particular, purchasing a half-dragon is necessary. Slaves were available at the Demon World's auction. Creatures purchased at the auction could be imported into the dungeon. Sometimes the guardian of the dungeon core would come out. The dungeon core was the most central and important thing in the dungeon. Of course, an outstanding guardian was required to defend it. A half-dragon had the blood of a dragon running through it. He was one of the guardians of a Grand Duke. He was renowned in his previous life as a demonic lancer who used a demonic spear. He was ranked in the top 10 of demon creatures. His strength could be felt through the skin. Krosla was one that especially killed humans brutally. He poured his boundless hatred towards humans. Cruel demons would watch him with eyes filled with admiration. He wielded a spear and took the lives of countless brave humans. That guy would be emerging in this auction. I couldn't remember the winning price, but it was considerable. 240,000 points was probably not good enough. A creature that is measured among the strong. If I could get my hands on Krosla, then I could get the first ranking. Even if I had to use all the points in my hand. He was violent, but all slaves had marks on them that wouldn't allow them to betray their masters. A guardian of a dungeon core would get plenty of exercise. I wish I can earn more points. I could get points if the creatures in the dungeon killed the heroes. But this was still the early days. Killing the weak warriors would only give a few points. Doesn't that mean I have to kill a lot of them? It would cause ridicule if I asked that question. I needed to wait for the golden goose to lay its egg. Can I achieve something right now? Accomplishing a significant achievement could gain points. Things like combining a unique skill combination for the first time or clearing out the training room. In addition, I needed to trade with some demons, but the 4 Grand Dukes are so hostile that demons won't want to do business with me. Beginner's Protection Period, HRMM. Something like wiping out all the monsters on the first floor might emerge. I never heard stories about things obtained from the Beginner's Protection Period. This was a busy time where demons were adapting. But I could still gain achievements. Now my skills hadn't died. My bad lucks means something like a Black Warrior or Dark Knight might be summoned. Right now my skills were high ranking among the demons. The effect of the performance and title from the training room was enough to make me even with a Duke. Of course, they would become stronger as time passed, but I had the upper hand for now. I might not necessarily be first. The result at the beginning might not carry through. However, first-time achievements were valuable. It would give benefits. Dukes and Grand Dukes were in a different position and didn't need to think about their first floor being wiped out. Their capacity at the starting point was different from others. Of course, they could easily wipe out the randomly summoned monsters. If they didn't like adventures, then there would be no need to leave and other demons couldn't touch them. I need to do this in 15 days. There was no time left. The Beginner's Protection Period only lasted for 15 more days. I made the decision to exit domestic mode and move to the first floor of the dungeon. *****. Kim Yong-woo. He was a starter who awakened at the same time that the dungeons appeared. South Korea had 5 famous starters. One of them was Kim Yong-woo. Of course, each of the awakened were different from the others. He settled on a dungeon invasion strategy where he could quickly build up wealth, hunting for the cores that had astronomical value. He created a guild called Heaven's Will. The other 4 starters also operated their own guilds but came second to Heaven's Will. The inner circle of the guild could make use of the core. There were those with the jobs of blacksmiths or enchanters. They made weapons for easier dungeon hunting. They had sold weapons to other awakened and already accumulated assets worth billions of won. Life has reversed. He had only been awakened for 7 months. His previous life consisted of newspaper delivery, milk delivery, and construction work. Now he was so wealthy, his guild owned a building in Gangnam. Yongwoo, life is herbal medicine. Herbal. It is like a reversal on the 9th inning with 2 outs, kukuku. He experienced luxurious days he never dreamt about since awakening. Kim Yong-woo. He was one of the chosen characters. Heaven's Will was named because he believed he was selected by the heavens. So what if there were 1,000 orphans? What was the big deal with college graduates? There were many in South Korea with money. He didn't know it before, but South Korea was a really good place to live when you have money. If you didn't have money, you wouldn't become anything. Every day he would ignore the people now under his feet. Swimming in private pools in the morning and hot nights spent with models. Every day was like that. Previously he wanted to die dozens of times a day. Now he was having fun on a daily basis. A laugh emerged from his mouth. Was this a difference in perception? A place that made people? Like a butterfly evolving from a caterpillar, he was a completely different existence. He even thought of the other awakened as insignificant. He truly believed that the heavens selected him. In South Korea, he was the king. Shit. But he was currently inside a dungeon. This place was in South Korea, but it wasn't South Korea. He could make tons of money from the creatures in the dungeon. Kim Yong-woo frowned at the wall. Blood was flowing down his thigh. His coat was ripped. The ripped cloth was tied tightly around his thigh. It would be nice if he had a potion created from a core, but right now he had nothing. He also had no weapons because he ran away and abandoned his colleagues. Those dogs. Stupid assholes. All 12 members of the team except for himself had died. He didn't care that he was the only one alive. No, the real problem was the monster that attacked them. Rumors had drifted among the awakened. Stories of monsters in the dungeons with different standards. It was impossible to come back alive after encountering those monsters. Kim Yong-woo had laughed at them. He had entered dungeons dozens of times. He saw the same midget creatures every time. He was also confident in his abilities. He raised his stats more eagerly than anyone else. Even his sleeping time was reduced as he devoted himself. A large monster coming out. He never thought that way. Yet, today, the creatures had brought a monster. It was a situation where they aggroed it. Kim Yong-woo's confidence was shattered. The 12 team members were torn apart like paper. Hook. Just visualizing it caused him to gasp quickly. This wasn't a rumor-inflated delusion. It was the real thing. It wasn't overrated but underestimated. He was like a beggar. Wasn't keeping his life like winning the lottery? However, the possibility of that was low. He ran away without looking back, but he ended up heading deeper into the dungeon. In a sense, it was like there was still a stranglehold around his neck. I was selected. Heaven's choice. Kim Yong-woo gritted his teeth together. And shuddered. He was selected so he couldn't die. That's right. This was an ordeal from the heavens. The heavens had placed trials for humans to defeat. It was impossible that he wouldn't pass the trials. Growling. At the same time, his body became paralyzed from fear. Kim Yong-woo slowly turned his head. Saliva was dripping down. It had an appearance similar to a human, but it wasn't a human. Kim Yong-woo watched saliva drip down from the mouth of the monster dressed in black armor. This is a trial. So this is an illusion. No, I'm still dreaming. However, the reality hadn't changed. The humanoid monster in the armor was still there. It had fangs and nails sharp enough to pierce through skin. A monster outside the normal standards. A monster that wiped out the team. He never thought there would be 2 of them. Kim Yong-woo sensed his own death the moment he made eye contact with the creature. Please, please, dot. The creature approached. Kim Yong-woo closed his eyes. Gore. The creature stopped a few steps from him. Then it didn't move for a while. Kim Yong-woo opened his shut eyes. Dark warriors, they are a bother. At the same time, he saw a man standing on the other side of the creature. He was good-looking compared to the creature. A cold atmosphere could be felt from him. But he didn't seem as ferocious as the creature. He also had a sword at the waist. Nevertheless, he had a leisurely air around him. There was a reason why the creature wasn't jumping at the man. The man glanced at Kim Yong-woo. A guest has come? No, I. Kim Yong-woo spoke incoherent gibberish. It was different from his previous cursing attitude. He instinctively felt like begging. The man said nothing. He just stared at Kim Yong-woo with a HRMM expression. Still immature. What did he mean by immature? But Kim Yong-woo didn't ask any questions. There was no possibility of asking. He felt like the man viewed him as food, just like the monster. Grr. And he was ignored. The monster began to move gradually. Then the man pulled out his sword. Kim Yong-woo's eyes became as large as a lantern. Heroes with the blacksmith profession. They were able to use a core to smelt a sword. The core and iron was mixed together and a very powerful sword was born. The core would give off a smell. It was the scent of magic, but heroes with a strong affinity could smell it. Kim Yong-woo was an awakened that could smell the scent of magic. And the black sword was giving off a very intense smell. How can a core smell like this? Is there a blacksmith that can refine the core to that extent? There wasn't anything within his knowledge. He heard it was only possible with a rare great skill. There was a rumor that an awakened in China had a skill of that rating. But that was an attack-related skill. There was no one with a rare secondary skill in smelting. Kim Yong-woo had gathered a considerable amount of information on each awakened. Kong. At that time, the battle began. The man attacked the creature with his sword. Oh my god. The sword sliced through previously impervious skin. But the attacks did not stop there. Kong. Kong. Ka Kang. Kim Yong-woo didn't even think of fleeing as he swallowed his saliva. The man's movement was more than he could imagine. His eyes couldn't see it properly. However, it was the same for the creature. Its head was targeted and it couldn't retreat. Only once. It felt like one attack would cause the creature to lose its head. The story has changed? Creatures with intelligence? Once again, there was no doubt about such a thing. But that didn't explain the man fighting the creature now. Kim Yong-woo felt a bigger shock than when he was awakened. It felt like he was being eaten by rough waves. He thought he was an elephant. Other humans were regarded as ants. Sometimes he would send curses to the ants. They might become heated up, but their level wasn't enough to fight him. An ant couldn't afford to anger an elephant. But Kim Yong-woo was like an ant in that man's eyes. If he was truly a chosen person, then that man wouldn't be in the same bracket. The tower that was supporting the man called Kim Yong-woo started to collapse. Chwack! At that moment, the creature's right arm was cut off. The arm that was harder than steel was severed. Kung! The creature fell down on one knee. The man didn't hold back. He instantly placed his sword at the creature's neck. Diguru! The creature's head rolled towards Kim Yong-woo. Hop! Kim Yong-woo stared blankly at it with a shocked face and tried to retreat. But there was a wall behind him. There was no hole to fall back to. The creature that had been his foe had been alive just moments ago. Kim Yong-woo was so frightened that he probably wouldn't have noticed if he wet his pants. The death of the creature just increased his fear of dying. He sneaked a glance at the man. A pale face. His spirit couldn't calm down. He had to admit it. The man was an elephant. And he was considered an ant. He would die if stepped on. An elephant wouldn't feel remorse for killing an ant. Kim Yong-woo urgently tried to wake up his body after having that thought. He bowed with his forehead to the ground. Spare me. The man's eyes turned towards Kim Yong-woo. Now you can safely escape from the dungeon. Kim Yong-woo's body trembled and he felt like crying. Why, you will really spare me? Do you want me to kill you or something? Do you need money or? It would be better if I kill you right now. Kung. Kim Yong-woo bowed his head again. Spare me. The man clicked his tongue. Go before I change my mind. 3 seconds. 3, 2. Thank you. Kim Yong-woo greatly humbled himself on the spot. Then he ran towards the entrance of the dungeon without looking back. The man gazed after him for a while with a hungry expression. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Unbelievable achievement. All the monsters summoned for the protection of the beginners have been struck down. 100,000 points will be paid. The end of a 15-day journey. I managed to complete it minutes before the beginner's protection period would end. It was almost too late. I shook my head as I checked the remaining time. There was only 3 minutes left. This time I was even forced to use my blood. It is unfortunate that I am not the first. Sweat was flowing down my forehead. I wanted it, but I hadn't expected to be the first one. 100,000 points is still a decent performance. The first person who achieved it probably got 150,000,200,000 points, so I regretted being a bit late. I cleaned it up neatly. But 100,000 points wasn't a small number. If the achievement window wasn't displayed, then someone else had received it. Achievements not open to the public. Achievements didn't exist indefinitely. The vast majority would disappear after being received 5 times. Therefore most demons didn't disclose it unless to their faction. Humans or solo players wouldn't know about these achievements. That's why killing the creatures randomly produced during the beginner's protection period was half a guess. But I knew the approximate principal achievements. There was a high possibility I could get the related rewards. 3 minutes later, a message window flashed. The beginner's protection period is over. The total results of the 8 months for achievements have been earned. The achievements gives a grand total of 1,250 points. Class 3 Easter egg has been opened. At first I was baffled by the phrase. Shouldn't the normal phrases about the beginner's protection period appear? Yet the 2 lines below that were unfamiliar. Furthermore, the Easter egg. I never heard of such a thing. I saw it for the first time. It was at that moment. Treasure of the Shadow Emperor has been opened. In the Mado era, magic had developed enough for dragon breeding. The Shadow Emperor was the worst and greediest tyrant of the Mado Empire. He was acknowledged as a god by the humans, and his vast legacy has been sleeping for thousands of years. Rewards list has been updated. You can select only one reward. Atash's sword, epic, strength potion, medium, King Marion's horn, homunculus, cruel army commander. Warning. The heart of the Hell Monarch sleeping among the treasure has awakened. Warning. The Hell Monarch is trying to invade your soul. Kakaka. Stupid gods. I waited for this point. I will be resurrected. Quietly in this flash. Wait a minute, this is the body of a mere demon. Quack. An unknown soul has destroyed the Hell Monarch. The heart of the Hell Monarch has arrived safely. Reward selection has been completed. Cough. I grabbed the heart, pouring red blood, and collapsed to the ground. And my body started shaking like I had the chills. The heart disappeared into my body. Cock. Ulkiak. Numerous amounts of blood poured out of my mouth. Following that, blood flowed out of other pores, include my nose and eyes. The feeling of blood draining out of my body. My spirit couldn't endure it. Flew. It was like all the pain I've suffered in my life had combined right now. My body twitched like an earthworm. But I never let go of a thin lifeline. This occurred too fast to prepare for. The pain was only growing stronger. A shallow moan emerged from my mouth. It wasn't long before I lost consciousness. An unknown amount of time passed. Whew. I sighed heavily on the spot. The blood had been washed clean. The pain had disappeared like a lie. It felt like just a dream. I would have dismissed it as a dream except for Yi-Hee staring at me with anxious eyes. Master. Are you okay? Did I fall down? It has been 3 days. Yi-Hee thought Master was dying. Sniffle. Foolish Master. Sea squirt, sea cucumber, sea anemone. Yi-Hee hit me in the side with a teary face and runny nose. But I had no time to take care of Yi-Hee. I shook my dizzy head and thought about the situation before I lost consciousness. Class 3 Easter egg. Heart of the Hell Monarch. I was looking the rewards list when the heart of the Hell Monarch had appeared out of nowhere. It appeared and forcefully transplanted itself into my body. But the soul of the Hell Monarch had been extinguished for some reason. The only thing left behind was shuddering levels of pain. What happened to my body? But now my body was light. It couldn't be compared to before. I moved my body through multiple actions. Perhaps something might have changed to update my status window. I stopped my movements and opened the status window. Name, Randalph. Surname, Briggseel. Occupation, Demon Earl. Dungeon Master. Title, Indomitable Warrior. XU, all stats +2. Stats: Strength 77, +2, Intelligence 63, +2. Agility 73, +2, Stamina 80, +2. Magic Power 82, +2. Potential, 375 +10/500. Uniqueness, Heart of the Hell Monarch has been transplanted, full strength hasn't been fully opened. Skill combination, R, Mind's Eye, U. Before and after comparison. Strength 78, Intelligence 50, Agility 74, Stamina 82, Magic 64, Potential, 338 +10/500. Strength 79, Intelligence 65, Agility 75, Stamina 82, Magic 84, Potential, 375 +10/500. Crazy. A sound emerged. I was surprised at the extent of the situation. My magic power and intelligence had risen significantly. 15 intelligence, 20 magic power. I never would have believed it if I hadn't seen it directly. And there was still room to rise. If intelligence was high, then my speed at learning things would rise. Naturally, this meant that skill proficiency would also rise quickly. I could resist more statuses and skills. Magic power increased the destructive power of skills. No matter how good a skill was learnt, it was no use with low magic power. In addition, there was a close relationship with dominance. My charisma? Those two stats were inherently low for me. The stats were good, but they weren't easy to raise. However, that persistent problem was solved to some extent with the Heart of the Hell Monarch. I'm grateful that I only need to raise intelligence a little more. An unexpected gift. It was different if I lost control of my body, but I had fully accepted the heart. There were many unknown things about the world, and this situation fit with it. I gave a smile. The condition to open it is clearing several achievements in the beginner's protection period. The score seen earlier was the grade based on the achievements. And the Heart of the Hell Monarch popping up from the Easter egg was unexpected. A warning message had popped out twice. And there was a reason I was convinced of it. Compared to one shown on the rewards list, the Heart of the Hell Monarch is trash. Is this really a reward of the 3rd degree? The Heart of the Hell Monarch was completely different from the epic Atash's sword and King Mariong's horn. I didn't believe that it would be the level 3 compensation. Either the Heart of the Hell Monarch is a mistake or it has created a loophole in the system. I stiffened and my anxiety increased. Don't tell me I'm on an unexpected road? The transplant was already completed. If I tried to remove it, then I would surely die. I believe that the Heart of the Hell Monarch intercepted the system. Doesn't that mean I had to accept the side effects? At any rate, it feels good. It was somewhat confusing, but this was an opportunity to become stronger in the future. The unexpected harvest made me feel good. Master? Yeehee blinked her eyes with confusion at the smile. ******. The incident was settled after 3 days. I modified my plans for the future while reinforcing the dungeon. It needed to be re-established in accordance with my level. Points remaining, 324,579. I didn't earn any more points. I frowned when checking the points. When I last checked, I had 240,722 points. After adding 100,000 points, I had only earned 857 more points. The level of the humans are still too low. I have no choice but to work for more achievements. The only way to quickly earn points was with achievements. The heroes needed to be safely raised in the dungeon. The goose that would lay a golden egg was still young. The human I saw a few days ago didn't have bad potential for a human. I had seen a human a few days ago. The name was Kim Yong-woo? He was scared and looked clumsy, but the potential wasn't bad. There was enough growth potential. I used Mind's Eye to gaze at his status window. Name, Kim Yong-woo. Occupation Hero, Warrior, Title None. Stats: Strength 38, Intelligence 30. Agility 36, Stamina 34. Magic 13. Potential, 150/322. Uniqueness, Heaven's Will Guild Master. Skill, Basic Swordsmanship, N. This potential was strong among humans. If he grew up quite a bit, then he would be able to hunt creatures alone. My memory couldn't recall a human with that name. There was no uniqueness, but his potential was enough. Heaven's will. I've also heard of it. I placed my hand on my jaw and pondered. My memory wasn't bad, but it wasn't superior, of course. I couldn't remember everything from my past life. But the name Heaven's Will was familiar, so I searched through my memory. Ah. I contemplated for a while before nodding. My dungeon was in the territory between Korea and China. It was perched on the Buchan Mountain. The dungeon wasn't resting on top of the Buchan Mountain. It was floating in the air. An area of 21 square kilometers, height of 4733 m. In fact, it was more than double that size, but that was the extent visible to human eyes. Anyway, Heaven's Will was one of Korea's top 5 guilds. Their fame was limited to Korea because they hardly ever hit the dungeons around the world. Even so, I remember meeting the guild master of Heaven's Will. The most famous magician in the world, the Lightning Queen, was among the 10 strongest humans. Low and medium-ranked demons were unable to deal with her. The Lightning Queen had quite a number of specific enemies. There was a thrill when lightning thousands of meters large would strike the ground. In addition to the lightning, she had a strong army behind her. Riding the lightning was dangerous. I had seen her from a distance when she was fighting 12 people in a rage. I remember that Heaven's Will contained powerful warriors. The guild master has changed? Kim Yong-woo's uniqueness showed that he was the guild master. Perhaps there was an incident that caused the guild master to be replaced. There is nothing left in this dungeon. The beginner's protection period was over. The work in this dungeon was roughly finished. The time has come to leave for the human world. I don't have the slightest intention of being stuck in this dungeon. Unlike my previous life, I don't think I will become strong from staying among the demons. I will mix among humans. The reason for doing this, because of the 4 Grand Dukes. They had insanely high pride. A strong belief in their own strength. It would be chaos if they mingled with humans, and they would never tolerate such a thing. One assassination attempt could cause a war that would last 10,000 years. In fact, they were impervious to assassination. Apart from me, all the 71 other demons belonged to the faction of one of the Grand Dukes. So I couldn't go against the Grand Dukes. If they shook things up, then Earth would be eliminated in 10 years. The problem was that the heroes became stronger and placed strong pressure on the demons over time. The demons were divided into 4 factions, but the humans were united. As a result, many demons were destroyed. But I was an existence that rose from the bottom. I directly killed an earl and took his spot. In other words, I was an irregular case. I had no restraints. Now is the perfect time. My face was known in my previous life. I couldn't try something like this. But this time was different. The humans hadn't seen me as a dungeon master. I am a hero. A demonic hero? It was ridiculous, but it wasn't a joke. A hero had high potential and could quickly build name recognition. I could also hit dungeons belonging to other demons. I would fly from behind or the front to augment my skills in the dungeon. It was the perfect plan where the borrowed knife did the killing. South Korea had many excellent heroes. There were heroes of many levels in this world of cramped landmasses. The name of the famous heroes were engraved in my head. After determining a plan, a location rose in my head. Let's go. Now it was time to go out into the real world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9 to 11, Raid. Chapter 9 to 11, Raid. The streets of Hongdae were filled with young people. A place filled with the passion and dream of many young men and women. At Café Amoa in the heart of Hongdae, 4 men and women were gathered. They were dressed differently and the atmosphere they gave off was entirely different from a common person. They seemed like a combination that would rarely gather together, but they were all tied by one common thing. All of them were awakened. In addition, each one of them were starters and a guildmaster. If only this place was Paris. We could have gathered in Paris, and once the stores open. The woman in her mid-30s waved her hands. She was frowning slightly while talking about flying to Paris. Wavy, long hair and charming lips. The beauty spot above the nose and slightly droopy eyes gave her a glamorous type beauty. Then the bald man wearing sunglasses and sitting opposite her smiled and said, "I like the quiet." "Then why did you pick the middle of Hongdae?" "I don't like noise, but my favorite thing is the vibrant energy of young people." "Does Ms. Kim hate something like this?" The woman he called Ms. Kim was actually Kim Suk-soo. Kim Suk-soo clicked her tongue. "Well, I don't dislike money. By the way, why are we all gathered here?" Heaven's will.
The woman nodded as she roughly guessed the story.
Ah. It is about Kim Yong-woo. Didn't he go crazy?
I heard that he is ranting nonsense every day about ants.
He used to call me ant excrement. Oh my. Excrement is a little harsh. Kim Suk-soo giggled and laughed.
Then a young man with blonde hair raised a coke to his lips and said,
Ajushi, don't humans become crazy every day? Quickly cut to the chase. I don't have time.
I need to meet up with my team to decide a strategy to raid a dungeon.
Isn't the Mithril Guild closed? Ajushi's information is slow. It resumed again yesterday.
The guild members are having a hard time. Those who perished in the Philippines.
Curiosity killed the cat.
The strong, young man knocked on the table.
Aish. Don't you know that country was being ruined by creatures and a broker arranged for me to enter by boat? I was clearly invited.
Kim Suk-soo, who had been listening quietly, asked.
That reminds me, how is the area?
I heard that martial law has been declared.
Noonim. Don't even say it. Tanks are being called in. Ah, and do you know that the creatures that are killed outside the dungeons don't drop cores? Do you understand?
Noonim equals respectful way for males to refer to older females. The young man's words were completely different from how he previously spoke to the man wearing sunglasses. He was a young man, so Kim Suk-soo was a difficult opponent for him.
Really? That is really good news. Kim Suk-soo didn't have much of a reaction, so it seemed like she already knew.
Exactly a week ago, large number of creatures came out from the dungeon in the Philippines. It was that there were 5,000 creatures. The civilians and awakened received damage, but after a few days, the military was organized and started to earnestly clean it up. It was natural considered the quality of the attack in the first place. But no cores dropped despite all the creatures killed.
There was only one.
There were numerous speculations, but the more reliable theory was that creatures needed to be killed in the dungeons. In other words, there was a close relationship between the dungeon and the core. Anyway, the awakened were glad to hear it.
By the way, what is with those cat-like scratches? Didn't the tanks wipe them all out? Well, one of them got lucky. I don't know much. It must have been a strong creature. Noonim, can we stop this topic? I'm feeling awful. I'm sorry, Donsing. Noonim was too short-sighted. Donsing equals younger sibling.
Sometimes used to refer to a younger person who isn't related. Although he survived the raid, members of his guild had died, so he naturally felt sad. Unlike the United States, South Korea had no compensation for those who died in dungeons. All of the awakened that weren't in an institute had no choice but to go into the dungeon with nothing. Many of the rich and powerful showed an avid interest in the cores. If the guilds hadn't emerged, then the awakened in South Korea would have been their slaves.
Let's return to business.
There was silence until a mysterious woman spoke. She was a similar age to the young man, but she had a cold face.
A tight skirt and blouse.
She gave off the perfect impression of a cold city woman.
I met an awakened.
The young man complained after hearing the man in sunglasses' words.
What about it?
Those who haven't defeated creatures aren't real heroes. He took care of a monster beyond the normal standard all by himself.
Eh? Isn't that an urban legend? No, a dungeon legend?
Kim Suk-soo covered her mouth as she smiled.
Omo, Dongsing. It is real. The monster.
The young man made a shocked expression.
Eh? Haven't they never been seen before? They exist. Dead people can't attend our meetings. Get down to business. Kim Suk-soo sighed. I'm not afraid of the Ice Princess. Hey, Alan. Loosen up your expression. Don't you know that you will get a lot of wrinkles by the time you are my age?
It appears one person has already heard the story. Alan and Kim Suk-soo stared at each other.
The young man looked between them before sending a signal to Sunglasses.
It asked him to proceed with the story.
I've acquired information that indicates the awakened man is in Heaven's will. Ajushi, he is a real person. Kim Yong-woo wasn't talking nonsense.
There was a moment of silence between the four of them. Handling a monster beyond the normal standards alone.
If it was true, it would be an overwhelming fact.
The presence of these monsters weren't just mere legend. All the people who had intelligence networks had classified it as Class 1 confidential information. The fact that they were reluctant to talk about it meant it was important information.
These people gathered due to necessity. Everything was for the sake of profit. Defeating it alone? No way. You saw a phantom.
Kim Suk-soo expressed her opinion. The young man also nodded.
It might be different a few years later.
But right now, it was widely accepted that none of the Awakened could handle those type of monsters. It had only been 8 months since the Awakened appeared.
The starters were talented, but even they couldn't exceed the limits of time. Do you know why 12 people raids were created? Sunglasses asked politely. This time it was Ice Princess Alan who replied.
In the worst case scenario, at least one person can flee.
That's right. That number should have been sufficient to deal with standard creatures. Even 4 people are enough to kill kobolds and goblins. Everyone was silent. Sunglasses wasn't wrong. Humans had come up with the idea of a 12-people raid in the first place. And not long ago, Kim Yong-woo's group was completely destroyed.
The 3 of them were silent. Except for the guildmaster Kim Yong-woo, the other 11 people had died in the dungeon.
The only living person who returned was Kim Yong-woo.
The standard of the creatures that could wipe out the raiding party wasn't normal.
Kim Yong-woo returned alive, but he was babbling like a lunatic. He kept talking about an elephant that could handle the non-standard creature. He went crazy. You don't need to take him seriously. Kim Suk-soo clicked his tongue. Kim Yong-woo originally had a few screws loose.
He seriously thought he was chosen by God.
Kim Yong-woo's nature was enough to make them suspicious. I thought like that as well. Then why? Recently Kim Yong-woo's attitude has changed.
His changed mindset makes him seem like an entirely new person. He even transferred a Bugatti Veyron to that guy.
I think that Kim Yong-woo met this person in a dungeon before. Wait, is he human? That car? Really? He didn't just lend it for a moment?
The man shook his head.
People never saw Kim Yong-woo driving the Bugatti Veyron. On the other hand, that man was seen driving the Bugatti Veyron quite a bit.
Then a little boy sitting to their right gave an astonished cry.
Amazing. This is a special feeling.
Tomorrow the sun will rise in the west.
I recognize it.
Kim Suk-soo and the other people felt their admiration increase. Kim Yong-woo was someone who was really stingy with his money. Despite controlling the funds of the guild house, he insisted on going Dutch when dining together with other people.
He would only have a bowl of jajangmyeon once a month, yet Kim Yong-woo gave a prized car to someone else?
The Bugatti Veyron was widely considered to be the fastest car in the world. There were differing opinions that the Hennessy Venom GT was faster, but it was clearly a precious car in South Korea. The speed allowed in this place was very limited. Kim Yong-woo had been so prideful after he bought it that they were sick of it. Even if Alan asked him for a ride, he would blow her off like she was a fly. It really was like the sun rising in the west tomorrow. Sunglasses pulled his cool coffee closer and said,
"Of course, I can't be sure. It is just a high possibility.
And if he is the same person, he isn't someone who can handle a creature beyond the norm. Even if 100 Awakened are gathered, they would find it impossible to handle the creature." At the time, Kim Yong-woo was the lone survivor, so he must have seen something.
Ajushi, aren't you worrying about needless things?
No, it is clear that he has considerable skill. In addition, it is true that he bumped into a non-standard creature.
Hey, let's say he really did meet a non-standard monster? So how did he come back alive?
I think he holds a rare grade skill. Therefore he could escape to the outside.
Rare grade skill.
They all swallowed their saliva.
Just like the name, it was a rarity.
At least it was in South Korea. The only known user of a rare skill was Chinese. Even the starters who woke up 8 months ago only had normal level skills. The man in sunglasses had an exceptional normal skill, improve muscle strength. Skills could be obtained through a particular type of work, certain actions against creatures, and completing difficult quests. Quests could be found on their own, but an updated list of quests also existed. Once a month, the quest list updated to coincide with the level of the Awakened. Completing quests with difficulty levels 1 or 2 steps higher would give a skill. Sometimes a lot of luck and hard work was required.
But hasn't he joined Heaven's Will? Ice Princess Alan said calmly.
The 5 guilds had similar strengths. Respect was given to all sides. It was an unspoken law to not recruit members that had already joined a guild.
The man raised his sunglasses. It is Kim Yong-woo alone who is making a fuss. They've never gone on a raid together. Then he can still be taken.
Alan was convinced as she closed her eyes. She forgave him for calling this meeting of guild masters. Then the young man said with confusion,
Ajushi. I don't understand. Why are you telling us? Isn't it better if you alone monopolize him? We aren't amateurs. If there is any ill will. Sunglasses scratched the bridge of his nose. I have failed.
I was rejected before even speaking one word.
I almost died.
Heh, even a Joshi fails at times. There are thousands of witnesses in the vicinity of the Heavenswell Guildhouse. They lose their appetite as soon as they see me.
Is a Joshi really going to give up? You haven't looked at him.
My head would have been rolling on the floor of the restaurant if I said even one word.
The young man's expression became determined. There was something they implicitly agreed on. Sunglasses was the strongest among those gathered here. In addition, they knew how obsessed he was with becoming strong. He would get whatever he wanted. A boiling spirit that never admitted defeat.
Their hairs started to stand up. If this was true, then they absolutely needed to recruit his talent.
Even if they had to spend billions of won.
Once he was drawn in, the balance between the 5 guilds would start to lean towards him.
Maybe they could go up to the next floor.
Obtaining the title of the first ones to arrive on the second floor was a great achievement.
It was the authorization that indicated they were the best guild in Korea.
Since America's official announcement, the existence of the Awakened was known to everyone. A lot of people made movements behind the scenes.
Now it was a world of dungeons and Awakened.
As the Awakened obtained more cores, the people were forced to rely on them even more.
And having the title of the strongest would be very useful. I only want one thing. Information sharing about the rare skill. I don't want anything else. I will go first. The answer is yes. Alan stood up quickly.
There was a red flush on her cheeks.
Oh ho, ho. It is already that time. I heard it well. I'm a yes. Kim Suk-soo followed suit.
A
Joshi, contact me separately.
The young man was the last to leave.
Sunglasses, who was left alone, leaned back in his chair and sighed. Really terrible eyes.
He saw himself drop dead as soon as the other person glared. His breath became short as his spirit was lost. It felt like he was prying into a deep abyss. It seemed like a shower of sweat had flowed. His body trembled as he remembered those eyes.
The sun at noon.
I leisurely sat on a park bench and watched the people. Children were wandering around chatting, while it wasn't unusual to see the figure of a woman sweating.
Peaceful.
I was wearing rimmed sunglasses.
Despite the existence of dungeons, they continued to live their normal lives.
And if I didn't take any special actions, this peace would last for quite a long time. In my previous life, I randomly killed humans and the peace ended too quickly. The areas around the dungeon became a wasteland.
The city became ruins. But now I would change that.
It was unacceptable to step on anyone like I did in my previous life.
If they didn't point a sword at me, then I wouldn't become hostile. For the moment. It doesn't feel bad. Wasn't I once dead? Now I was free. Maybe that's why I felt more generous. I never imagined in my previous life that I would be blending in with humans. But now I was stronger than in the past.
No, to be precise, I have the potential to become stronger. So I don't care. The strong were free. That's why I decided to become a warrior above all others.
I needed to make an effort to become a real warrior.
I don't know much about humans in modern times. I couldn't read their culture and behavior at all. It was natural.
I had no interest in them in my previous life. Humans were just the prey of the creatures, but now things were different. Humans were still peaceful. Especially here in South Korea. Maybe it was because the threat of North Korea was stronger than that of the dungeons. Now I needed to pay attention to them.
It was necessary to analyze and completely investigate them.
So I spent time wandering and observing. It is easier thanks to Kim Yong-woo. I was able to save a lot of time.
It happened suddenly when I emerged from the dungeon. A few pairs of eyes followed me as soon as I came out.
They were Kim Yong-woo's hired messengers.
He had drawn my outfit and rough appearance on a piece of paper, and they had been waiting for 2 weeks. His patience was worth praising.
Everything became easier thanks to that.
I met Kim Yong-woo at the guild house and he proclaimed that he would be my subordinate. He worshipped me. And he knelt down and kissed my feet. The outrageous actions were all because I saved him. It had been shocking at the time. I didn't have anything to lose, so I humbly accepted. Kim Yong-woo seemed to be quite strong among the heroes. It wouldn't be bad to use him to accomplish my goal. I would be in a perfect position behind him.
Receiving attention immediately wasn't desirable. Now that I have an ID, am I also a person from here? I took out my wallet and checked my identity. Kim Yong-woo had created an identity for him. My name and surname was still the same, but my status was listed as a returnee. When I was 9 years old, I left Korea for the United States and returned after graduating from Harvard University. Kim Yong-woo also graduated from Harvard in the United States. I was someone who didn't even receive a middle school education. So I didn't care about it. As long as my actions were free. Can I sit beside you? A woman I saw earlier came up to me and asked. I didn't turn my head, let alone answered, but the woman naturally sat next to me. She had been following me since I briefly stopped by Heaven's Will in the morning. An annoying woman has come. I clicked my tongue. At first glance, she seemed familiar, like he had seen her before. She was different when I knew her, but she was obviously the guild master of the Timely Rain Guild. But I gazed at the status window just to be sure. Name, Alan. Occupation hero, archer, title none. Stats. Strength 25, intelligence 34. Agility 47, stamina 23. Magic power 30. Potential 169/401. Uniqueness, Timely Rain Guild Master. Skill, aim, N, quick burst, N. Indeed. There was no doubt. The clear eyes, sharp nose and thin lips gave her a striking beauty that stood out. However, half of her face had been burned in a previous life. She was a terrible person who chased me more than anyone else. I could guess the reason why she chased after me. I was the cause behind the woman's burns. So, when my dungeon was on the verge of ruin, the dungeon core was being threatened, so I hired a fire creature to guard it, wounding the woman. Thanks to that, the woman and her guild considered me an enemy that couldn't live together under the same sky. They continued to chase me and pushed me to the brink several times. In the end, I was the winner but received intensive damage. It took me 1 year to recover. Our destiny has gone around. The Timely Rain Guild Master had come to meet him. I could get rid of her but didn't. I had a hunch that things kept on moving around like a hamster wheel. If I didn't know about my previous life, the whole thing had now been initialized, so it was pointless to argue against it. If I join hands, then I can figure out their intentions sooner or later. The woman flushed and lowered her gaze. I was using the full power of outstaring. I said lightly, "What do you want?" Then the ice-cold expression somewhat eased off. I talked first, so now I was waiting for a reply. Alan took out a business card from her shoulder bag. Then she smiled and handed me the business card. Contact me. Alan's eyes remained beautifully curved at my reaction. This is referring to the eye smile that Koreans like. She got up and coyly stroked my shoulder. Call, I'll be waiting. And she left without looking back. My forehead wrinkled as I was left alone. That human female, what was that? It was difficult to understand her intent. She visited just to give me a business card before departing? It was too inefficient. Why did she touch my shoulder before leaving? If she had a hostile attitude, then I could cope with it, but it wasn't apparent. Temptation? I don't know much about women. I had woken up on the battlefield. For 300 years, I only sought to become stronger. But one of the few things to be cautious of were beauties, especially on the battlefield. Those who held the beauties in their arms would be found dead the next day. Even the 4 Grand Dukes wouldn't think of playing that game. But it wasn't just the demon world. Just like demons like slaughter, a succubus desired men and acted like battlefield scavengers. In my long life, those women were far away from me. The joy of becoming stronger was greater than sex. Of course, my body had some experiences. I still had a libido. If I didn't occasionally indulge his body, then my mental state would go out of control. But such acts were done without any kind of special feelings. There was no special senses from my side. I recognized it myself. I am the wrong person to use that type of method on. Of course, I was curious about why Alan gave me a business card, but not enough to contact her. I abandoned the business card on the ground and stood up. If there was a business matter, then she would find me. If she didn't come, then I didn't need to go find her. Her potential was one of the highest among humans. Among all the people I've seen, she was among the top. Someone with no greed or false nature. If her talents were raised, then she would bloom like a flower. However, I became sure of her character in her previous life, so she won't easily follow me. There were also more constraints because she was a guildmaster. I needed people to follow me in my own raids. Truly an elite minority. A party that would automatically follow me in the future. Now I need some experience with what humans call a raid. Alan was moved to a corner of my brain as I walked in the direction of the parking lot. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Talk hack. In the early evening, a dark room. The only light came from the monitor. I slowly moved the mouse to operate the computer. I wasn't very familiar with the small screen and machine. In the past I had never used a computer, but I saw it a few times. I had become accustomed to it over the past few days, but I still felt uncomfortable using it. Duck. Duck. Duke. My index finger tapped the keyboard. The typical stance of an eagle. It was ludicrous to think I could use it quickly when I only touched a computer a few days ago. It was to the extent that 300 strokes seemed to be used. I identified all the icons on the desktop. I adapted to the computer like cotton soaking up water. It was an indispensable necessity for people living in modern times, so I needed to learn it, even if it was by force. I need to look at an awakened online cafe to receive information about raids. Everyone had learned about the existence of the awakened due to the announcement from the United States. Their strength and supernatural powers. Many people were enthusiastic and bombarded the portal sites about them. It was the same with the awakened. The majority became aware of each other's existence and the awakened started to assemble. I heard from Kim Yong-woo that there was a cafe the awakened could subscribe to. The main portal site had articles associated with the awakened. Just pressing 3 letters on the keyboard would come up with the awakened as an associated search term. But the cafe where saints gathered wasn't something that could be found through a search. I pulled out a piece of paper from the wallet on my desk. A website address, ID, and password was written on the white paper. Here. The English words on the piece of paper was typed into the address bar and a black screen appeared. The only thing present was the login box in the center. ID and password. I clicked OK and the background changed to the message Randalph Briggsilnim. I sincerely welcome you. Then a bulletin board unfolded. VIP. The VIP status was displayed in the top left corner. Kim Yong-woo didn't just give me an ID but also made sure I was authorized to view all the forums. I knew about it at the time. Usually a person would feel hesitant at this type of favor, but I was different. My style wasn't to decline anything given to me. However, I wouldn't receive it unconditionally. I gave him 1 core in return. It was a core he obtained from one of the random high-ranking creatures that appeared. Humans placed tremendous value on this core. It was the crystallization of pure mana. It didn't matter to demons and high-ranking creatures, but the ones could absorb the opponent's core to grow stronger. I intended to play an active role in the human world, so I pack away any mana before the creatures in the dungeon could get to it. It is good that I packed it. I know that I gave a core with a huge value. Actually, Kim Yong-woo had broken into a sweat when I gave him the core. He had a considerable amount of money in his bank account if I took into account his car. It was cleanly washed and worth at least 5 billion won. In fact, Kim Yong-woo thought that was lacking. The level of the awakened right now meant they couldn't kill the creature that would drop this level of core. It was an extremely rare item. Thanks to that, I could relax in this house. Did he sell it at the secret auction in San Francisco? Curiosity rose, but I soon turned it off. Money was readily available. And the economy and currency would collapse in approximately 15 years. Even if I could stop it, I wouldn't. A lot. My eyes turned to the screen again. The homepage was flooded with various posts. A significant amount of real-time articles caused a new page after just 1 minute. There were quite a few awakened subscribed. If I wanted to view a specific article, then I needed to find a separate forum. First I looked for basic information. There was basic information besides the names of each awakened. Some were locked, and when I clicked on them, a pop-up window stated that 100 points was required. I had 10 points. The information I required was easily accessible, so I didn't need a lot of points. The title was Dungeon Entrance Map. There was a reason why a dungeon master bought a map. The only person who knew the dungeon better than me was the fairy Yihi. I started to read the posts from the bottom. I want to know how much details are known. I was quickly disappointed. There wasn't any valuable information. It was an overview from the awakened about details of the creatures, how to obtain the core, and basic quest information. I didn't need that information. However, the urgent announcements at the top had some value. Emergence of the ale snake. Please note that they have a strong attack venom that causes paralysis. Check the attached list for pictures.
Recently, the body of an awakened was found in the dungeon.
Test results revealed that it was the result of an inside job.
Please pay special attention to the other heroes on raids.
A monster wave has started in China. Please click on the link for more information.
A monster wave referred to incidents where creatures emerged from the dungeon.
The official announcements warned the awakened of dangerous information.
After checking other minor things, he clicked on the forums for those seeking raid members.
People can be found here. Sometimes I had questioned it.
There was always a schedule for the humans who entered my dungeon. It turns out they could find a raid party here when they wanted.
I have to admit this thing called the internet is useful. It was convenient.
Hopefully I could handle everything that existed in this world.
It really was a civilization of machines.
The world ran on extreme imbalance. They were strangely ignorant but managed to use the mana to create tools to help them. There was a small posting on the forum that I examined closely.
More than 35 stamina. 1 hero is required.
I've already collected 2 magicians and archers.
Beginners will be refused. Do you take direction well?
Except for a few, all the posts had recruitment completed tags on them.
There were new recruitment posts within 10 minutes.
There is enormous competition.
There were many demanding requirements with the recruitment.
The minimum requirements for a raid always specified certain abilities and skills, and almost all of them refused beginners. Beginners referred to people who hadn't participated in a dungeon raid once.
In that sense, I was also a beginner. I still have to send. After muttering those words, I sent a small note. The eagle-like tapping on the keyboard was used to appeal myself. Take me. I am strong. Kobolds and goblins aren't my opponent.
A very subjective and objective note.
I knew that I was strong. That alone should be sufficient.
In case the other person failed to realize it, I wrote 3 clear sentences.
But no matter how long I waited, there was no reply. HRMM, they are full.
New posts was constantly rising.
I also sent messages to them. I'm sorry. Find another raid. Are you a king?
I sent 29 notes in an hour and only received 3 replies.
The reaction from all 3 wasn't good.
Of course, I was well aware of the cause.
The tone. There was something called etiquette on the internet. They couldn't see each other's faces here and needed to establish their identity. But I was someone who wouldn't even be polite to the dukes and grand dukes.
I was on the battlefield as a child and learned harsh curses from my opponents.
This was the language of a strong man. And I didn't want to.
I wouldn't change my speech even if I was struck by lightning. My personality was made by nature and there was no way to change it.
Wasn't it hardened after 300 years? One day I might be able to adapt, but that time wasn't now. Should I go on a raid with Heaven's Will? I shook my head. No. I can't give up.
I am Randalph Brigzeal.
And I sent messages to all the posts. One of them would eventually cave in. Besides, I wanted to see a raid from the bottom. I wanted to view my dungeon from the perspective of a complete beginner.
In addition, I had a deep desire to find hidden talents.
The name of heroes from my previous life. But they weren't the only strong ones.
There were those with high potential who died in the early days.
I was looking for people like them.
At this time, a new article was posted.
More than 33 stamina. Recruiting for a raid group will be open for 6 minutes. Please note. 8 people are required for the raid. I've recruited 6 heroes, so there is only 1 position left. I sent a note just like before. A reply arrived 3 minutes later. Randalph Nim? Do you have experience in a raid? Of course, I had experience with a dungeon. A lot of experience. But I've never participated in a raid.
I pressed the keyboard with a bittersweet feeling.
This is my first time for a raid. Well, what occupation are you?
I contemplated for a moment before replying roughly.
Close combat. I understand.
These days there aren't many beginners who would send a note, so I feel like I should help. Going on a raid, tomorrow at lunchtime, take exit 3 at Suyu Station and head to Street Cafe.
Understood. Leave your number. Please text or call when you arrive. I was easily accepted.
I sighed and leaned my body against the chair. I would feel more at ease fighting advanced creatures.
Sending a simple note was almost like a war. In any case, my recruitment was completed. I would fight the creatures in a cool manner and the other side would get a good impression of me.
Talk.
The sound was coming from the clock on the wall. Kim Yong-woo had spent 4.5 billion won on a luxury villa in Cheongdam for me. All the furniture and appliances were already in place. 114 pyeong, unit of measurement. 5 rooms and 3 bathrooms. It was different from a castle, but everything I needed was stocked. I looked up at the ceiling. Everything was different now. I missed the company of Yi-hee, but her spiritual body was unable to escape the dungeon. Of course, I could always summon myself back to the dungeon. However, if I did that, then it wouldn't be easy to adapt. I could return after I adapted. Anyway, it was clear I would adapt quickly. The difference would help eventually. I closed my eyes. This evening would be exceptionally long. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12 to 16, Deception. Chapter 12 to 16, Deception. I wore a black suit, a tie, and gelled back my hair. It was the traditional hairstyle referred to as a pomade. The suit and pomade was the perfect combination. Humans felt the need for a presentable appearance. I drove my car to an underground parking lot near the appointed place. I drove the car with a great deal of expertise. Of course, I had a driver's license. I only had it for 3 days. My field of concentration and memory was superior to humans. Once I became accustomed to driving the car, it wasn't that hard. After driving for 20 minutes, I arrived at Suyu Station. Once I took exit 3, there was the 2-story way cafe where the appointment would take place. There was no place to park, so I headed for a nearby paid parking lot. I drew a lot of attention the moment I walked into the cafe. Celebrity? Look. Really cool. I naturally heard the conversation. My neat appearance also drew a good impression from the humans. My judgment wasn't wrong. My appearance wasn't lacking. I experienced similar things several times in the demon world. I only thought about getting stronger, but it seemed like the demon world had similar standards regarding beauty. Indeed. Being a handsome man in the demon world wasn't that helpful. They could live comfortably if they caught the eye of a strong female demon. However, that would eventually end. Once abandoned, they would never be seen again. Every last one of them was miserable. Conversely, a beautiful woman was the strongest weapon itself. Some nobles highly valued the beautiful women in their harem. If they became sick, then compensation would be given. This was all unrelated to me, it was just idle thoughts. I pulled out my phone and called a number. There were a few rings before the other person picked up. Hello? A male voice. I asked carefully. Where is it? Who? Randalph. Right now I am on the first floor of the cafe. Ah, Randalph Nim. Come up to the second floor. I immediately climbed up the stairs. A man was waving his hand on the second floor. There were a few people gathered around his table. 7 of them. It seemed like I was the latest. The man put out his hand for a handshake and said, Nice to meet you. I am the leader, Yoon Hyuk-soo. I used Mind's Eye to check Yoon Hyuk-soo's status window. Name, Yoon Hyuk-soo. Occupation Hero, Garter, Title None. Stats. Strength 31, Intelligence 25. Agility 28, Stamina 33. Magic Power 27. Potential 144/231. Uniqueness, none. Skill, Smash, N, Track, N. There wasn't any specific potential. Tracking skills were a bit unusual, but it wasn't a big deal when considering the nature of the garter. I shook his hand and replied. Randalph Briggseel. Oh. Are you perhaps a returnee? My skin was too bright compared to South Koreans. It was natural to think that I was a returnee. He was also determining the ranks. That's right. Somehow that tone, anyway, you are very handsome. Is that why the women's faces are turning red? Yoon Hyuk-soo slyly said as he turned his head. There were 3 women in the group. I turned towards them while avoiding their eyes. Pleased to meet you. Now. Just sit down. I sat down on the empty seat. The atmosphere around the male members was a little uncomfortable. They were dressed in different clothes while I was the only one wearing a suit. Is it okay to enter the dungeon wearing a suit? One of the male crew members ended up saying. His eyes were glaring at me like I was the enemy. There was jealousy in that gaze. I could understand the situation immediately. They were only looking at the female members of the crew. The pretty women wearing makeup. It wasn't much, but they were decent beauties. This jealousy wasn't worth dealing with. The air became tense before Captain Yoon Hyuk-soo laughed and said, "Ha ha. Aren't WER also going to change clothes? All the women here are wearing skirts. Come, let's introduce ourselves. I am the leader, Yoon Hyuk-soo. As you know from the forum, my occupation is a garter. You don't have to worry about getting aggro on you. Nice to meet you."
Yoon Hyuk-soo turned his head to look at another member. The man sitting on the right side, who had been smiling from the beginning, then talked.
"I am Kim In-pil.
My job deals with command magic. I can control the body of kobolds or goblins."
"What, there are also jobs like this?" Everyone looked at Kim In-pil with surprise. "I didn't see anything about a command magician on the Awakened website."
"It is because my day job before this was an undertaker. An undertaker was in charge of funeral homes. In some cases, their job would cause special conditions when awakening.
But a command magician was certainly a rare occupation.
The command magic could control dead bodies.
I wasn't remotely interested in it. I immediately checked Kim In-pil's status window. Name, Kim In-pil.
Occupation hero, command magician, title person who deals with corpses, XN, magic power +2.
Stats. Strength 16, intelligence 14. Agility 13, stamina 14. Magic power 45, +2. Potential, 121/275. Uniqueness, none. Skill, body control, N. Uneven abilities.
His physical abilities and intelligence was the worst, but magic was very high.
Having high magic power wasn't always good. All fights required stamina.
They would collapse after using one or two of his strongest spells.
So it was better to have it even instead of one stat too high.
I was somewhat unfamiliar with command magicians. I had seen specific professions like shamans or animal guardians. But this was the first time I saw a command magician that dealt with corpses. It was close to the ability of a demon. In fact, there were many creatures and demons with that ability. Of course, the skill was quite poor. At best, only a few kobolds and goblins could be moved.
Title. There was only one thing to praise. Title. The rating was low, but I knew how hard it was to get a title.
The exceptional rating attached to the normal title was the only thing I could praise.
That's great. The eyes of the women shone.
His occupation as an undertaker led to him becoming a command magician.
People dreamed of making a big fortune in the dungeons.
So it wouldn't hurt to follow a strong person.
Ha! It's not a big deal. Kim In-pil laughed.
The undersized build and laugh made him seem like a dwarf. The woman sitting next to the awakened that caused an uproar then introduced himself.
Lee Ji-hai. I am a magician that uses water skills. Nice to meet you. Kim Soo-won. A pleasure. Let's do well. Park Un-taek, a thief. The brief self-introduction meant it was finally my turn.
I opened my mouth as all eyes turned towards me.
Randalph Brigzeal. I have a close combat occupation. It was an incredibly short self-introduction. And I didn't even disclose my occupation. But it didn't matter. Other people were also reluctant to disclose their information. All of them could understand it.
Close combat occupations should have high strength or stamina.
Do you have more than 30 points in the two stats? Yoon Hyuk-soo asked. He needed reliable information for the raid. I replied positively. Both have more than 30 points. Oh. That is reassuring.
Yoon Hyuk-soo said to the rest of the 7 members.
Once again.
I am the leader, Yoon Hyuk-soo.
The dungeon is scheduled to begin this evening, so there will be a light briefing before that. Randalph Nim and Park Un-taek Nim are both beginners. Ha, beginners? Both of them? Even if this is a 12-people raid, isn't that a little dangerous? You don't have to worry. I will draw the aggro. This isn't a joke.
I'm experienced enough that I'm confident I can handle any creatures in South Korea. I thought it was weird that he came wearing a suit. I suppose I will believe Captain Nim. Kim Soo-won gazed at me with a mocking look and laughed. He started off in a high position, so he was filled with arrogance.
Yoon Hyuk-soo started sweating.
I also knew the reason why Kim Soo-won was acting like this. It was sad, but a man still had an animal-like nature.
The external conditions were excellent, but they still had an inferiority complex. I inwardly sighed. If things continued, then it could turn bad. The briefing lasted for 30 minutes and the atmosphere seemed to relax. Everyone. Shall we go eat? I know a good restaurant near here. The briefing can continue there. I will pay. Wah! Captain Nim is amazing.
In particular, the female members cheered warmly.
Now it was time for lunch. They were also hungry. The briefing was boring, so they would rather eat.
Yoon Hyuk-soo had a large smile as he talked.
Who brought a car? My car is a bit dirty and can only hold one other person.
The men raised their hands.
4.
There were enough cars. Then let's drive our cars to the front. They were briefly dismissed. I shrugged as all the men looked confident. They were subtly check each other.
It was the start of an invisible showdown.
The women thought this was fun as they followed behind and talked among themselves.
I walked slowly while checking their status windows. This is nothing. I was disappointed as I checked the status windows. Today seemed like a basic raid.
There was no one with potential.
But I needed to blend in and interact with them for a while.
Eventually I would end up in a conflict with them. I would sweep through all of them from the bottom up.
I would eventually find everything I need for my dungeon. Now I needed to learn more about the human heroes.
In that sense, Heaven's Will was useless. They were affected by Kim Yong-woo and were nervous around me.
The raids would already have a skewed framework.
I was tired of those sort of raids from my previous life.
I stopped for a moment.
A car had suddenly stopped in front of me.
An open-roof sports car.
The stylish appearance made it seem quite expensive. The man in the driver's seat had a familiar face.
He was one of the men seen in the cafe.
His name was Kim Soo-won. The man who ruined the atmosphere.
Did you fall well? The man laughed, revealing his teeth.
I'll go first.
Come slowly. Or it is fine if you don't come at all.
The man then stepped on his accelerator.
Buon.
The engine made a loud noise as the blue sports car sped off. I had to take a few moments to interpret the meaning of his words.
Vanity.
He is proud of the car. In short, he came just to show off his car. I didn't know the details of the car. But I knew what car I drove.
Demons also boast about good rides.
Our way of thinking is quite similar in that regard.
One of the 12 dukes could command a dragon mount. The dragon was ridden on the battlefield. The breath pouring from the dragon could melt hundreds of demons.
If such a thing appeared, then my power would be consolidated immediately.
I had been very envious.
I shrugged and then moved to the paid parking lot. ******.
Wah! Iron Man's car. There were cries as Kim Soo-won's car arrived. An Audi R8 V10 Plus.
The car that the main character, Iron Man/Tony Stark, drove. 0 to 100 in 3.6 seconds, 550 horsepower. The sports car that all men dreamed of.
Kim Soo-won's expression was filled with confidence.
Other cars arrived, but none of them could compare to Iron Man's car.
I think my car is good, but there is no comparison. Yoon Hyuk-soo laughed.
He seemed envious as he looked at Kim Soo-won.
Ha, it isn't bad. Kim Soo-won cheekily replied.
The increasing trend meant that cores were still expensive.
One core smaller than the pinky finger was nearly 1 million won. Thanks to the United States announcement, the prices in the black market were far more expensive. Depending on the selling price, they could receive 10 or 20 times more for it. Now the market was stable.
But the Iron Man car was over 200 million. Before the announcement, they would have needed to sell more than 200 cores to buy the car.
Usually a raid had 8-12 people. If each of them took a share, then the amount would decrease.
Kim Soo-won hadn't rested until he was able to buy the Iron Man car. An experienced dungeon hero.
So they couldn't help but feel envious. Oh Mo. The car is really good. One of the females approached and admired it. Ha ha. Thank you.
Kim Soo-won laughed straightforwardly.
Your skill are really good. I've been on quite a few raids.
We should go together sometimes.
The two of us hunting? I will teach you the methods to get rid of the creatures. I'm jealous. I can only go to a dungeon once a week. The woman sighed. In fact, they couldn't enter the dungeons too much. Those in need of money would blindly jump in. Those who went into battle could obtain the cores and get lots of money. But going on a few raids would make them realize the reality. The world really wasn't easy. Any wrong move would kill them. Guilds existed, but they strictly screened people. The awakened with capabilities became the object of envy. Those lucky enough to live well could secure some safety. Once safety was secured, the dungeon would become a high-income job. Kim Soo-won captured the attention of the women. It was natural for women to be attracted to strong males. But their gazes were soon averted. Is someone really driving that in Korea? Yoon Hyuk-soo was really happy. A super sports car was approaching in front of him. What is that car? The woman interested in Kim Soo-won's car asked Yoon Hyuk-soo. The Bugatti Veyron. It is famous for being one of the fastest cars in the world. But the price is a monster. Who are you? Yoon Hyuk-soo whistled with envy. A 2015 model. It wasn't even on sale in South Korea yet. Yoon Hyuk-soo was a car fanatic, so he knew all about it. The fastest car in the world. But the Bugatti Veyron had an extra zero attached compared to the price of the Iron Man car. Kim Soo-won's car could be bought 10 times before reaching the price of that car. The Bugatti Veyron stopped near them. There was a question mark in everyone's head as the door opened. Gulp. Their faces all changed. The bodies trembled weakly with admiration. Only Kim Soo-won had an expression like he was chewing on shit. I'm a little late. The one who appeared was the returnee Randalph Briggseel. I smiled and knocked on Kim Soo-won's shoulder twice. That alone put an end to all communication. I was talking to Kim Soo-won. I didn't fall. Kim Soo-won's expression wrinkled even more. Where did you borrow this from? I received it as a gift. The Bugatti Veyron as a gift? Everybody stared with incredulous eyes. Even if he had attacked dungeons for 8 months, it was impossible to obtain the Bugatti Veyron. In other words, he was quite rich. They were puzzled about why a rich person would turn to the dungeons. But there was no further explanation. Everybody was overwhelmed by the sight and didn't ask any questions. And after a while, the beautiful woman admiring the car, the water magician Lee Ji-hai, entered my car. The men who were secretly eyeing her looked like a fisherman who had lost a big catch. Asterisk. After eating lunch, the briefing ended. The majority of creatures that would appear were ale snakes, goblins, kobolds, and meat bats. After receiving a few things to keep in mind, they arrived at the entrance of Buchan Mountain. Yoon Hyuk-soo explained things as the group walked along the path. As you can see, that is the dungeon entrance. It is incredibly tall. Imagine a monster wave where thousands of creatures rush out from the entrance. Isn't it terrible? A monster wave caused considerable damage every time it occurred. The monster wave had killed hundreds of people in the Middle East, China, and the Philippines. There was no law stating that a monster wave wouldn't occur in South Korea. If they were located near the entrance when a monster wave occurred, then it was 100% certain that they would die. Everyone who stepped into the dungeon took that risk. But there are soldiers near the city side, so it will be safer. The soldiers won't stop us from entering? Park Eun-taek asked. It was the first time a valid question had been asked about the dungeon. Yoon Hyuk-soo laughed bitterly. Of course they will pretend not to see us. Park Eun-taek sounded puzzled. The awakened can obtain the cores inside the dungeon. It is the next generation of energy that the government is willing to let people die to obtain it. Maybe a car that runs on a core would be developed in the near future? The core will be the electrical supply. Even revolutionizing medicine. Sprinkled a powdered core on the wound would cure it. Even having a little bit of powdered core in a drink would cause slow recovery. It could even affect cancer and terminal illnesses. This was due to the properties of mana. Mana was essential. The original form would endlessly pour in health. The core was a collection of mana. There was an uproar in the medical community. The occupation of a doctor might soon disappear. Especially as cores were bought in bulk for experiments. Supply was limited, so the demand for cores didn't diminish. Indeed. Park Eun-taek nodded as he understood. Yoon Hyuk-soo, who was in the lead, suddenly stopped. Anyway, can you see the building in front of the dungeon? It is a shop run by the Mithril Guild. Weapons and armor that stop the basic attacks from the monsters can be found there. A 2-story building had been constructed. It was 500 m away from the dungeon. If a real monster wave occurred, then it would be the first place hit. The business was very big and contained lots of merchandise. Yoon Hyuk-soo went up to the armor and weapons displayed in the shop. I thought for a bit before renting an iron sword. It was a pretty good weapon.
I put it on the counter where a man with glasses said,
"Is this your first time?" "It is my first time. This is charged by hour. A deposit of 300,000 won will be received." I obediently took out the money from my wallet. "Can you prove your identity?" "Here, dot." I showed the identification. He gave the sword back after verifying it. The salesman was tougher than I thought. After renting the necessary things, the 8 people stood at the entrance of the building. Yoon Hyuk-soo looked at me from the bottom up. "Randalph Nim? Will you be fine getting dirty with blood?" I only rented a sword. I was still wearing the suit. The women wearing skirts had already changed into comfortable outfits. Thin padded clothes with body armor. But I shook my head. We wouldn't be spending a long time in the dungeon, so it was troublesome to change. I replied curtly, "I'm okay. Just this once." Yoon Hyuk-soo didn't really care. This was often the case with beginners. They would change their minds after experiencing the dungeon. Yoon Hyuk-soo handed out lights the size of a fist to all the crew members. "This will light up for 48 hours without charging. Be careful not to lose it because it is precious inside the dark dungeon." "Then let's go, dot." The entrance to the dungeon was 500 m away from the building. It was close enough to be seen with the naked eye. Yoon Hyuk-soo spoke as the 8 people arrived at the entrance. "Do you remember your positions from the briefing?" "I will take aggro." The close combat professions in front. Each of them were given a position because on their occupation and abilities. It was more optimized compared to walking around randomly. Soon the entire raid group entered the dungeon. "From now on, don't relax. We don't know where they will come from. Today we won't enter deep and will just wander around near here." Everyone was nervous as they looked around. They were a raid group that had just been hastily constructed today. Time was needed to practice. It would be difficult to enter deeply to fight the creatures. The square light shone brightly like a lamp rather than candlelight. It was bright enough for them to check the surroundings. But it couldn't be too bright because the creatures were likely to gather. "The beginners should stick together, Hyung," Park-un-taek said as he walked next to me. I nodded lightly in response. The young man had a timid appearance as his eyes seemed scared. "Hyung, aren't you afraid?" "It isn't scary." It really looks like it." "I'm scared to die." "I heard the kobolds are ugly and frightening." "They are just kobolds." In a pyramid structure, the kobolds were slaves at the very bottom. They were a little mean but not very difficult opponents. Park-un-taek occasionally talked to me as we walked. Having a friendly conversation with his Hyung was a method for him to relieve his anxiety. Park-un-taek paid no attention to my short answers. "Wait." Yoon Hyuk-soo abruptly stopped. He brought his ear close to the ground and listened. It seemed like he heard a sound coming. Yoon Hyuk-soo stood up after 10 seconds. 2 creatures. "Please wait while I go ahead and draw their attention." The goblins and kobolds were obstinate about targeting those they first saw. So the first one to attack would draw their aggro. Yoon Hyuk-soo briefly disappeared. The remaining people swallowed their saliva and looked ahead. No matter how good the heroes were, they only had one life. One mistake could cost them their lives, so they needed to be careful. Approximately 30 seconds later, the sound of someone running could be heard. There were several sounds. Yoon Hyuk-soo and 2 goblins. "Prepare to fight." The warriors, including myself, stepped forward. The warrior Kim Soo-won. From behind, the archers and magicians were ready to fight. Park-un-taek holding a dagger was a thief and covered the gap between close range and long range attacks. Park-un-taek was new to dungeon exploration, so he licked his dry lips while clutching the dagger firmly. The command magician Kim In-pil was hiding in the back. There weren't any corpses, so all he could do was cheer. Kayak. The adult goblins were 1 m in size and wielded threatening claws and teeth. The power of their strong jaw meant that flesh could be torn off. One mistake would be instant death. I gazed at the creatures while holding the sword. Soon the 2 goblins arrived. Water sphere. At the same time, the magician Lee Ji-hai chanted a spell. A sphere of water quickly drifted from her hand. It was followed by arrows. Ki-heek. One of them was hit. But it didn't die. The bleeding goblin became frenzied and rushed forward. The guarder Yoon Hyuk-soo lifted his shield and stood in front of Kim Soo-won. I raised my sword and attacked moderately. I have to pretend. There is no meaning in coming here and not participating.
Meanwhile, Parkuntek stabbed a goblin and took its life.
There was only one left now. It was surrounded and easily handled. The first hunt was successful. How was it? Can you do it?
Yoon Hyuk-soo asked as he swept the sweat from his forehead.
You handle aggro really well.
I've participated in a few raids, so it is really noticeable, Kim Soo-won said as he gave a thumbs up.
The aggro hadn't switched during the hunt. Yoon Hyuk-soo quickly turned his head away. This level of maintaining aggro wasn't enough to be called a genius.
Yoon Hyuk-soo stood next to the corpse of a goblin and opened it with a sword. The heart was the size of a small pebble.
Core. The size is okay. We will pick it up.
It was a good start. The core from the other goblin was larger than average. Yoon Hyuk-soo recovered the 2 cores with glee before clapping his hands like he remembered something.
Ah, that's right. Are the beginners okay? I am fine.
Parkuntek stuttered. The dagger moved and gave a few direct blows. But it wasn't enough to be called a good performance. This was his first hunt, so he wanted to impress the group.
I just shrugged my shoulders instead of answering.
It felt strange attacking my dungeon, but it wasn't bad. This level of hunting was enough to let me know the general principles.
There are still quite a few beginners. The raid group will die if they encounter the wrong opponent.
Those with high potential could die when they were still beginners in the dungeon.
But I inwardly shook my head. I can't lower the difficulty of the dungeon anymore, this section will be left alone.
If a human with high potential dies to a goblin or kobold, then they aren't worth it.
It was low enough.
If I lowered it any more, then it would turn into pulp. No, it was hard to find any creatures lower than the goblins and kobolds. In this way, I participated in the raid, so I needed to look at it from the perspective of the raid members. The weak warriors who made it through a crisis would be helpful. Besides, it reminded me of when I was thrown on the battlefield.
If they didn't an effort, then they would die under the pressure. I felt like that. Who are you? It is going smoothly.
Yoon Hyuk-soo smiled pleasantly after defeating a few creatures. It had been 2 hours since entering the dungeon and they had already collected 13 cores. Each person had already earned more than 1 million won. There were smiles of all of the members' faces. The dead goblins moved slowly behind the party like zombies. This was the command magic of Kim In Pil.
The way that they are moving. I looked at it curiously. At that time, Yoon Hyuk-soo said, "Wait a moment."
They had been marching for 2 hours.
It was time for a break.
But there was no place to relax. They needed a place where they could notice the creatures approaching. But it was hard to find such places.
Only experienced heroes would know such places. And there were people with a lot of experience in this raid group.
The captain Yoon Hyuk-soo saw such a location.
They could relax here in peace.
The raid crew sat around and took a break.
Haven't we gone in too deep? One of the women asked and Yoon Hyuk-soo shook his head. Do you think we've walked far? In fact, it wasn't that much. If we walk for 30 minutes then we can exit. Really? We've been circling around. Why? Are you afraid?
That.
The woman smiled awkwardly. Don't worry. Look at this.
Yoon Hyuk-soo opened a leather pouch and his eyes shone as he looked at the cores.
13. Hoo. The size of each one means we can each get at least 200, this refers to price. Shouldn't Captain Nim receive more? The octahedral-shaped core would sell for 1.5 times more than the others. The captain was the one responsible for holding most of the aggro.
Furthermore, he was in charge of all the preparations. Everybody recognized that he was exposed to the most risks.
I have enough. Oh my god. The women were all excited. Hunting for 2 hours and receiving 200. This seldom ever happened. Luck was also a skill. Should we continue for a little more? Our breathing is fine. Can't we hunt up to 5 creatures without any difficulty? Yoon Hyuk-soo made a suggestion.
It was a waste to stop here. They had already earned this much just on the first day. Suffering for a few hours could earn enough for a month. It was dangerous, but they were shaking with excitement at the thought of money. It was necessary to invest time.
Okay. Let's go. Everyone expressed their approval.
I also had no reason to refuse.
I nodded and the raid group rested for 10 more minutes before beginning to move. Asterisk. It had been 4 hours since they entered the dungeon.
A significant number of creatures had been eliminated on this raid.
Shall we go back now?
I don't want to go any more than this,
Kim Soo-won said uneasily.
There was definitely a sense that they had entered too deeply.
In addition, everyone was exhausted.
They also needed to get rid of any creatures discovered on the way back.
Yoon Hyuk-soo didn't refuse.
Instead, he had a condition.
Then I'll go forward and check one last time. How about it? Well, it is okay if it is the last time. We'll wait for you. Lure them properly.
Yoon Hyuk-soo left with an easygoing smile while holding his shield.
The raid group waited for Yoon Hyuk-soo like the previous times. However, time passed and Yoon Hyuk-soo didn't return. It had been 5 minutes. There was still no news.
10 minutes passed and they were all filled with anxiety.
Why hasn't he come back yet? What do you think happened?
The females were the first ones to react with anxiety.
Kim Soo-won sighed. I will wait another 10 minutes. If he doesn't come back, then we will return on our own. Are we going to abandon Captain Nim?
Kim In-pil, who had been listening quietly, suddenly spoke. The command magician that had always been in the back suddenly came to the front.
Captain Nim.
10 minutes have passed, but please wait another 10 minutes.
Wasn't it posted on the website? Sometimes a chaser won't return for at least 15 minutes.
A chaser has to wait, excite the creatures without being killed. It was possible to excite the creatures, but the smell of blood might lure even more. It was better to avoid such places.
How can a person be so cruel? Be quiet or die. Kim Soo-won was a veteran.
He had gone through this experience a few times. It was useless if they ended up dying as well.
Time passed quickly. Everyone held their breaths as they waited for Yoon Hyuk-soo to return. And 10 minutes passed. Let's go. Just a little bit more. Wait a little longer. Please. Kim In-pil tried, but public opinion was already on Kim Soo-won's side.
Kim Soo-won refused coldly and turned his body away.
I've waited a lot already. 10 minutes. No, 5 more minutes. Do you really like him? Kim In-pil bowed deeply. This is a request.
He has been my friend for 10 years. My parents died when I was young and he is the only one I have left.
I can't possibly abandon him.
His eyes shone with tears.
Can't we wait 5 more minutes? This matter is pitiful. Ssi, who? I understand. 5 more minutes. After that, we will go without any regrets. Do you understand?
Kim Soo-won had already become the leader of the group. He was the most experienced one here. The other group members obediently followed Kim Soo-won's opinion.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Kim In-pil bowed his head several times. The group members were tired as they waited for Yoon Hyuk-soo.
A person couldn't constantly maintain a tense state. Being tense consumed more energy than necessary.
They became physically and mentally exhausted.
The situation was like that now.
They had been in a tense state for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Now it was difficult for them to even brandish a sword or fire arrows.
When 5 minutes passed again. Something is coming. Kim Soo-won was the first one to notice the abnormality.
He leaned forward in the direction the sound was coming from. Then his expression changed.
It crumpled. Crazy.
He took one step back and cursed.
Everybody was puzzled, but I could soon see why. Koruk. Kiririk. Yoon Hyuk-soo was coming.
He was followed by numerous creatures.
Run. Where?
The only ones who knew the geography of this place was Yoon Hyuk-soo and Kim Soo-won.
But Yoon Hyuk-soo was being chased while Kim Soo-won was in a blank state.
Then Kim In-pil ran towards Yoon Hyuk-soo, along with the corpses of the creatures killed during the raid.
What should they do?
The speed of the creatures wasn't that unusual. It was just impossible to escape when they were completely exhausted.
Kim Soo-won looked back. 3 girls. 2 beginners. The situation right now. How could they escape the dungeon while being pursued by creatures?
A pessimistic situation. The creatures were all excited.
They would catch up persistently.
On the other hand, Yoon Hyuk-soo and Kim In-pil were veterans.
Survival was their only goal.
There was no need look any further.
Kim Soo-won abandoned the 5 people. He immediately ran towards Yoon Hyuk-soo and Kim In-pil. Wait a minute? One of the 2 beginners.
The thief Park Eun-taek was surprised, but it was already too late.
The women also looked devastated. This situation is fun. My mouth twisted. Weak humans were being culled. It was no different from the demon world. They didn't linger and coldly turned their backs. The conclusion of this would be a little interesting. Would they give up? This wasn't a play. It was the crossroads of survival. As a dungeon master, I saw a variety of situations, but this one felt different. It had a faint scent of nostalgia. Run away. I'll buy some time. A beginner. A thief. Every time I talked to him, he seemed like an innocent youth. Parkunte grasped his dagger with trembling hands. I was impressed. Sacrifice. The 5 people couldn't even think about fighting. There was only a 1% chance. I didn't expect a sacrifice at all. It was natural. They had met for the first time today. It hadn't even been half a day since they met. Then to die for them? It was too unexpected. He gripped his fists tightly. A noble sacrifice? That was just a word for death. In other words, he was going to his death. Go, now. I'm sorry. Be careful. Hook. The 3 women turned away at Parkunte's cry. They started to run back the way they came. The women knew. They left him here to die. I gave one last smile to Parkunte before following. I could easily organize the situation now. But I didn't. I didn't feel the need. After all, they were intruders. They invaded my home without any authorization. Kim Yongwoo had value, but Parkunte was different. He had low potential and low growth, so he wouldn't be any help to me. Well, it would be different if he did whatever it took to survive. Parkunte moved with extreme sadness. But there was no chance. It was a short path and the creatures soon reached him. Parkunte had inflicted attacks on creatures today, but it was only one at a time. His attacks were easily blocked. And the result was obvious. Quaduk. Quaduduk. Ku, Quayak. Asterisk. The 3 women with tears, runny noses and messy hair slumped down. They were half exhausted and could barely sustain their bodies. One of the girls sat down and buried her face in her knees. Another one was holding her chest while breathing roughly. The remaining female continued looking around. They had squeezed themselves to the limit in order to escape the swamp of death. Their legs couldn't run anymore. There was no conversation. They couldn't even afford to talk. If only time could stop, no, if they could go back to the past. The rest of the people, what happened to them? Li Jihai broke the silence. A magician had high intelligence, so she could calmly look at the situation. The other 2 women didn't answer. Everyone knew there would be a pessimistic answer if they opened their mouths. Particularly regarding Kim Soo-hwan and Kim In-pil. The 2 men had abandoned them. Perhaps, does anyone know where we are? Naturally, no one lifted their hands. The women didn't have a lot of experience with dungeons. They never thought about memorizing the terrain of the dungeon during the raid. Li Jihai looked closely at the faces of the remaining people. She just turned away from me. This was because she knew that I was a beginner to the dungeon. Of course, I actually knew the terrain of the dungeon. But I didn't raise a hand. My thoughts were the same as it was regarding Parkunte's situation. I would watch the situation and welcome any catastrophe. No. Li Jihai sighed. The area was dark. Apart from me, the others had all thrown away their lamps. They would turn off in the next few hours anyway. A plan. Let's focus on a plan. What plan? We're all going to die. I'm going to die. One woman was hysterical. Li Jihai was silent. She didn't say anything as the woman hysterically shouted at Li Jihai. You're the one who said to wait 5 more minutes. If you didn't, we would be out of the dungeon by now. Everything is your fault. So? What? The woman glared angrily. Whether she believed it or not, Li Jihai played dumb and had a brazen look on his face. It is already in the past. Or do you want to kill me? Shameless. If you don't want to kill me, then we should discuss what to do next so that we don't die. My head was busy as I watched Li Jihai acting coolly. I was remembering her potential. But the sight now couldn't be explained by mere potential or stats. Or was I mistaken? I took a deep breath and used mind's eye again. Name, Li Jihai. Occupation hero, water magician, title none. Stats. Strength 22, intelligence 41. Agility 18, Stamina 26. Magic Power 35.
Potential 142/277.
Uniqueness, none. Skill, Water Sphere, N. I knew it. I wasn't mistaken. So what was her nature right now? She was acting cool and decisive.
When we were all together, she had acted like a fish out of water.
This person was suitable to be a manager. A person who managed and gave external support from outside during raids. My eyes sparkled. Good. I found an unexpected treasure. I thought I came here in vain but couldn't confirm that the clam actually held a pearl. I decided to keep an eye on her a little more. First, let's re-examine the path we came from. Could you please lend me a light? I silently handed her the light. She placed it down and used a rock to scratch the floor. The rock made a white line that showed the path they took. But this didn't continue. This was due to the fact that they were running away. No matter how good her memory was, she would eventually get blocked at some point. I can only remember up to here. Do you remember? The remaining two women were overwhelmed by Li Jihai. Li Jihai frowned and stared at the ground. Well, I think we can't use this path. Those creatures now have the taste of human flesh. They might still be alive, you know. Who? The three who abandoned us to run away? Or Parkun Take SSI who blocked the creatures? Parkun Take SSI might be alive. It was simply wishful thinking. All of them had heard Parkun Take's screams. There was no possibility he was still alive. Only one. We don't know the way back even if he is still alive. We could also meet the creatures. I don't want to go back that way. Li Jihai was adamant.
The woman who talked before finally asked.
Then what is that thing on the ground? A map.
We need to understand the geography of the area nearby before we start moving. It would be nice if there was pen and paper, but I need to use the ground. She explained her private intentions. I'm perfectly aware of the terrain near the entrance of the dungeon.
If a similar terrain appears, what if we end up going deeper? I had been watching in silence, but now I asked a question.
It was more likely to enter the depths of the dungeon rather than the entrance.
Li Jihai carefully explained. There is a creature called the meat bat. Sometimes we would see it flying. The meat bats actually had the highest population in the dungeon.
They mainly ate the bodies of goblins and kobolds.
They would only attack humans when they were really hungry. Or when their territory was invaded. Yes.
The meat bats tend to sleep off large meals in the morning and gravitates towards the entrance in the evening.
They have such a habit? There are many bugs at the entrance. They learn to hunt by catching the bugs. That's right.
The dungeons were places that suddenly emerged. Initially there were living beings that lived in that area. Naturally, bugs from the outside were introduced into the dungeons. It was a natural phenomenon for bugs to be found on both sides of the dungeon entrance. Besides, the creatures couldn't escape from the dungeon without the permission of the dungeon master.
That's why they were found at the entrance. It was great that Li Jihai had discovered this information.
Some humans had identified the habit of meat bats after 8 months.
I didn't know about it because I had no interest at all. I recently released the ale snakes, but that was all. From now on, shall we closely follow the meat bats? First we have to identify any danger in the surroundings. Then we will find a colony of meat bats.
We need to check if they are heading towards the entrance to eat the bugs.
We can't just blindly follow them. Safety-oriented.
A situation like this in an adventure certainly wasn't good.
Li Jihai looked at the remaining people. Find the strength to start moving. I won't go. One of the women declared. It was the woman who first glared at Li Jihai. Are you sad? I am sad. Do you want to just sit back and die? It is the same anyway. Li Jihai didn't bother anymore. She turned her head. Randalph SSI? It would be much better to move with me. I'll do that.
I shrugged and moved slightly, making the two women look uneasy. In this situation, I was the only man left.
I'll go as well. In the end, the other woman surrendered and stood up painfully. The remaining woman gave in as well.
Her pride and power wasn't comparable to her life.
There was only one lamp. She couldn't remain alone in this place in the darkness. Li Jihai made sure everyone was prepared and said, "Then let's depart." *****. The area was safe.
They returned to their original position to create some safety measures. The first thing was that the surrounding spaces were narrow so they could create traps to notice the creatures. They dug at the ground and placed arrows before loosely covering them with grass, turning them into traps. They were able to relax now.
And the next day,
they filled their hunger with some snacks and drank water before moving. Their movements were as careful as possible in order to avoid the creatures.
The problem was that the geography of the place was completely unfamiliar. They looked closely for a colony of meat bats. Following a colony of meat bats was required in order to escape the dungeon. The first day was a failure. The second day they ran low on food. I checked my watch and verified that it was the second day. Water vapor gathered in their vicinity due to Li Jihai's magic. But using it for a long time sharply increased fatigue. And they were also hungry. The food problem was the first thing that needed to be solved. That can be eaten, but Li Jihai pierced through the neck of an ale snake with a water spear. The two women were shocked. No matter how hungry they were, who would have thought of eating creatures? It looked like a snake, but it was distinctly a creature. A creature that attacked people. Li Jihai didn't care. The moisture was removed from many of the grass and branches near them and stones gathered. Give me strength. A fire needed to be kindled. I readily accepted. Friction would cause a fire. My strength and speed meant it was only a few minutes before smoke rose. The peeled snakeskin was raised over the fire. Soon there was a golden smell. Even if the meat was raw, Li Jihai would bite it without hesitation. Ice-cold computer power, survival skills, ability to take action and not being bothered by the surroundings. I watched her with a satisfied smile. Really good. This level was enough to pass. Now there is one thing left. The conditions for exiting a dungeon. I waited for it to come. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 3 goblins were hit. It was barely manageable. But not all of them were safe. One person was bitten. It was the woman who opposed Li Jihai from the beginning. I'm sorry. She was ill. The side was bitten and bacteria seemed to have entered through the wound. She was boiling hot and on the verge of death. Sometimes she would wake up and apologize. It is difficult. Li Jihai sighed. They couldn't find any meat bat colonies. The more they delayed, the lower the chances of survival would become. Why? Are you going to throw her away? The eyes of the remaining woman shone. It was just like what happened to Parkun Take. Li Jihai wasn't the only one who abandoned him. Everyone here was an accomplice. It was obvious he knew he would die. There was always a possibility that others would be abandoned. Li Jihai knew this fact as well. But she shook her head. That's not what I meant. Anyway, it seems like a fever. Let's look at the situation. I will take Randalph Nim with me to gather food. Roles were assigned. I would go with Li Jihai to gather things like wild mushrooms and grass. But it was unknown if it would lower the fever. Naturally, it depended on the other person's stamina. A few days later, the only people moving were Li Jihai and I. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Li Jihai bit her nails. The other 2 women were now complete luggage. The cause was unknown. They might have been infected with an illness. Li Jihai couldn't easily make a decision. No matter how cold her personality, she still felt like she had sinned. She would feel it even if those 2 people lived. There had to be a way, but it felt like she had fallen into a swamp. The colony. I need to look for a way to bring them out as quickly as possible. No. I can't be late. They won't survive a day without water. Take care of the people. No. Do. She scratched her head nervously. Maybe it would be an unresolved challenge forever. Her expression cracked as she started looking broken. It was a frustrating moment. IIVE found you. I finally found you. Li Jihai's eyes widened. A man's voice was heard not far away from them. I turned around and one person was standing there. Kim Soo-won. The man that had fled in order to survive. Why was he here now? Li Jihai couldn't believe it and asked. What is going on? It is a relief. Everyone is alive. The other 2 people? Captain Yoon Hyuk-soo and Kim In-pil are dead. I barely survived. Kim Soo-won said with an expression of relief. His expression made it seem like he had been through a really hard struggle. He came one step closer. How did you find us? It is a coincidence. I was lost and came across you. Ah, I really thank God. Lee Ji-hai frowned. Did Kim Soo-won have this type of character? Kim Soo-won was someone with strong self-esteem and bravado. Of course, it had been a few days wandering alone, but to thank God. Her sharp judgment wasn't dead yet. Her reasoning warned her of something. One step. Kim Soo-won approached. But the two collapsed over there. Perhaps? They're not dead. They are fighting a fever. Ah. I'm glad they're not dead yet. Phew. Yet? The nuances were grave. This dungeon is too large. It isn't a space where people can endure. One step. Kobolds, goblins, neat bats. I endured it alone. Let's combine forces to resolve this. Wait. Soo-won SSI. Stop. What's wrong? I told you something before entering the dungeon. After escaping the dungeon. You would introduce me to your sister in the hospital. Kim Soo-won nodded like it was natural. Yes. I remember. Will you keep your promise? Ha ha. Don't worry. I promise to honor it. Water sphere. Water flowed around Lee Ji-hai. Kim Soo-won was baffled. Why? The promise you made wasn't with your little sister. It was your little brother. Ah. I must have lost my spirit. I've spent too much time alone in the dungeon. Lee Ji-hai retreated with dismay. She briefly had a chance to talk to Kim Soo-won before the dungeon. At that time, Kim Soo-won had offered to drive Lee Ji-hai. He said he would introduce her to his little brother. But, who would forget the gender? It wasn't a trivial fact. Lee Ji-hai made a decision. Don't come any closer. If you take one more step, then I will attack. TSK. You noticed quickly. Kim Soo-won's posture changed dramatically. He placed a sword to Lee Ji-hai's neck. The water sphere impacted with Kim Soo-won's abdomen, but he didn't stop. It was like he didn't feel any pain. The tone, the atmosphere was strange. Kim Soo-won didn't feel like Kim Soo-won. It felt like he would attack no matter what. It was too late for her to regret it. She couldn't avoid Kim Soo-won's sword. She instinctively had a premonition of death. She imagined her neck rolling across the floor. Lee Ji-hai closed her eyes. "Anne? You pass." I gave a very satisfied smile. I had been waiting for it. Lee Ji-hai's wit to shine. Finally, the last condition was completed. Chwack! Kim Soo-won head fell to the floor. It happened in an instant. Blood splashed everywhere. Lee Ji-hai's face was drenched with blood. Lee Ji-hai's body was rigidly still in its standing body. It happened so naturally, but it was extremely unrealistic. Someone she thought was a beginner had extremely cold eyes. Her eyes gazed between Kim Soo-won's severed neck and eye. I turned away from Lee Ji-hai and looked in the direction Kim Soo-won came from. Until when are you intending to hide like a rat? Come out. Jack, Jack, Jack. At the same time, there was the sound of applause in the darkness. The captain and command magician who had been killed appeared. I smiled. This was a real smile. The situation right now was so interesting and satisfying that I couldn't help laughing silently. The captain and command magician Kim In-pil. They were the real masterminds. The plan had been put together by them. Kim In-pil had manipulated Kim Soo-won's body. I had seen the skill proficiency when Kim In-pil commanded 2 goblins. Although it was marginal, I thought that the dead bodies moved more flexibly and seemed to be complemented by the magic. It seems like he only intends to control the goblins this much. Kim In-pil used the manipulated goblin to pull the enemies. The movements wouldn't be so stiff if that was all he intended. From the beginning, his mind had been filled with calculations to deceive people. Ha! Humans like this existed. A person that was more like a demon than a human. That's why beginners were accepted and they were softly coaxed deeper into the dungeon. Forcefully marching them without a break and then dispersing them with the attack from a large number of creatures. Consistent from start to finish. So I was convinced that Kim In-pil was coming. He built this plan just to monopolize the cores. His bloodthirst was obvious. I, too, was definitely placed in the category of prey. So I waited obediently. Approaching me with impure intentions was a sin I could never forgive. I originally decided to remove his head straight away but decided to wait when Lee Ji-hai got involved. Thanks to that, I had some fun watching.
It was enough compensation for waiting a few days.
Did you know from the beginning?
Kim In-pil was puzzled by my dark smile. I could smell the stench of a corpse. I shrugged. It wasn't just the smell. The stiff facial expression and strange voice pitch. In addition, there were lots of evidence. Lee Ji-hai was normal and had figured out that Kim Soo-won was a corpse. A great mentality. Your ability to distinguish things is beyond normal. Kim In-pil had a truly surprised expression. It was normal for people to go crazy after being isolated in a cave filled with creatures for days. I was abnormal by human standards. The standards of humans. Why did this? Lee Ji-hai opened her mouth after recovering. Her voice was filled with dismay and perplexity. Kim In-pil spread his arms out wide. A dungeon is a really nice place. Dead people are just buried here. Even the body doesn't leave. It is a place where murder is authorized. On the website that gathered the awakened, the killers stated in the notice were Kim In-pil and Yoon Hyuk-soo. Lee Ji-hai snorted. You are crazy. You made a plan like this just to murder us? Not only murder. He pulled out an old-fashioned notebook. I keep a diary. Records of skill proficiencies and different magic. This diary was also from before I awakened. Each awakened had a weapon to fit them. The diary was filled with Kim In-pil's madness. In a sense, it was a weapon that fit him. The contents of the diary were obvious. In addition, the diary was filled with stories from before he awakened. Murderer. Ha. Correct. In fact, I wasn't an undertaker. Would you believe that I worked part-time at a convenience store when I awakened? Instead, I was famous for another reason in Incheon. My hobby was pulling out the eyeballs of a living person and collecting them. In the midst of the loud Incheon, a few bodies had been found without their eyes. A serial killer that made it into the newspapers of the United States. Lee Ji-hai blocked her ears. She didn't want to believe Kim In-pil's words. My friend here is also a celebrity. He raped women and killed them by breaking their necks. Of course, we are like-minded people. My friend Yoon Hyuk-soo used his tracking skill to chase you. He was really worried that you had died during the chase. Phew. I'm glad. The tracking skill normally used to pursue creatures was used to chase people. Yoon Hyuk-soo bared his teeth. This attack had been planned all along. I accepted beginners for a reason. Exactly. How else would two other beginners be accepted? Then Yoon Hyuk-soo disappearing was all an act. That? It was necessary to draw out Kim Soo-won. He has plenty of experience in dungeons and is something who frantically tries to save his own life. That friend would become anxious once Yoon Hyuk-soo doesn't return. Will you forgive us for the desperate plan? Is that the whole story? Ho-hoo. If you think that you can beat both of us, please give up that hope. Jaekyok. Kim Soo-won's head started making a strange sound. Kim Soo-won rose up again. It still carried the smell of a rotten body. Now. The three of us. One of them doesn't tire. We also have decent stamina. Just keep still and you won't die painfully. Speaking unnecessary words. I was no longer interested in listening. At first it was like listening to a joke. But I disliked useless and vain people like this. However, I didn't move. Unlike those guys, Lee Ji-hai had passed the test I made. Of course, if I was alone then passing the test wouldn't matter. I turned my gaze towards Lee Ji-hai. Lee Ji-hai was staring at me. Make a choice. One of them will die and one will live. Pick the one that dies. And what will happen to the one that lives? Randalph, what does that mean? Choose. Lee Ji-hai realized that the atmosphere was unusual. She could feel that I had changed since earlier. She clearly saw Kim Soo-won's head being cut off. And now she was holding the cards. A last frantic attempt. Lee Ji-hai spoke like she was squeezing something out. Kill one of them. Very brutally. Leave one of them alive. We still need to leave the dungeon. Who lives and who dies? I don't know. Just leave one of them alive. Okay. Kill Kim In-pil. Yoon Hyuk-soo, HRMM. I will try to save him. I am asking you. Please. I gave a small laugh. Asking for such a simple favor. The listening Kim In-pil and Yoon Hyuk-soo found out conversation funny.
Bravo! You are really a masterpiece. The best. Kim In-pil trembled.
Kim In-pil abandoned the honorifics and smiled.
I will take the Bugatti Veyron.
That car is too good to pass up.
Ah, but you should do your best. So that it becomes more fun. Chorek. In the blink of an eye, Kim Soo-won's body standing in front of him was cut in half.
And I arrived before Kim In-pil.
First I will cut out your tongue. Chu-huk.
A sword was stuck in Kim In-pil's mouth.
Kuum. Is it fun to pull out the eyeballs of living people?
Thanks to the bonus stats from the title, I had 78 points in strength.
A human being with that type of strength couldn't be imagined.
I dug my fingers into Kim In-pil's eyes while he was still living.
Kyuk.
Froth flowed from his mouth as Kim In-pil passed out from the pain. A sight that could cause madness. Yoon Hyuk-soo, who was familiar with murder, was unable to move. I even dug out the remaining eyeball before saying dully,
"This isn't fun."
Although I'm not in a very good mood. Kim In-pil writhed in pain. He had told Lee Ji-hae that his hobby was torturing the person before brutally killing them. Now Kim In-pil was dying painfully slowly. Or, he might even be eaten alive by the creatures. I beheaded Kim Soo-won again while the command magician Kim In-pil had lost his concentration. I wiped the blood on Kim In-pil's clothes and grabbed his diary. I looked at it with mind's eye and realized that Kim In-pil's diary was a very good item.
I put the diary away and turned my head. Now it was time to handle the rest of the people. Ching! Yoon Hyuk-soo's sword dropped as soon as my gaze fell on him. He raised both hands. Spare me.
This boring fellow. This guy was boring compared to Kim In-pil.
I completely lost interest.
I pulled my sword from Kim In-pil's mouth and stabbed Yoon Hyuk-soo, dealing damage to his internal organs.
Kekwakak.
Yoon Hyuk-soo grabbed that part of his body and moaned.
Oh. Soon Yoon Hyuk-soo looked up at me with lovely resentful eyes.
His eyes were asking why I attacked when he surrendered. A human wouldn't know this, but demons were infinitely selfish and would constantly change the laws. Even if he was a murderer, he considered his own life precious.
I gazed into Yoon Hyuk-soo's eyes and he quickly lowered his eyes. I spoke in a low voice. Be a guide.
Although you will probably die from excessive bleeding, you can live for an extra hour if the sword isn't pulled out. Yoon Hyuk-soo had no options. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 17 to 20, Lightning Queen. Chapter 17 to 20, Lightning Queen. The previous evening.
A bluish twilight welcomed us.
Not bad.
I chuckled at the sight of the sunset. The first experience had a variety of things. In the end, the only ones that emerged from the entrance were the three women. Lee Ji-hae and I were carrying the two unconscious women.
Yoon Hyuk-soo.
He walked with the sword sunk in him.
It was possible thanks to his high stamina.
But he collapsed right in front of the entrance. His eyes were closed like he was sleeping.
Things have been resolved.
Shortly after leaving the dungeon, the two women were transferred to the shop operated by the Mithril Guild. They would handle things for a small fee. A place for patients was prepared inside the shop.
After emergency first aid was completed, they would be taken to hospital. What will you do now? I asked Lee Ji-hae, who was staring at the sky with a blank expression.
Work hard.
I will do my best to live. Do you still plan to continue participating in raids?
She shook the leather pouch filled with cores. Except for selling my body, there isn't any other high-income jobs for a 25-year-old single woman.
Somehow I could feel something in her voice. It seemed like she needed money to live a normal life.
Anyway, she hadn't abandoned the idea of exploring dungeons.
I nodded and asked again. Do you intend to join a guild? Lee Ji-hae opened her mouth without thinking. If I can earn money safely, then I will sign up. But the screening of the 5 guilds is choosy. If I can't join them, then is it worth signing up to another guild? 5 famous guilds existed in Korea. Each of them were led by starters, and the reliable raids was the biggest benefit. There are various merits, but it was a big challenge itself joining the business. Lee Ji-hae seemed to have applied to all 5 guilds. And failed the steps. It was a pessimistic attitude. I pulled out a business card from your wallet. Take this. A business card? Just mention my name and ask for formal admission. Take it. Lee Ji-hae accepted the business card and read the writing in the middle. Heaven's will. Is there a problem? Heaven's Will was clearly one of the 5 famous guilds. Li Jihai shook her head. No. Rather, what is your relationship with the Heaven's Will Guildmaster? There is no need to know that. Randalph SSI. Tell me honestly. You are a beginner, right? I'll take care of it. I didn't have the slightest intention of explaining. I just let Li Jihai imagine whatever she wanted. It didn't matter where her imagination ended up. Li Jihai was locked in her thoughts. The scene of Yoon Hyuk-soo and Kim In-pil was haunting her head. Those series of actions wasn't something a beginner could do. Perhaps, Park Eun-taek SSI. Li Jihai muttered in a small voice. Park Eun-taek had thrown his body towards the creatures. As a result, they were able to escape. However, didn't he have the ability to easily overpower Yoon Hyuk-soo and Kim In-pil? Then couldn't he leave the dungeon on his own? Li Jihai swallowed hard. She should refrain from any speculation. Anyway, it had already happened and she couldn't turn back time. Above all, she couldn't easily deal with the man in front of her. She just imagined it. Li Jihai emptied her head. Excellent. I looked at Li Jihai with eyes filled with praise. She had the excellent judgment to swallow her words. Her potential was low, but she could be the manager of his raids. A person absolutely can't grasp everything. Anyway, I understand. I will get in contact with them. Li Jihai said with a sigh. This was an opportunity for her. It was a solid path to enter one of the 5 guilds. She wouldn't lose a thing even if it was false. But what are you going to do with that diary? I pulled out the diary left behind by Kim In-pil. It was a diary designed in an old-fashioned manner and gave off the scent of manna. I used Mind's Eye to confirm the details again. Name, Book of Command Spells, U. Description: a demon's book of madness. Those with low intelligence are likely to be infected by the madness. If it is used during hunting, the magic power of the diary will rise depending on the system. The special job, Command Magician, can be inherited. This. I saw a sneak peek in the dungeon, but it was amazing. A unique rating? In other words, a unique item. The heroes weren't at the level to obtain a rare grade skill or item. That fact that this journal awakened with Kim In-pil was enormous. I wondered why a human had this item and picked it up from Kim In-pil. It also had the ability to inherit a special occupation. It was a unique item at a decent enough level. Kim In-pil had something good. A treasure like this being in the hands of someone with no power was a sin itself. Kim In-pil obtaining something so precious. He must have been a command shaman in a past life. Kim In-pil had died and couldn't keep the treasure anymore. Those without Mind's Eye wouldn't see the enormous value of the diary and would just think of it as Japdom. I decided to take the diary. I'll take care of it. Burn it if possible. That thing, it must have received a curse. Li Jihai shuddered. The eyes that looked at the diary was full of disgust. The experiences she went through in the dungeon had a substantial impact on her. She had replenished the nutrition, but the mental blow would take time to recover. Li Jihai's shoulders sagged before she turned and said to me, I will go and try. An unknown beginner? Is this really the business card of Heaven's Will? Go and do that. Oh, I should go home and wash first. I also need to go to the hospital. It is difficult. If it is tough, then I can give you a ride. It's okay. I can't depend on you so much. It is comfortable riding in a taxi. Li Jihai laughed and started to descend the mountain. Perhaps the next time I saw her would be at Heaven's Will Guildhouse. I gazed in her direction for a moment before turning back to the dungeon. And I haven't met Yihi. She was so busy that she didn't even realize I entered the dungeon. Yihi was the spirit of the dungeon core. She was in charge of various affairs in the dungeon and made it less bleak. It was possible to Yihi to create characteristics like flowers or a lake on each floor. She is busy. Right now, building the foundation of the dungeon was in full swing, so it must be hectic. I had handed over some points so that she could create necessary things on the 2nd to 4th floors. From the 2nd floor onwards, rare battle gear can be obtained, so I need some precautions. I also left this to Yihi. Crafty places were designed to wake up the spirit of the heroes. It should be proceeding steadily right now. I have to go back. The suit was heavy. I didn't think I would have to wear it in the dungeon for so long. I hit my neck several times before lightly jogging. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. South Korea was noisy. It had been 9 months since the dungeons appeared.
The first guild to break through to the second floor of the dungeon appeared.
Heaven's Will.
The guild master who was a starter, Kim Yong-woo.
Those three characters were spread all over various video and print media.
The public television channel, QBS, used a vast amount of funds to get an exclusive interview with Kim Yong-woo. A famous announcer would only get 10 minutes of interview time, but it caused an explosive sensation in South Korea. The contents of the interview were as followed.
Guild Master of Heaven's Will, I'm sure many people are wondering about Kim Yong-woo SSI. Please give a short self-introduction. Nice to meet you.
I am the Guild Master of Heaven's Will, Kim Yong-woo.
As you know, I am an awakened in one of the starters. I am 28 years old. Single. Thank you for the answer. Then I will quickly jump on to the next question.
The dungeons and awakened are the hottest thing this year.
Does Kim Yong-woo SSI have any idea have this? The dungeon is obviously a dangerous place. China and the Philippines have suffered significant damage from the monster waves.
But as long as the awakened are present, the creatures can't run rampant. When looking at our occupation status window, I think our role is to get rid of the devil that exists at the top of the dungeons.
Devil? Are you talking about the devil with two horns? Ha ha. That is everybody's imagination. Actually, I don't know what it is.
There might be a real god, aliens, or humans from an underground world.
I can't possibly imagine it. Now, this is the next question.
Recently, the popularity of the awakened in the entertainment industry is soaring high into the sky.
How do you see this? A good phenomenon. The awakened are still people.
We suddenly went through a change, but we still have emotions. I hope you look at us without any discrimination.
I understand. Then I will finally get down to business. 12 people have succeeded in capturing the first floor?
They are the elite 12 members of my guild, so capturing the first floor with a strategy wasn't that difficult.
It was more difficult finding a way. We spent a whole week finding the path to the second floor. Amazing.
I know how scary the creatures in the dungeons are from looking at the videos.
They are horrible looking and cruel, so it is unbelievable that you can easily hunt them. Are there many differences between the first and second floor? Orcs appear.
The size is 1.5 times larger and it has the nose of a pig. The thick muscles and tough leather means that we almost died several times. Other than that, treasures are hidden all over the place. A scroll that allows you to jump 500 m at once, a leather pouch that allows items twice the size to enter, potions 10 times more effective than grinding up cores, a sword with a rare rating, that is all on the second floor.
Wow! The descriptions are really eye-opening. Does that mean the second floor is a treasure trove? It could be seen that way.
But we have to be careful.
The orcs are really scary.
They frighten me during my encounters with them.
If I met them alone, then I would instantly flee.
The creatures are so ugly that I don't even want to see them in my dreams. Heavens Will Guild Master Kim Yong-woo, can you please say one final thing?
Don't panic if you one day awaken. I hope you think of it as a blessing.
And there is a chance for everyone to receive a blessing. We are the protectors of humanity and also contribute to humanity's development. The dungeon is a very dangerous place, but humanity can use the knowledge to take on step further.
It is over. The video went up on YouTube and the interview spread all over the world. It achieved 300 million views and foreign news media aired it with subtitles.
The thought of treasure being found in the dungeon in South Korea naturally made people go crazy. Due to this, South Korea became even more aware of the awakened. They were looked upon very favorable, except for the sports industry.
Heroes. The guardians of humanity.
The power of those words was beyond imagination.
The cores were used to cure some terminally ill patients and was successful in giving the awakened a good image.
There were also devices that utilized the actual core, and there were heated debates about the importance of the awakened. Foreign celebrities were among the travelers heading towards South Korea. The only thing on their mind were the treasures unearthed in South Korea. Korea became the subject of the world's interest. At its heart was Heaven's Will. And behind that, a man by the name of Randalph.
There was a strange atmosphere during the meeting at the Guild House of Heaven's Will.
A total of 45 people were staring blankly at the man at the entrance.
There was silence for a while.
Even the sound of saliva being swallowed died. There was tension in their faces.
1 second felt like an eternity. The man moved.
The man that held the room's attention opened the door to the guild master's room.
After a while, the silence was broken.
They could barely keep their senses.
My house, my house. I can't lose my composure. What is his identity? Just because he succeeded in the raid. Anyone could, this dirty South Korea. Little by little, there was the sound of complaints. Most of them were from people that just joined the guild. They dreamed of going on a formal raid, but the guild chose depending on their performance so far. Sunbeam. Is that guy really that good? Eventually, one of the new members couldn't tolerate it any longer and asked a muscular man sharpening his weapon. He was one of the 12 elite members that attacked the first floor in Heaven's Will. How many times have I told you? He is someone who defeated the orcs. If it wasn't for him, then we would have been wiped out. I can't believe it. He doesn't look like it. The muscular man frowned. I assure you, no one here can beat the orcs in a one-on-one fight. That man did it. He took on 5 of them alone. Does that mean even Sunbeam can't win against the orcs? The orcs are enemies that protagonists in fantasy novels often face. The kobolds and goblins aren't their opponent. I would lose 8 out of 10 times if I fought them. The people who heard it couldn't believe it. The muscular man was considered as the top 5 powerhouses in the guild. Yet he said that he could only win 2 out of 10 times. They still weren't convinced that the orcs were so strong. All members of the guild wanted to participate in the first floor invasion. They had quietly waited for the top members of the guild to get some results. But among them, a man they didn't know had participated in the raid. He didn't participate in any guild meetings, so their nerves were scratched when he appeared. Of course, the man was well known within the guild. They were aware that the guild master had gifted him with a Bugatti Veyron. In contrast to their snobbish words, each one of them felt their spirit being crushed in front of a giant and felt a crushing pain in their stomach. No matter how proficient they were, they had never seen something like him. The man proved his skills to the 11 people participating in the raid. And they kept repeating excellent and strong in regards to him. Even an orc was no match. It was no wonder there were complaints. Skills are secondary. Is he making a personal raid group within the dungeon? He brought in a female manager and a woman cleaning the toilers, rather than a raid group. It is like he wants to create a flower garden. There was another problem. The guild gathered the optimal personnel as needed to form raid groups. Now the man was creating a raid group with fixed members of the guild. Making a raid group would create a fuss. The separation of powers would affect the guild. The guild members wouldn't just belong to the guild anymore. They could refuse the guild master's commands and only move according to the direction of the raid captain. There were many members that made a fuss. Li Jihai had been brought in as an outside manager. And he had taken a newly entered girl away. The guild's new hire that had only been there for a month was snatched away like a falling fruit. The man's behavior was just making a mockery of the guild's traditions. Thus there was talk that he planned to make his raid group a flower garden. And the crucial cause of this turmoil, the fact that both women were beauties, was to blame. The muscular man stopped polishing his weapon and clicked his tongue. The leader has given his approval. We are not a mere guild. I want to hear your thoughts. This might not be a bad thing for the guild. He definitely has the skills. A skill with the rare rating is definitely worth investing in. I also believe in the results he has produced so far. If Sunbeam says so. Ihio. The guild members sighed as the muscular man shrugged. Think about it. We've cleared the first floor and established ourselves as South Korea's #1 guild. That means you will get benefits. The dungeons have appeared for 8 months and now you will have some opportunities to play. Why are baby chicks acting so impatient? There were standard requirements. A much smaller number of monsters now existed on the first floor of the dungeon. Information arrived that they were disappearing here and there. The reliability was 99.9%. It was good news. Our chance has come? All the guild members hoped to explore the second floor of the dungeon. They didn't think the chance would come easily. The personnel who participated in the raid all received tremendous rewards. The various treasures found on the second floor transcended the rewards received by killing the creatures on the first floor. The muscular man smiled. In the near future, 3 raid groups filled with 12 people each will be formed to explore the second floor. It was originally scheduled to be announced a week later, but it should be okay for me to tell you this. Heek. Really? 36 people would be mobilized for 3 raids filled with 12 people. All the people who heard the story had wide eyes. The muscular man turned his head and calmly said to everyone who was listening to the story. So raise your skills. I'm saying this to all of you. Life is a battle. If something goes wrong, then it will end at once. If you want to gain some achievements, then build up your skills. Ah. In that sense, do you want to participate in a 10-day special training? Flash. Hands started to move like lightning. Me. I'd like that very much, special training. The muscular man's eyes shone.
Express hell training.
You can't mess around. If you're not good enough, then you will die. Do you still want to go?
It was like cold water had been poured on a wildfire.
Hell training. He aimed to show them the real hell. Those who want to go, follow me. The muscular man stood up with his weapon.
He was one of the 12 members who participated in the raid with Randalph Brigzeal. He was convinced that only the strong could live in the future. He had been moving at a lukewarm pace, continuing to the second and third floor of the dungeon. He didn't stand a chance with his state right now.
I've been too complacent with my skills. It has been a few months at best. An example of the strong becoming lazy.
But there was a strong man in the guild he wanted to follow.
A wall.
And he would go beyond that wall.
Ho-hoo. The muscular man, Kim Tae-hwan.
He was a man who would laugh while jumping into hellfire.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The outside is quite noisy. I said to Kim Yong-woo after hearing the noise outside from the sealed room.
Kim Yong-woo just laughed while rating my proposal about establishing a raid group.
There are multiple times when they are noisy.
Thanks to Randalph Nim clearing the first floor, you are now a perfect target.
The time of your proposal. A festival. There were no festivals in the demon world.
They divided the spoils of victory and enjoyed the atmosphere, but they didn't have any idea of the concept itself.
In that sense, a human festival was very lively. Are you interested?
In fact, I would have rented a huge hall sooner or later.
It is pretty fun.
Despite being a miser, Kim Yong-woo wrote something down. He was using his position as a guildmaster.
I shook my head. That's okay.
Rather, just make sure that there is no problem with the proposal passing. Kim Yong-woo scanned it and roughly shook his head.
You don't want it formally? Still, it is good to get things straight. HRMM, there is no problem with the proposal itself.
I've already heard about an independent raid group that only focuses on attacking dungeons. It was the first time I submitted official documents, but the story of the raid I was creating had already spread through the guild. The speed at which the issue spread through the guild had spread beyond imagination.
Kim Yong-woo looked at the proposal and muttered. The raid named Devil Hunters, somehow it reminds me of the Black Flame Dragon. Devil Hunters. The name of the raid group would be reduced to DH.
The name was a reminder of my goal to get rid of all the demons in the dungeons and to become the devil.
There shouldn't be any changes. I think it looks great. Should I seal it now?
Kim Yong-woo, who had his attitude changed, asked him.
I nodded and Kim Yong-woo immediately stamped the proposal. This was the moment that the raid group Devil Hunters was launched. How are you going to fill the other group?
1 manager and 1 new member.
You are walking down a very hard path. Wouldn't it help to recruit more influential people? Right now I was thinking about the future of the raid group.
I intended to make the strongest raid group but had only found one appropriate person for it.
My methods will take a bit of time.
But I am confident they will become the strong raid group.
It won't be bad from the guild master's position.
It wasn't bad for a guild to have many strong members.
Kim Yong-woo handed the proposal to me. I'm at your disposal. I am Randalph Nim's faithful servant. I will follow Master Nim.
I never expected this when I rescued you. It was really surprising. I had been wandering the dungeon when I came across Kim Yong-woo and decided to help him.
I hadn't hoped for something like this. Kim Yong-woo just grinned. Studying and social experience, I just used every chance I received to do well. Isn't it thanks to Master Nim that I broke through the first floor?
I don't think my choice was wrong this time.
Kim Yong-woo.
He thought he was an elephant. But he realized that he was lower than an ant. Instead, he decided to stand next to the elephant. This was the secret of his life. Otherwise he wouldn't have become the guild leader of one of Korea's top 5 guilds.
I received the proposal and said,
as long as you're not pretending in order to stab me in the back, I will help you.
I hope you made the right choice. Ah. Don't say that even as a joke.
Kim Yong-woo waved both his hands.
Only you know whether it is a joke or not.
I gave him advice just in case he was prepared to betray me.
It was in order to properly scare him. I turned my body. The proposal was stamped, so now I was going to plan my raid group. Will you participate in the festival? Kim Yongwoo asked before I opened the door. I will make a decision at the time.
Then I will send you the official documents when the schedule has been determined.
Thank you. It is natural. Kim Yongwoo's eyes blazed with his loyalty. I ignored him and opened the door of the room. This time I will participate.
I wasn't very interested in a human festival, but not participating would cause discord within the guild. I didn't care, but there was a need to create an amicable relationship. In order to be a member of Heaven's Will, I needed to participate in a minimum amount of activities. I was aware that the other side had no flexibility. I need to slowly build the foundation. The creation of my own raid group. The most urgent thing was to collect all the members. This time, the new member known as the Lightning Queen in my previous life appeared in my head and a warm smile appeared. ******. The spacious hall on the guild house's third floor. It was the space given to the Devil Hunters raid group. It was a wide area for only 3 people, but it would become narrow once the position started to fill up. There was no furniture and I felt a strange tension as I entered the empty hall. The manager Lee Ji-hai and newly recruited member Yoon-hai were in a standoff. Stiff expressions were on their faces. I slowly opened up. What's going on? Lee Ji-hai confirmed my presence and said. Captain Nim. You shouldn't pick her. Uni. Wasn't it just a mistake? It couldn't be helped. Have you accidentally killed someone? I'm sorry. But you're not dead. It was indeed a meaningful conversation. Lee Ji-hai seemed to be acting unfair towards Yoon-hai. I looked over their appearances and nodded. There was a faint burning smell from Lee Ji-hai's hair, so I could guess the reason. It is due to Yoon-hai's passive. In my previous life, Yoon-hai had been called Lightning Queen. She had a young appearance like a student and the bob-cut and mischievous eyes gave him an impressive appearance. However, she was afflicted with some type of passive. I used Mind's Eye to take a deep look at Yoon-hai's status window. Name, Yoon-hai. Occupation Hero, Lightning Magician, Title * Dozen Lightning Strikes, R, Magic Power +4. Stats. Strength 20, Intelligence 44. Agility 15, Stamina 14. Magic Power 45, +4. Potential, 138/423. Uniqueness, has received the protection of the Spirit of Lightning. A state received after being hit by lightning and standing on the door between life and death. Skill, Lightning Bolt, N, Electric Current, N, Passive. It was a truly strange status window. Her potential was outstanding. The owner of the highest potential I had seen until now. It was comparable to Timely Rain's guild master, Alan. The problem was the uniqueness. It was the part about receiving the protection of a lightning spirit. Perhaps due to the lightning spirit, her body acted as a big lightning rod. If lightning struck, then it would directly hit her. As a result, she even received a title. She might suffer a bit, but it wasn't bad. There were many toxins and waste running through the body. The owner of this talent could be called a genius, but the passive electric current is the problem. The lightning had a comfortable place and wandered inside the building. She unknowingly spread this aura everywhere she went. This was the reason why Lee Ji-hai's hair was burnt. Don't come any closer. If you take one more step, then I will attack. Lee Ji-hai warned. She didn't want to attack the enemy, but she needed extreme patience to endure the charred hairs. Yoon-hai had a long face. Uni's hair was so beautiful that I inadvertently touched it. But my passive was activated. Uni, we are high sisters. Ha! I won't do it again. Lee Ji-hai and Yoon-hai. Both of them had names that ended in hai. People should overlook a small mistake. But Lee Ji-hai had no intention of forgiving her. We are not sisters. How can you call me Uni when you burned my hair? Don't you think it looks good? No, I'm kidding. So don't be like that. Sometimes I just joke around for fun. I'm sorry, Uni. You. Stop. I finally spoke. I needed to control the situation. Emotions shouldn't consume you in a raid group. Lee Ji-hai held out her burnt hair and whined. But, Fiero Idsadkalna. I told you to stop. I firmly said. The Devil Hunters raid group had been formally launched, so I needed to discipline them. I was the leader of the raid group and Lee Ji-hai and Yoon-hai were only members. The atmosphere was heavy as Lee Ji-hai closed her mouth. You are the only manager of Devil Hunters. Your job is to check the status of the members and to organize the schedules, such as when we take a job overseas.
Don't disappoint me from the start. I'm sorry. Li Jihai bowed her head.
She was a bit confused at first, but she realized something after coming to Heaven's will.
A man that even the guild master listened to. An overwhelming amount of charisma flowed from him.
The man talked strangely, but it was hard to reject him.
He gave off a strong impression.
It was the first time she met a guy like this. A person like that made her the manager.
She couldn't disappoint him from the beginning. Saying it one time is enough. I was strong compared to humans. And Li Jihai was a wise woman. It wasn't necessary to repeat it.
I decided to stop my harsh words at this point. I pulled out a small vial and handed it to Li Jihai.
Take this. It will solve the problem of your hair. Li Jihai's eyes blinked as she took the vial. What is it? A potion I obtained in the dungeon.
It is much more effective than grinding a core up.
Ah. Li Jihai's expression seemed like she had been slapped. Simply grinding a core into a potion couldn't revive dead cells.
However, it was a different story if it was one of the treasures obtained. Li Jihai moved her shoulders and freaked out.
I can't receive this. If this is a treasure from the dungeon. If you don't take it, then I will throw it out. Yes? Like I said. For me, this is an item that I don't need. My body wasn't weak enough to need an inferior potion like this.
A wound on my body would need an advanced potion to cure. Li Jihai seemed really moved as she looked at me with tears in her eyes.
Thank you. I will treasure it. I inwardly shook my head.
I didn't understand the uproar over a little bit of burned hair. However, I heard that hair was important to women. In particular, women invested a lot into maintaining long, straight hair.
Perhaps hair was even more important than their lives. Thus Li Jihai's attitude was natural. See Captain Nim? Yu Wunhai, who was watching the scene, asked. What am I doing here? Cleaning? The laundry? Why do you think that? Well, I'm not doing something like that. There is no need to. You are different from those people. I had no intention of giving up such a critical power. Yu Wunhai was confused that she wouldn't be cleaning and asked. Then what am I doing? Ah. Rubbing your shoulders? My hands are amazing. Perhaps you might become addicted to it?
Then tragedy would occur when her passive was activated. Based on her kindness, Yu Wunhai somehow reminded him of Yihi. Yihi would probably scold him angrily if she heard his thoughts. You seem to be misunderstanding something. Did you think I brought you here to run errands? The sullen Yu Wunhai closed her mouth.
I'm honestly not sure. Do you know what my nickname is? Human Lightning Rod. I've been struck by lightning a number of times. My body even lets out electric currents. Do you know how much disruption and damage I cause to the area?
Of course, I know I have a pretty face, but Captain Nim is unlikely to bring me for that reason. Yu Wunhai, who was in charge of chores, had suddenly become involved in devil hunters.
That was 3 days ago. Yu Wunhai had been worrying about it for 3 days. Just have confidence in yourself. That is to say, yes. Sometimes I think that people don't see me as a woman. You are amazing. I have high expectations for you. Expectations. Yes. Show all the people of Heavens will how excellent you are. I will burn them. It feels nice. This is the first time someone had expectations from me. Still, I'm sorry. You are probably going to be disappointed. Yu Wunhai laughed. From an early age, no one ever had any expectations for her.
Many people were scared of her and wouldn't come close. She was struck by lightning and visited a shaman, but the shaman just proclaimed this as karma from a previous life.
Build up your virtue.
Even her family and relatives were unnerved and saw her as a burden.
Yu Wunhai was delighted when she awakened. She could finally be called a talent.
However, the passive electric current flowing through her body brought her back to despair.
It is serious.
If Yu Wunhai was useless, then the vast majority of humanity was less than trash.
The flower hadn't blossomed yet, but I need to fix that mentality. I should make a move.
Her thoughts were full of self-deprecation. If that continued, it was natural for her health to fade. Furthermore, Yu Wunhai was a magician, not a warrior. All her abilities were focused in intelligence and magic power, not the physical traits of a tough warrior. The door between life and death. In the past, she learned some knowledge while dealing with tough opponents. I didn't personally experience how great she was. It would be a shame to waste that talent. In the past, Yuunhai didn't fully understand her talent or ability as a magician. Of course, I had no intention of letting the past life repeat itself.
Leaving this neglected would be a sin.
If Yuunhai was perfectly raised, then she could ride the lightning and aim it at enemies. In order to do this, she needed to increase her physical skills through training. Right now her state was too imbalanced.
Follow me. I will be starting your training from today. I exited the hall. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This is the dungeon?
Yuunhai said as she looked at the entrance that seemed like the giant mouth of a lion.
Haven't you seen a dungeon before? Of course it was a dungeon.
Yuunhai had a horrified look on her face.
We are just two people. I am a raid captain and can deal with them. You might be a raid captain, but I'm not strong. How many times have I seen the dungeon? I replied like it was no big deal. Is that so? Don't worry. From now on you will see it a lot. Yuunhai felt like crying. That wasn't what she meant. What if I don't want to? Ignoring my words. No, I will keep it in mind.
It was like a situation where I heard a confession.
Then why? Do you think you will die here? I won't let that happen. Don't tell me we really came here for training? A dungeon? Yes. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Yuunhai felt dismay. An influential leader. However, he was the only capable one. Perhaps she would be a burden. Don't use any magic.
You can only deal with the creatures with your sword.
Ha? A sword? You want me to use a sword? Is Captain Nim well?
Yuunhai was currently carrying a long sword.
She thought she was just carrying the weapon for him.
It was enough to make her curse.
That's right. You have to use the sword.
The confirmation killed her.
Yuunhai's body shook.
While Yuunhai was crying silently, I looked at my plans for the future. While the demons were using the training room to get stronger, the awakened were also experiencing noticeable growth.
Killing creatures or completing quests would cause them to grow.
It might be doubted because it couldn't be seen, but experience was always been gained. I could see it rise with mind's eye.
The potential opening.
And the way the abilities rose depending on their actions. Using a sword against the creatures would have a higher chance of physical abilities rising. It is best to raise the abilities evenly. Let's imagine that a magician had 100 intelligence, 100 magic power and 30 points for everything else. Obviously their body would explode from an enormous hit from a creature.
There were constraints on using magic successively. Magic wasn't that easy to use.
A double-edged sword. A power that could cause miracles but also rebound on the user.
In the end I entered.
Yuunhai muttered as she stumbled after me into the dungeon. Signs of anxiety were clearly evident. She was so scared from the beginning that she couldn't open her mouth any longer.
Don't worry. You aren't going to die in a place like this. It was sincere. Yuunhai's level of talent was a front runner in the world.
In my previous life, she had raised her level to being one of the 10 strongest humans. Unless she encountered a duke traveling in my dungeon, she could kill anything in here.
I will believe in Captain Nim.
The desire for survival emerged in Yuunhai's eyes.
I just laughed.
The story about how I dealt with the orcs on the second floor of the dungeon was famous within the guild. It was funny that the master of the goblins and kobolds couldn't handle them.
Yuunhai followed without saying anything. Finish off the 2 kobolds that are coming. Heek. Get ready to fight. But once again, you shouldn't use magic. I will try.
Her tone changed. It was filled with tension.
Yuunhai had been to dungeons several times.
Despite not killing a lot of creatures, her high intelligence meant she could recover from panic.
She wouldn't give up easily.
I can do it, I can do it, I can do it.
Yuunhai hypnotized herself.
She sincerely wanted to live up to my expectations. She also wanted to prove to herself that she wasn't useless.
It was a good thing.
If she continued being frightened by the creatures, then I would have been disappointed.
It was important to have the will to fight. They're coming, I said in a low voice. Your Hujjaskunfadmalg. I will deal with 1 kobold. And the remaining one is up to you, Yuunhai. Yes, yep. Keek.
The 2 kobolds could smell that prey was present and hurried. I reached out and a sword appeared out of thin air. It was a magic sword with a rare rating that I used 20,000 points to purchase. A weapon had been necessary to handle the higher-ranked creatures summoned during the beginner's protection period. The appearance was different from an ordinary long sword. However, it issued a very sharp light in the darkness. I grasped the sword lightly and said while looking at the kobolds approaching. The kobold has similar strength to you. Don't use straightforward attacks. Just like the goblins, be careful of their nails and teeth. I demonstrated for Yuunhai. I moved as slowly as possible and showed her some normal moves. Keek. The kobolds barely reached my chest. The location was a little low to handle with a sword, but there were little tricks that could kill them. Duck. I kicked the ground. Dust rose up. Jgatsk. The two kobolds hesitated for a moment. I pierced the kobold's forehead in that moment. They are short-sighted. Their eyes aren't good. Thus, they will briefly panic when there is smoke. In the meantime, use that chance to attack the head. It is best to cut off their heads. At the same time, I removed my sword from the forehead and cut the neck. One kobold was perfectly handled in a moment. Now it is your turn. Keek. The remaining creature went berserk. Its two eyes turned red and it kept snorting. It had a furious appearance. Gulp. Yuunhai barely maintained her spirit. She was barely holding herself together. I stepped back. I didn't attack it, so the aggro wasn't on me. Naturally, the kobold would aim at the target closest to it. You aren't going to die. But I won't act as your guardian. I would stay in the background until Yuunhai's life was in danger. Handling the creature alone would greatly increase her stats. Pushing herself to the limit would raise all her abilities. She needed to cross the wall. But she needed to climb it alone. Yuunhai was now facing her first wall. Hup. Yuunhai took a deep breath and moved her feet like I did. Dust went everywhere. The kobold hesitated. It was only for 0.5 seconds, but Yuunhai didn't miss the gap. Bam! But it was shallow. The sword barely pierced the skin of the kobold. Yuunhai hastily pulled out her sword and moved it to the neck. At that moment, the kobold raised its hand. It was a posture to catch the attack and allowed it to keep its neck. Instead, the arm it lifted flew. Ah! Yuunhai cried out in a sad voice as her blow was blocked. She cut its arm instead of its neck. What was she supposed to do now? Finally, she turned and looked at me. But she didn't put down her sword. No. Her high intelligence meant she could find a resolution. She also had a strong supporter. Yuunhai looked at the kobold. The kobold was in pain from one of its arms being cut off. Its behavior was noticeable. Yuunhai felt some hope after seeing its status. Again. She raised the sword up high. She lacked the strength to pierce through the thick leather. That's why she used to strike with all her power. Bam! Bam! The sound of the sword hitting flesh could be heard with every swing. Soon the cries of the kobold stopped and it became silent. Hawk! Hawk! Tiang! Yuunhai threw the sword to the ground. She sat on the floor and breathed harshly. She only fought for 2-3 minutes, but sweat was pouring down. The body of the kobold was completely unrecognizable. Well done. I smiled with satisfaction. I knew she had thought of giving up when the kobold blocked the second attack to the neck. Because I didn't tell her what to do if it was blocked. But Yuunhai overcame the crisis by herself. The wall had cracked. That's why I was satisfied. I pulled out a handkerchief prepared in advance that Yuunhai used to wipe off the blood. A potion was also used to heal any wounds. The passive electric current attacked my body, but I didn't care. Yuunhai watched her wounds being healed with a blank stare before asking me. Did I do it correctly, Captain Nim? Yes. It was admirable. Ah. At first she hadn't thought it was possible. But in the end, she did it alone. Yuunhai's body trembled as she was inspired. A great performance in front of the captain. Normally her passive skill put captains off from accepted her as a member. The cores also needed to be divided after the hunt was over. Now there was no need to do that. She could handle one kobold alone. Yuunhai didn't want to lose this feeling. To Yuunhai, who had lived most of her life with a sense of defeat, this feeling was more precious than anything else. If you want, then we can stop here today, I said. I deemed that this was sufficient for the first day. She followed me pretty well and I was pleased with her performance. But Yuunhai shook her head. Ah, it's nothing.
I am able to do more. I think I can. Is it really okay? Yes.
Then don't lose that willpower. Willpower was very important. A commitment that she wouldn't stop.
Not bad.
Yu Eunhai had been scared in her previous life.
She wanted to prevent any danger to her body. Safety-oriented behaviors were soaked into her body. But now Yu Eunhai was different.
The blood of the warrior inside her had woken up.
She would grow wonderfully in the direction I set.
Soon she won't have to work to control the lightning in her body.
I looked at Yu Eunhai with shining eyes.
There was a sufficient amount of time. Now I had to check her willpower. She came here on a forced march, but now it was different.
Lightning Queen. The name of a magician who handled lightning in her previous life.
This time she would be lightning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 21 to 24, 2000 versus 800. Chapter 21 to 24, 2000 versus 800.
TL note, the author uses a few Korean words to make sounds that are supposed to be Chinese word. Without the actual Chinese characters, it is hard for me to determine the words, so I just guessed the meaning.
These instances would have a bracket next to them.
10 days. Yu Eunhai completely changed. Her confidence rose and she acted more aggressively. Her physical abilities rose to a state similar to a warrior. With a little more help, she could take care of the dungeon alone. Then after a long time, I finally returned to the top floor of the dungeon.
I need to find a skill book for Yu Eunhai. An electric current is flowing through her body, so she needs to move on to the next step. In a previous life, I was a solo person. I did everything alone and tried to get as strong as possible.
It took me more than 10 years to realize what was wrong.
Now wasn't the time to be stingy.
Besides, Yu Eunhai was very important to my plan. There was no reason to refuse just because of money. I hadn't seen Yihi in a long time, but there was no change. She was sitting on top of the dungeon core with a troubled expression. Then her wings flapped once she realized that I came.
Ah, Master. Why did you only come now? What's going on? The second floor has been broken through. At this rate, wouldn't they continue breaking through the third and then the fourth floor? Already?
I had judged that the fourth floor would be impenetrable for the next 6 months.
But it was already breached? Yihi nodded at my question.
They gathered quite a lot of people and are rushing.
People from an unlikely country. There are also some white and black people.
Yihi was creating a garden on the third floor when those guys came up and surprised me.
Yihi kicked the dungeon core with her feet.
While creating a garden on the third floor, foreigners had entered the dungeon. 72 dungeons existed in the world and mine was the only one in Korea.
Why did they bother coming to Korea just for a dungeon? I thought about it for a while before finding the answer. They are seeking treasure. This was the only dungeon where treasure was unearthed.
That gossip had spread across the world and the greedy ones had heard it.
How many people are there?
Yihi moved her hands to draw a great circle.
As much as TH is. Accurately. I don't know the exact numbers.
Initially a group of more than 100 people entered. They were also Chinese.
How do I know? Yihi has scanned and picked up 3 languages. Chinese is one of them. Many people. I acknowledged the seriousness after hearing Yihi's words. Hing. Yihi has seen at least 500 Chinese people. Together with the other humans, aren't there thousands of them? Of those, 200 people had died on the second floor. What about the current situation on the third floor? They haven't engaged yet.
The leaders are wary. Status of the creatures on the third floor. There are 5 goblin bosses, 4 kobold bosses, and they all have 200 troops each.
There are also 200 orcs.
From the third floor onwards, there were goblin and kobold bosses. They had intelligence and knew how to use tactics. Hitting them recklessly would just cause defeat.
Impenetrable. I agree. Yihi agreed.
Even if they had a lot of numbers, many limitations existed. There was no chance if he placed creatures in large quantities. The orcs were in the minority and it would be great if there was an orc lord. However, an orc lord was an advanced creature and required 120,000 points. If an orc lord was placed on the third floor, then all the awakened that stepped foot there would die.
The kobolds and goblins would also disappear. Could it be moved to a different floor after the war? However, there was nowhere to place the orc lord. The 120,000 points couldn't be ignored. It wasn't easy to use the points. Apart from the 20% given to the Dungeon Core's Guardian, I needed to use them on all floors. The 1-4th floors were places for the Awakened to level up. I could leave the Orc Lord on the empty 5th floor, but it was unlikely for anyone to reach there, so the summoning would be wasted. I will reserve the summoning of the Orc Lord. I contemplated for a moment before saying, I have to meet the Goblin and Kobold bosses. I needed to check their intelligence. Yeehee, how many points are left now? About 560,000. Did I hear it wrong? It is exactly 562,433 points. When I last checked, I had 320,000 points remaining. In the 2 months I had been away, I had gained 220,000 points. Usually I earned 5,000 points a month. Every time a week Awakened was handled, I would earn 200 points. Handling the elites would earn a little over 600? Humans tended to team up in groups of 8 or 12 people when entering the dungeon. I thought that earning points moderately was good and didn't feel the need to release stronger creatures on the first floor. In my absence, I could gain 600 points with every Awakened that died. No, I needed more points than that to build my dungeon. Ha! Quite a few people have barged in. A group. I couldn't ignore the power of human unity. Yeehee flew over and sat down on my shoulder. In addition to the humans uniting, quite a few from foreign countries are wearing gear to sneak in. Quite a few of them were exterminated on the first floor. Yeehee thinks that it serves them right. Right now there are 800 Awakened on the first floor. Won't Master lend a hand? Right now Master is capable of stepping on the humans like ants. Certainly, but, okay. In my previous life, I had rushed out alone. But now I was unwilling. I didn't want to lost the dungeon like I did in my previous life, but I also didn't want to be on the sidelines as the other demons devoured the world. I envied the demons that could move a large number of creatures. Fighting alone on the battlefield couldn't compare to the contributions from a large number of creatures. Okay. War. My dungeon was engaged in a large-scale attack. There were many foreign Awakened. They voluntarily entered my dungeon. Then shouldn't I directly go and sweep them away? I grudgingly acted. Confronting them in person wasn't difficult, but it would take away all the fun. It was only in name, but I had received the title of Earl in the demon world. I didn't have any creatures that followed me. I placed treasures on each floor. Humans are quite partial to treasure. They tend to lose their lives over it. Human greed was a strong animal. It was easy for them to die over greed. By the way, the Chinese. Their quantity is different. As time passed, the number of Awakened increased. Right now, 1 in 10,000 people awakened, but that ratio would gradually go higher. But China had a large population. Now more than 100,000 had awakened, so 500 people wasn't a lot. Master. There are many points, so shouldn't you release the golem? The golem can take care of the enemies and won't cause trouble to the ecology of the 3rd floor. The plants will also grow faster, so the surrounding scenery will become better. The garden that Yeehee placed will make the scenery very lovely. Yeehee gave some selfish opinions. Her goal was advanced creatures like Orc Lords or Golems. However, there were different good parts among the advanced creatures. An Orc Lord that cost 170,000 points was 50,000 more expensive, but it wouldn't affect the ecology. However, the nature of the golem was too much. It was a destroyer that would wipe out the balance. For now I didn't need it. I will take over the role of floor master. A floor master existed on each floor. It was only of the essential requirements for constructing a dungeon, but I still hadn't arranged such presences. Because I didn't think there was a need to place a floor master on the lower floors. But this time a floor master was required to rally the creatures. A war with many saints on the 3rd floor. I couldn't ask another floor master for assistance, so I would handle such a role directly. I shook my head and said, the creatures right now should suffice. 200 orcs and 1,800 kobolds and goblins, for a total of 2,000. Compare it to the 800 awakened. We have the upper hand in terms of numbers. The awakened on the 3rd floor have a significant level. In particular, 2 people among the Chinese have fairly strong skills. It looks like a rare skill, so won't Master have a hard time fighting? 1 orc could take care of 2 awakened. The problem was the goblins and kobolds. In order to take care of 1 awakened, at least 5 were necessary. Looking at the calculations, it would be a close battle. There were 2 awakened with a rare skill. I hope there is a C. I felt my heart beating faster.
I remembered fighting against advanced creatures. I wanted to taste a similar power with my own hands once in a while. Moving units in battle according to my command. Excitement rose up just imagining it. In my previous life, I quickly lost the dungeon and didn't even have such thoughts. Gathering points to strengthen myself. Soon I hit the limit but realized it was the wrong choice too late. In fact, I had experienced a large number of creatures following behind demons after going to other dungeons. First I will meet with the kobold and goblin bosses. There was a shallow smile on my face. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The dungeon's third floor. A magnificent view unfolded. About 1,800 goblins and kobolds were gathered in one place. The 9 bosses were standing in front of me. Dungeon Master. I came here with all my henchmen. Kobolds are stronger than goblins. Dungeon Master. I came as well. Goblins are strong unlike the snot-nosed kobolds, Dungeon Master. I am the best. My kobolds are the most durable and strong. The 9 bosses started talking in a display of their personality. It was a funny competition to see who was stronger. 2 hours ago, I used magic to inform them that I was the Dungeon Master and to gather. The Dungeon Master's rights were absolute. The goblins and kobolds absolutely couldn't ignore my commands. It is good to see you, I said briefly before the 9 bosses started talking again. I am also pleased to see you. I am even more pleased. I am the most pleased. The bosses naturally had bad brains. They were goblins and kobolds. The 9 bosses simultaneously welcomed me, but there was no rudeness. My goals. I pressed my hand against my forehead. Could I really take these guys to war? Crazy. Anyway, my role was to direct them. Winning a difficult fight would make me feel an even greater pleasure. Humans have come to the 3rd floor. Does everybody know about it? The heads of the 9 bosses nodded in unison. They weren't nervous about the intruders. I know. It is disgraceful. I'll obliterate them. Their hostility was excellent. There was a common enemy, so the troops weren't going to be split apart. Those fellows have entered my dungeon in order to seek treasure. As a dungeon master, I can't condone this, so I am giving you a chance. Condone? Dumb goblin, you don't understand. It means to eat them. No. Condone is the name of my friend. I should refrain from using hard words. In the meantime, I had thought that Yihi was simple. Rather, now Yihi seems smarter. I said with exceptional patience. It means they can't be forgiven. I won't let the humans go. Okay. I also hate humans. I will show you the bravery of the kobolds. Gruck. I hate humans. Unified hearts. However, their motivation was a little lacking. They already weren't seeing the humans as enemies. I needed to increase their willpower. I guess I need a reward. Just like slaves, those without motivation would have their efficiency deteriorate. A whip and carrots. This approach wasn't just limited to humans but any beings with intelligence. I will give a reward to the boss with the most merits during this war. Do any of you have a wish? And they were given hope. The goblin boss on the very left of the line replied immediately. Females. There are only males. I want to spread my seeds. I agree. Under these circumstances, there can only be matings between males. I can do all by yourself. One of them answered and the rest of the bosses agreed. The 1,700 kobolds and goblins gathered here were all males. I had summoned a number of female orcs for breeding, but the goblins and kobolds were pending. Their inbreeding was too complicated and the orcs' reproduction was superior. Of course, half of them were likely to die of birth defects before they turned 1-year-old. Meanwhile, the orcs' population would be controlled through hunting. In the first place, goblins and kobolds have the same roots. They hate each other but had to calmly admit it. However, their selfishness means they reject other species as superior. In particular, they might threaten the lives of the orcs, unlike the ale snakes or meat bats on the first floor. It was a situation where the orcs still needed more numbers. A proper balance was the most important factor when organizing the ecology of a dungeon. Their numbers will significantly reduce in this war. Not bad. Even if their numbers multiplied indefinitely, they would be reduced during a war. I nodded. Okay. If you eliminate a lot of humans, then I will bring in some females. Keek. I'll work hard. I will catch more than the goblins. I will catch the most.
The advantage of these guys lay in their numbers, not their brains. From the beginning, they couldn't even count all of their fingers and toes.
It would be a hassle to have those brains follow a plan to kill the awakened, but I could leave it to Yi-Hee. They jumped as Yi-Hee popped out with a small laugh.
It was an unflattering appearance. We will be organizing the troops from now on.
A confrontation was inevitable. If the orcs joined the fight, then the odds of winning would increase.
So it was necessary for separate units in order to operate them effectively.
I remembered the wars I saw in the past and started assigning the roles to the bosses.
****. The party of 800 awakened was located at the entrance to the dungeon's third floor.
They were divided into 6 groups and gathered at their respective bonfire. They lost a number of colleagues on the second floor, so the atmosphere was depressing.
But some weren't affected. The Chinese awakened.
There was a lot of them, so they had suffered relatively less losses than the other awakened.
How? Han heo.
Hen equals very, how equals good in Chinese.
Ha ha ha, dot.
A Chinese person was dancing with an orc skull while the people around were clapping their hands in response. The majority of the dance was like acrobatics. The eyes of the rest were on the dancer.
They are having a festival.
Daniel, who was sitting in front of a bonfire, spat out bitterly. The American called Daniel had come to the dungeon with 5 people and one of them had died on the second floor. Naturally, it was impossible for him to feel good.
Leader. Shouldn't we act separately? If we find treasure, then we can monopolize it. Then we won't have to wait our turn.
A huge man with red hair like a chicken said. He seemed to have lived a wild life as his whole body was scarred.
Daniel shook his head. No.
We don't know the creatures and their numbers on the third floor.
We can't escape from this group until we check it out.
If a more annoying creature than the orcs exists, then we'll be killed on the spot. Do you remember those gargoyle-like monsters in the Middle East? Foreign people had participated as mercenaries when the monster wave occurred in the Middle East.
There were other creatures in addition to the kobolds, goblins, and orcs.
In particular, the gargoyles that resembled 2-meter-large eyeballs were powerful. They fired a short-ranged sharp beam that could cut the body as soon as it hit.
The gargoyles also had sharp teeth and excellent resilience to attacks.
If they were petrified, after a short time their physical strength would recover.
Many awakened fell victim to them.
Although they were eventually intercepted by dozens of fighter, the thought of them was enough to make him piss in his pants. When thinking of the treasure that exists here, it isn't surprising that creatures more demanding than the gargoyles exist.
If there are only 5 of us, then we will definitely be wiped out. Daniel's opinion was valid.
As the leader of the team, it was natural for him to worry about the lives of his team members. The chicken-haired man clicked his tongue.
But I don't like the Chinese people.
They are the Black Society, common Cantonese reference to the Triads, the Chinese organized crime.
Look at that festival atmosphere after people died from the orcs.
This might actually stimulate the creatures instead.
I don't like them either. However, be patient. The atmosphere will slowly return. Leader. By the way, is there really treasure? There was only 1 staff found on the second floor. Doesn't it only increase magic efficiency by a little bit?
It is a questionable treasure. There are things greater than the staff. The Korean Heavens Will Guild found remarkable things. In particular, the spatial jump scroll would be worth a lot.
Just obtaining one of those would make this expedition a success.
The spatial jump scroll could really be used a lot. It could be used as an extra life or for malicious things.
If it was released at a secret auction, then many people would come to buy it.
The chicken-haired man scratched his head.
But everyone else will be thinking similar things.
That's why all these guys surged into the dungeon.
Daniel laughed. Right now humans are greedy animals. In that sense, we can't blame the Chinese for sitting back and watching. All those gathered here, it is thanks to them that we easily reached the third floor. It didn't matter how many people came in, whether it was separately or together. The Chinese or other foreign awakened were capable people.
The place they came from might be different, but they penetrated through the second floor thanks to that. Although one of the team members was sacrificed. The chicken-haired man opened his mouth with disgust.
I don't know.
I just hate those guys. Leader, we should act properly this time. We have to live well for the sake of the dead, Jack.
We will do that. Jack was the name of their colleague killed on the second floor.
The atmosphere becomes solemn for a while as they ate their soup.
Kohiak.
At that moment, screams were heard out of nowhere. Daniel and the whole team hurriedly held their weapons as they looked in the direction of the screams. The Chinese person dancing while holding the orc skull had a wooden arrow sticking out from his head.
Fuck. Chinese. It happened in an instant. The Chinese people stood up carrying weapons. Daniel and his team nervously looked ahead. Keruk. Keek. At the same time, they could see hundreds of kobolds dripping saliva.
The leader of the kobolds was the size of an adult male and had a crossbow aimed. He was the one who fired the arrow towards the dancing Chinese person.
Kill them all. Chinese. The Chinese people firmly ran towards the crowd of kobolds. Their appearance was quite different from those seen in a video medium on YouTube.
Their attitude was a problem, but the sight of 500 people coming out was certainly impressive.
Wyack. Pusak.
The arrows that came flying were cut by the swords of the Chinese. After the element of surprise was gone, the awakened can easily deal with the sloppy archery skills.
Gruk. Keek. After the arrows were blocked, the kobold boss immediately turned and shouted. It seemed like they were giving up. The kobolds started to flee in an orderly manner.
They were followed by crowds of awakened. Even if they failed to get treasures, the cores were still money. It was easy to obtain a number of cores.
Leader. Shouldn't we go after them?
The chicken-haired man said while watching the Chinese run after the kobolds.
Daniel shook his head. Our team will remain in place. There is something strange. What does that mean? Those guys are kobolds. Isn't that why they ran away? It is the one in the front. The boss.
He knows basic strategy.
Hey, leader. He is still a kobold. Once a kobold, always a kobold.
The chicken-head man was well aware of the levels of the awakened. Even if it was a boss, it couldn't deal with the awakened.
I don't have a good feeling. Daniel's instincts were very good.
He knew the moment Jack died on the second floor and informed the rest of the members. We don't know the geography of the third floor at all.
A great number of people will die going out there. Well. I understand. Understood. I will do as leader says. But will we move at a later time? We weren't going to accompany them until the end anyway.
They are only guides to prepare for a situation.
We will act separately as soon as I grasp the situation.
The chicken-haired man clapped at Daniel's situation.
This is why I like leader.
Daniel was able to calmly analyze the situation. Richard, you are our quickest member, so I want you to scout.
Determine whether it is a trap or not. Okay. Andy. Secure the perimeter. Understood. What do you want me to do? A simple thing. Me? Me? What do you mean, leader?
The eyes of the chicken-haired man shone.
Daniel looked at the pot that was half filled with soup and said, Eat the soup. There is too much left. Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
The number of those chasing the kobolds gradually decreased. The geography of the cave was very complicated and the numbers dropped one by one as they couldn't keep up the speed. At first there were 500 people, but now only 100 remained. The people in the lead realized that something was weird, but it was too late by the time they tried to turn back.
Chwike. Chwyak.
The awakened were dismayed.
Creatures sprung up from every direction. They wouldn't have been surprised if goblins or kobolds emerged.
But the creatures that appeared were 200 orcs. Despair appeared on all their faces.
There are more than I thought. I used a crystal ball in order to determine the battlefield in real time.
I had 2 crystal balls and magic could be used to show the scene surrounding the other crystal ball.
The crystal ball showed the battlefield with the orcs.
Thus I could view the battlefield in real time from a remote location.
It was a magic tool that cost 5,000 points. It is simpler than I thought.
I ridiculed the 100 awakened that had followed until the end.
They never even imagined that the kobolds would be a lure.
They thought the kobolds were running away scared. Most of the awakened that came this far were the Chinese whose thinking was too narrow. This was the worst result.
This is a ridiculously good result for a one-time operation.
Now I will slowly bleed them dry.
I had the power of my home ground. Furthermore, this operation brought a few advantages. Now, what method would annoy them? The smile on my face couldn't be erased. Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
Each of the awakened had red eyes. The skin at their mouths was peeling.
Over the last few days, they hadn't been able to sleep.
The goblins, kobolds, and orcs roaming around randomly attacked, so they had to pay close attention 24 hours a day.
Some of the awakened that stormed off in anger didn't return. Dozens of awakened had died. The number of awakened had dropped below 700. There was a proposal to exit the dungeon, but the Chinese didn't agree. They only received one staff, so they maintain an unwavering attitude not to leave. The large black society also helped quite a bit in the battles. To be honest, the creatures were no match for their power. There was still hope. The situation isn't good. However, Daniel's thoughts were different. The kobolds, goblins, and orcs are united. Their movements aren't common. Someone behind them, who is it? They must be very strong to exert influence over the creatures. Advanced demon? Or dungeon master? The situation was enough to cause him anxiety. Daniel had an excellent sense of smell, especially regarding danger. Now that feeling was at its peak. He hadn't felt such apprehension since awakening. Even his time as a mercenary in the Middle East wasn't as high as this. There is something. The opponents haven't lost their leisurely air. Confidence that they can wipe us out anytime. What are they playing at? Have I been careless since the beginning? Daniel had a habit of talking to himself when he was extremely nervous. It was at that moment. Leader? The chicken-haired man asked Daniel with confusion as Daniel stood up. This is the only opportunity to get out of the dungeon. Let's go. What does that mean? We are in front of an ant's hell. Once we enter, we can never come back. The creatures have stopped playing with us. It means the presence behind them is moving. The kobolds, goblins, and orcs don't have the patience to kill us slowly. Those guys appear to act independently but are actually cleverly linked. Leader. Richard hasn't come back. Richard. Their fastest colleague was sent to scout. In fact, Daniel was skeptical about whether he would return. More than 100 people had entered deep into the dungeon and none returned alive. The only thing that greeted them was death. The body and head was so compromised that he couldn't determine if Richard had died. But everyone knew. He died. However, the chicken-haired man didn't acknowledge it. At the very least, he wanted to see the dead body. The chicken-haired man was such a person. He believed in camaraderie. Daniel ground his teeth together. We need to preserve our power when moving. There is no way the Black Society will continue moving passively. We will remove our team here. Our team will be removed so that we don't die. Leader. Richard hasn't come back. The chicken-haired man could only say the same thing. Richard is dead. You know in your heart that he is dead and not coming back. It would be strange if he returned. Richard. Shut up. Richard would want us to leave the dungeon. Rickard isn't a fellow with high pride. But he didn't return, which means he was torn apart by the hideous monster. But you want us to wait for him? If we stay in this place, then we'll be torn apart and eaten by the orcs. Leader. I'll wait. This bastard. Daniel's body trembled as he sat back down again. It was his declaration of surrender. The other team members also agreed with the chicken-haired man's opinion. Let's wait a little longer. Their eyes were saying. It was natural for a leader to follow the opinion of his team. Thank you, leader. This is why I like leader. Do you know my heart? The chicken-haired man was in mourning. They had been together for over 10 years. Most of that time was on the battlefield, so they trusted each other more than anyone else. Daniel frowned. Don't speak another word. If you say something, then I will drive my sword into your mouth. Well, isn't leader good? You are so kind. Damn. Daniel placed his hand on his forehead. Kick. Hoo. The remaining team members laughed. The dark atmosphere was lightened a bit. Furthermore, there was still 700 awakened left. Their situation wasn't gloomy. Asterisk. The Black Society started moving. The awakened moved with purpose. Among the 700 awakened remaining, 400 of them belonged to the Black Society. It was natural for them to move in this dangerous situation. Furthermore, they hadn't been doing nothing over the past few days. The awakened with navigation or geography skills had found the place with the creatures. This place was the destination of the Black Society. They would wipe out the creatures on the 3rd floor once and for all. Those monster scum. Today will be their funeral. Kill them. Return everything to them. The awakened had suffered over the past few days, so they were in a poisonous state. In particular, those that lost their colleagues were furious. They wouldn't be shaken any longer. Even now it felt a little too late.
the group had argued about when to wipe out the creatures.
They wanted to turn back time and reverse their inaction, but it was too late. However, Daniel thought this was much better. If they rushed in at the beginning without a plan, then they would likely be wiped out. Identifying the geography and using the momentum to hit them all at once was better. Nevertheless, I still feel this anxiety. Why? The feeling in his heart was getting stronger. Like he was stepping into an ant's hell. But when he judged it objectively, they didn't lack power compared to the creatures. The only challenging thing about the creatures was their number. No matter how he speculated, he couldn't see the person behind the creatures. Richard. Please don't hate us. There had been a chance to escape the dungeon. But Richard was dead. If the ghost of Richard cursed them, then the future would likely be really difficult. However, Daniel didn't stop moving his limbs. Bayek. The leader of the Black Society blew his whistle. It was the stop signal. In front of them was a swamp. It was quite wide but not very deep, so they could walk through it. They moved quickly without any disruption to the ranks. They slowly stepped foot into the swamp. Keep your ranks. Slowly, move slowly, yuck. When halfway across the swamp, goblins emerged through the swamp. They grabbed the feet of those crossing the swamp. The ones that were dragged away screamed in pain. Didn't they confirm that there was no risk before crossing? But Daniel could soon see the reason why. The goblins were riding creatures through the swamp. Swamp worms. A low-class creature that inhabited the swamp. They normally fed on small insects in the swamp environment. They were small creatures on 80 centimeters in size. Instead, they were very strong. They weren't very threatening to the awakened, but the kobolds and goblins could move on them. An ambush. The ranks were disturbed. It was accurately divided in half. Prepare to fight. Prepare to fight. The awakened prepared to attack the creatures heading towards them from the swamp. Chwike. Chwayek. However, they flinched as a frightening sound was heard from one side. The 700 people had been divided into groups of 300 and 400. They couldn't join in the middle. The orcs crossed the swamp to where the group of 300 people were. Keek. Keek. The remaining 400 were safe, but that didn't last long. A group of 1,000 goblins and kobolds had appeared. They were completely trapped. Those split apart had no choice but to fight. Garters more forward. Forward. Protect the damage dealers. Come up. Don't panic. The languages were different, but they could understand. The next moment, the two groups started killing at a fast speed. Damn. Daniel spat out as he wielded his sword. A kobold's head flew through the air. Be careful. The chicken-haired man kicked the kobold that was coming up behind Daniel. The body of the kobold was torn apart. You can leave the back to me, leader. Run into the swamp. Daniel hurriedly shouted. Swamp? Aren't the goblins there? It is a deception tactic. There aren't many of them in the swamp. They want to tie us up here. Anyway, it is better if we quickly join up with the guys on the other side. Only us? Everyone. Okay. The chicken-haired man waved his sword around like it was a toy. It attracted the eyes of the nearby people. Follow me. Pooh hung. A kobold's throat was cut. The chicken-haired man then winked towards Daniel. I really wanted to try this, leader. Louder. The chicken-haired man laughed before shouting. Me. Follow me. The chicken-haired man rushed towards the swamp while shouting. Daniel and his team arrived at the swamp. They quickly cleaned up the kobolds and the two groups quickly followed behind when they noticed. 1, 2 and soon 100 openings were created. The kobolds and goblins had small bodies and couldn't cross the swamp without the help of the swamp worms. Before long, everyone succeeded in joining together on the other side. Although there were 200 orcs, there were still 700 awakened. Handling the kobolds and goblins crossing the swamp was like child's play. The situation was reversed. Hope bloomed even more. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ha! There was someone who could use his head? I licked my lips. I thought it would be easy to take care of those guys. It wasn't possible to prevent them from crossing the swamp. They had noticed and crossed the swamp. War is difficult. It wasn't an easy thing. I never participated in any war strategies like this. The first bite hadn't succeeded. Still, it was a pity.
I had prolonged it for days in order to create a toxic environment. The creatures had deliberately allowed their movements to be scouted.
I wanted them to come running.
It was only half successful, so I thought it was inadequate.
It can't be helped. Anyway, I was satisfied. I was in the best mood for a war.
I had yet to wage a war in South Korea, so these guys were like a special dish.
They would just die in the dungeons of other demons anyway. It was better that I eat their points.
I made a mask out of bones. It covered exactly half my face and caused a feeling of fear.
The higher the magic power, the more the opponents felt fear.
It was an effect caused by many rare-class goods.
Hying dash.
I wore the half-skull mask and turned to the horse next to me.
Inferno had a tail and mane made of black fire.
A cousin to the unicorn, it had a long horn on the forehead. It was different from the size of an ordinary horse.
The steed had an overwhelming presence. An intermediate creature that was a means of transportation. I thought about the upcoming Demon World auction and purchased a mount in advance.
I mounted Inferno and stretched my hand out into thin air. The space distorted and a sword emerged.
I will depart. I clicked my tongue while holding the sword. Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
The hands of an orc grabbed the shoulder of an awakened. The strength of the orc was enough to tear apart the floor, so the situation was obvious.
However, the Chinese awakened that was caught didn't panic. Rather, it was the orc that was struck 20 times in the blink of an eye.
20 slash wounds were carved on the body of the orc as it dripped blood. It was the work of the Chinese awakened, Lai Feng. He had a rare skill that could speed up the agility of his body for 2 seconds.
Even the name of the skill was Accelerate.
This strength and stamina would run out after using it a few times, but it exerted absolute power in an emergency situation. Lai Feng immediately cut off the head of the orc. In no time at all, the vast majority of the 200 orcs had become corpses.
The goblins and kobolds crossing the swamp weren't a threat compared to the orcs. Victory!
Hope appeared in the eyes of Lai Feng and all the awakened. There were still approximately 500 awakened left.
Their confusion had quickly turned to defense.
They used their numeric superiority to cut the throats of the orcs.
Lai Feng checked his body. I can use it once more. Accelerate.
It was a juggernaut skill for 2 seconds. Looking at the state of his body, he could only use it once more. A double-edged sword that affected his body.
But it was enough. Anyway, the remaining creatures were just orcs and kobolds. Just a little more. Exert yourself a bit more. Victory is right in front of us. Lai Feng exclaimed. At the same time, the surviving awakened flocked to his side.
They planned to get rid of the remaining creatures.
Took. The ground shook strongly as the hundreds of awakened moved their feet. The kobolds and goblins were dismayed as they approached.
Moving in a line meant the creatures couldn't come readily.
Sekiak. More than anything, Lai Feng's blade wasn't dull yet. The rare grade skill wasn't the only thing he had. No matter how tired he was, Lai Feng was one of the best warriors of the Black Society. Every time his blade moved, the head of a creature would roll to the ground. The dungeon was filled with the corpses and blood of the creatures. Even some of the goblin and kobold bosses couldn't avoid death. Keek. Ki-heek. The creatures tried to resist. But that was it. Even now, their numbers were steadily decreased. Little by little, smiles blossomed on the faces of the awakened. Dagudak. Dagudak. An entirely different existence arrived. Everyone was silent. The description? Yes, like a grim reaper. A reaper-like existence. Maybe it was the reaper itself. A huge steed with a mane and tail of black fire. On top of it was a man. Only half of his face could be seen. The rest was covered by a skull mask. He wore a black cape and was holding a sword in one hand. At that moment, fear rose in all their bodies. It was a similar fear to when they first faced the creatures, but the quality couldn't be compared to that time. Lai Feng tried to suppress his trembling fist. It was so strong that blood flowed through his fist. The air had changed again. Just a few minutes ago, he had been vigorously wielding his sword while thinking of victory. Now he wasn't. The emergence of that man had changed the air. The soldiers were useless when paralyzed by fear. This couldn't continue. Lai Feng felt a strong pressure to reverse the atmosphere. Lai Feng made a decision and moved. He had the Accelerate skill. Even some other skills with the rare rating couldn't compare to Accelerate.
When this skill was used, he could be called invincible for 2 seconds. No matter how confident the man was, he would have no choice but to die after being cut 20 times.
Lifephone looked at the man surrounded by flames. He couldn't be careless.
It might be humiliating for a warrior, but he needed to endure for the sake of victory.
But Lifephone didn't know.
The eyes of the man had penetrated through Lifephone.
The man already knew everything that Lifephone was planning. Hup.
Lifephone moved closer to the man and activated Accelerate. The world slowed down as Lifephone moved faster. His sword moved 20 times. The essence of 20 sword strikes stretched out from Lifephong's body. Lifephone used his most powerful sword strikes.
It is over. From the man's view, Lifephone was infinitely slow.
Rather, he seemed like a turtle.
It was over. He won. The man only had an overwhelming presence.
At the end of his 20 strikes, Lifephong's sword pierced through that man's throat.
Ah, victory. Now the atmosphere would change back.
Lifephone turned his head and shouted.
But no words came out. Why is my voice? And that was the last thought Lifephone had. You saw an illusion.
I laughed as Lifephong's head fell to the floor.
That thing was just acceleration.
It was a suicide skill that pushed the brain and muscles.
His mind hadn't recognized it even in death.
Anyway, that body wouldn't have lasted more than a few years. He would have eventually met a very painful end.
It might be a blessing for Lifephone that I killed him now. Wasn't there one more person with the rare skill rating? Or are they already dead? I turned and looked at the 500 remaining awakened. One orc could deal with 2 awakened.
If I counted simply, then there should be 300 left, but such a simple comparison wouldn't work. Plenty have survived thanks to the owners of the rare skills. Unfortunately, the other one already seemed to be dead. The ending of the rest was decided.
Genocide. They were like fish caught in a net.
There was no reason to spare them. Anyway, they were the ones that came in after hearing of the treasure heavens will found in the dungeon. They were fish that entered my pond. The vast majority of the crowd were now a special dish for me to appease my anger.
I wasn't hungry, but they couldn't be allowed to touch my farm. One day I would be taking the attitude of other demons, but not just yet. There were many chances that I could monopolize.
I dismounted from Inferno's back while thinking of taking them out.
Dungeon Master. A man came forward and kneeled. I knew the language of several countries, including English.
Therefore I could understand the man's words.
Please calm down and forgive us.
We were silly sheep blinded by treasure.
Are you crazy, leader? Pow. Squat down. Everyone looked at the man's behavior.
He seemed crazy.
Please.
But the man didn't care.
It wasn't a simple fear, as the man's body trembled with sincerity.
The man could feel something the others couldn't.
I was interested and used mind's eye. Name, Daniel Drew Martin.
Occupation hero, garter, title none.
Stats. Strength 33, intelligence 41. Agility 31, stamina 35. Magic power 15.
Potential 155/308.
Uniqueness, none. Skill, Insight, XN, Second Sense, XN. Second Sense and Insight.
The ratings were low, but the combination of the 2 skills caused a synergy effect.
That's how he could see my power.
But even if he knew the truth, in their eyes I was just an unusual creature. That's how the man came up with the idea to kneel down.
Of course, that didn't mean I would change the ending.
It was mere admiration.
If you let us live, then I'll make sure they don't bother Dungeon Master again. You will never see us in the dungeon. It is a little bit difficult.
There were plenty more people who wanted the treasure in this dungeon. If these people lived and talked about my existence, then the number of people entering the dungeon would decrease.
Yes. Daniel seemed surprised. He never imagined that I could speak English. Frankly, it had been a gamble. There was a large chance communication wasn't possible. The gamble was a success. It was true that I found it a little interesting. So I suggested a game. 10 minutes. The time to get away? Color returned to Daniel's face. 500 people scattering.
With his skills, he could at least save his remaining team members.
However, I shook my head.
I will attack for exactly 10 minutes.
You will block it. I will stop attacking after 10 minutes.
I declared while pointing my sword at Daniel.
First of all, yes, you. Chwack. Diguru. Daniel couldn't even speak before he was struck by my sword.
The game started the moment his head fell to the ground. L leader.
10 minutes. 500 people remaining. I needed to wipe out one person every second.
I kicked Inferno lightly. These bastards.
Kill. Kill them all. Hiing. Inferno started moving.
The chicken-haired man came running, but I ignored him. He was the most enraged among all the people. I would place him last on Daniel's behalf.
The slightest mercy.
And humans became corpses every time I swung my sword.
Stop. Stop it.
They formed a tight defense, but I pierced through them.
I besieged the army.
The huge breakwater was neutralized.
Swike. Wakak. Flying arrows and magic. I also ignored this. The current level of the awakened couldn't damage my body. Quack. Help me. Time passed by simply as I stabbed and slashed.
The desperate and terrified crowd dropped their weapons and tried to run.
However, none of them could escape from Inferno. Inferno was equivalent to a unicorn.
Those that tried to escape through the swamp had to greet the goblins and kobolds. At exactly 10 minutes, there was only one person remaining. Out of numerous bodies, only one was alive.
How lucky. I kept my promises. But that was different from safely leaving the dungeon. Even he wouldn't be able to escape.
I didn't know, but the chicken-haired man was in a towering rage at Daniel's death.
Just like the name awakened, his anger woke up the potential in his body.
The creatures gradually disappeared under his sword. I held the reins and turned my steed.
The remaining creatures followed behind me. The man that was left behind with all the bodies. The man cried out. Damn. Damn. The man with a chicken-like hair.
He was the sole survivor instead of Daniel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 25 to 26, Dungeon's Internal Stability. Chapter 25 to 26, Dungeon's Internal Stability. The Kobold and Goblin Bosses.
At first there was 9, but now only 5 remained. 4 had died during the war. And the 1,700 troops had decreased by more than half. The war was that violent. Of course, I took care of most of the awakened alone, but a promise was a promise. I considered the number of creatures left and presented them with some females. The just summoned female kobolds and goblins were frightened, but I didn't worry about it and placed a fixed number with each unit.
Keek. Dungeon Master. Thank you. Increase the number. Make the kobolds strong. I worked hard. Now I won't be alone. The ones that survived until the end. I sent them away and looked at the points. Points remaining, 1,174,357. I felt more comfortable looking at the message window floating in the air. I gathered 1,000,000 points so I could achieve my purpose at the Demon World auction. The power of advertising. To be honest, I hadn't expected so many awakened to flock here. I simply promoted about the treasure for the growth of the awakened. It was unexpected that I would get such a fervent response from overseas. I was always happy to receive an unexpected gift. I firmly pressed my index finger to my forehead. Should I increase my investment a little more? It was definitely tempting. At this time, 1,000,000 points was a massive amount. No, that amount of points couldn't be ignored even in my previous life. I could even summon the high-class creature, a griffin. Of course, the level of the griffin was low compared to other high-class creatures, but the flames and lightning could be enough to cause a disaster. The current level of the awakened was low, so letting it loose would wipe out hundreds or thousands of humans. One alone would be enough to destroy a small country. There were not any demons at the moment with 1,000,000 points. I could definitely get an advantage in the Demon World auction. In addition to Krasla, I could obtain several other things. If so, using a lot of points on the dungeon would be bad. So far, I've placed 40,000 points on the treasures in this dungeon. If I increase it to 100,000 points, the hidden items will be found by others outside the Heavenswell Guild. I can't just intentionally leave things for the Heavenswell Guild. I've received news from Kim Yong-woo that the other 4 large guilds were recruiting members to raid the dungeon. They would obtain some of the final benefits. Some of the awakened would die from the creatures in the dungeon, but others would obtain the treasure. It was a sacrifice I was willing to take. I have to do it before the other demons notice. They might decide to follow my dungeon. I have to eat everything up. The 72 dungeons were different depending on the nature of the demons. It was the early days, so they were guarding against being too strong.
Little by little, they would learn the important of points and start to raise the awareness with the awakened. My dungeon was highly likely to be their role model. Then I needed to maximize the benefits before that. I planned to use the colorful treasures to entice the awakened. Items as well as gold and silver valuables were placed all over. Phew, it is hard. I thought I would die because of these heads. Yi-Hee wiped the sweat from her forehead. I had Yi-Hee collect and count the heads of the awakened after the battle ended. Thanks to that, Yi-Hee was exhausted. If the numbers didn't match, then she had to start again. I listened to her manner of speech. I said with a smile. Yi-Hee, did you decorate a garden? Jikum. Yi-Hee was startled. I heard that Yi-Hee was decorating a garden for me. But she didn't understand why I decided to mention it. Why Yi-Hee determined that it is good. This is the modern world. Yi-Hee thinks a dungeon should be bright and beautiful. This dingy dungeon doesn't fit Dungeon Master's style. Dungeon Master is great, so the dungeon also needs to look great. Despite stammering, Yi-Hee spoke with utter conviction. I lightly nodded. I'm not blaming you. Yes, really? You really aren't punishing me? Yi-Hee's eyes became wide. Her wings started to flap again. She had spoken loudly to hide her sins. It was easy to understand her reaction. Yi-Hee's mind was better than the kobold and goblin bosses. But that didn't mean that Yi-Hee was smart. Her brain was frantically stuck in a corner until I coughed. HRMM. Can you make it so that creatures don't enter the garden? Of course. A safety zone setting? It isn't large, so Yi-Hee can easily set this part. It would be sad if creatures came in and broke the trees. Safety zone setting. He had heard of it before but never used it. But now it seemed necessary. The awakened needed a place to relax. It was a great base to encourage being stronger in dungeons. It was time to earnestly lay out his dungeon. First, bring me to the garden that you made. Huh? I haven't finished yet. No. Let's talk after seeing it. Hing. Yi-Hee turned with a long face. It was an attitude that stated she didn't want to. However, I did not withdraw my decision. Yi-Hee seemed to realize this and her shoulders slumped. I understand. Follow me, Dungeon Master. Don't expect a lot. Yes. I didn't have any expectations. Yi-Hee pouted and muttered it would be good if you have some expectations to herself. Of course, I just ignored it. I started to move along after Yi-Hee. In fact, the third floor was too wide to walk. A magic circle could be used to move quite a distance. There was a magic circle inscribed in each floor of the dungeon for the Dungeon Master to move. It was invisible to human eyes and only the Dungeon Master and spirit of the Dungeon Core could use it to move through the large dungeon. I had a terrible thought. The size of the dungeon is several times larger than what can be seen with the naked eye. My dungeon is location on the Buchan Mountain, but the size that humans reported is much smaller. The size was awesome when looking at the dungeon with the naked eye. An area of 21 square kilometers and a height of 4,733 meters. It was the size of a major city and had a similar width to Nauru in the Republic of Oceania. In addition, 4,700 meters was twice the size of the Baekdu Mountain. Yet not all of it was visible. It was actually much greater than that. It would be crazy to walk around a large place like this. Some awakened had actually starved to death. The dungeon jammed most equipment of modern civilization, so those lost would end up dying. Sayuk. The patterned red light of the magic circle wrapped all over the place. Soon I could confirm that the surroundings had changed. They were moved to the place that Yi-Hee wanted. Kong. Kong. The sound of hammers tickled my ears as soon as I arrived. This is staggering. I was overwhelmed by the view. First, there was the appearance of 5 dwarves hammering eagerly. Yi-Hee was authorized to create the dungeon environment and she could give that authority to others. In particular, building features was too strenuous for Yi-Hee, so she was allowed to use the dwarves. The problem was the appearance of the garden. It looked more like a strange structure than a garden. At first glance, it seemed like a palace of poo. No, it was the shape of poo. It far transcended my imagination of a lovely garden. Noonim has come? What? Noonim came? Where? Who is that man? Yi-Hee permitted the dwarves to see her. The 5 dwarves stopped working and came running over as soon as they saw Yi-Hee. Noonim? But the nickname was strange. I could roughly understand the situation from Yi-Hee's expression.
You guys? Didn't Yi tell you to work hard? We did.
The dwarves lined up and replied at the same time.
Yi's expression still wasn't good.
She placed both hands on her waist and said, "But why are you still not finished?"
Time. Materials. Aha. Excuses. You haven't finished making it. Didn't Yi tell you to reduce the time you spent sleeping and eating?
Humans would call this a vicious employer. The dwarves made a tearful face.
That is realistically impossible, Noonim. Spare us. I haven't even eaten one meal today. I really am going to die under these circumstances. And Yi bluffed. I guess you haven't suffered enough? Recently the orcs have been worrying about food. Do you want to become the orcs' rice? That.
The dwarves closed their mouths with an expression indicating they thought it was still unfair.
My eyes noticed the blisters on the dwarf's hands. Yi. Stop. I finally spoke up. Yi seemed to be very strict to other people.
Then Yi clapped her hands.
Greet him as quickly as possible. This is the dungeon master. Your real master. Treat him more politely than you treat Yi. Do you understand? Heek. Dungeon master. Quickly. Don't you understand what I mean? Do you really want to be chewed up? Master Nim.
The dwarves immediately dropped to the ground and bowed. I was at a loss for words at the sight.
The dwarves had suffered so much under Yi that they looked at me like I was a monster. Rise. No. How can we dare look the dungeon master in the eye? You are excused from meeting my eyes. Rise. I see.
The dwarves were small. They were larger than a fairy but only reached up to my navel. Even if they were excused, there was no chance they could meet my eyes. I convinced the dwarves to stand up.
Then something caught my eyes and I flinched. I couldn't hold my tongue and said, "What on earth are you making now?"
The dwarf in the middle, who seemed to be the leader, spoke. Noonim said that Dungeon Master wanted to create a resort for a break. The structure that was in the shape of a poo was supposed to be a retreat.
I didn't dare think deeply about how Yi visualized the design.
It would be interesting if I ever got the chance to look inside Yi's brain.
The wrinkles. How long will it take before it is completed? The dwarf peeked at Yi and said, If there are sufficient materials, then 5 days. Pretty fast. We are good at making things.
Their faces were full of pride.
I nodded.
I want to install one that is half the size on floors 1-5.
The deadline is 1 month.
Yi, provide the necessary materials for the dwarves.
And you don't have to work like you are now. Really? You will get 3 meals a day and 10 minutes to rest every hour. And in the future, you will get at least 6 hours sleep.
I didn't want the dwarves to die before they finished.
These conditions couldn't be allowed to continue. At a minimum, I needed to maintain their lives. Oh. Dungeon Master. My master. I believe. I truly believe it.
They shed tears of joy. They were genuine tears. The dwarves kneeled down and started sobbing.
I looked at Yi. My eyes asked, "Did you bully them?"
But Yi just pretended ignorance as she turned her head and hummed.
HRMM. Did Yi have this talent? It was slightly embarrassing, but it wasn't bad.
The sight in front of me was still surprising. I never entrusted points to Yi in my previous life.
The dungeon was quickly lost, so I never discovered Yi's talent.
But come to think of it, it was a great whip and carrot.
Yi squeezed the people like a vicious owner, and then I would walk in.
The environment improved only a little bit, but they would cry tears of joy.
It would be good once Yi's talent matured a little more.
It would be difficult if the workers kept dying.
Yi needed to gain a little more experience in this area.
They were summoned with points, so I needed to squeeze every drop of blood from their flesh and bones.
3 meals a day, a rest for 10 minutes every hour, and 6 hours of sleep would be enough for them to survive. The design is a bit strange, but I'm not planning to rest here. The awakened wouldn't care as long as they were safe. They would willingly enter the Palace of Pooh if it meant a place to escape the horrible creatures. So it didn't matter how good the design was. Master. How is it? Isn't it beautiful? Yi asked shyly. Yi and I had moved from the 3rd floor to the vicinity of the dungeon core. The dungeon core was emitting more light, exposing Yi's nerves. I lightly nodded. It is beautiful in several senses. Yi. Yi-He smiled widely. Fortunately, she didn't inquire about the multiple meanings. Yi-He. Comply with what I just said. I understand. However, you don't need to change your behavior. Make sure they work hard like you did up to now. I'll leave it entirely to you. But is that okay? I don't have much time to be present in the dungeon. I will temporarily entrust the dungeon to you. Yi-He's eyes shone at the trust one put in her. Can I really have such a huge responsibility? Yi-He. I will be fairly busy in the future. I don't have time for a pile of work. And I will continue to entrust important things to you in the future. If you act like this every time, then I will be quite disappointed. No. Yi-He would never disappoint Master. Yi-He quickly shook her head and clenched her fists. I was confident that I could leave the ecology of the dungeon and the dwarf workers to her. I trust you. Yi-He. Yi-He. Entered domestic mode. This will be an opportunity to bring the orcs on the 3rd floor to the 5th floor. I understand, Master. Saiwang. The dungeon core played a hologram. I was looking at the status of the 100 orcs on the 3rd floor. Many orcs had been lost. Their numbers needed to be multiplied. The first 50 had increased to 200 in 9 months, so these were nasty damages. The orcs had a gestation period of 3 months and gave birth to 5 babies. And they became adults after just 6 months. In fact, normally it would be 1.5 years, but the peculiar mana of the dungeon stimulated growth. The original numbers would be restored after 4 months. It is a little too long. One orc cost 700 points. The goblins and kobolds were 35 points, so the orcs were expensive compared to them. However, it is necessary to add them up to the 5th floor. It couldn't continue like this. I didn't mind the Awakened clearing every floor up to the 4th floor. They needed to feel despair once they reached the 5th floor. I looked at the list of creatures that could be purchased. Lowest grade creatures. Goblin 2 LV 35 points. Goblin 2 LV 35 points. Alesnake 1 LV 20 points. Meatbat 1 LV 20 points. Slime 3 LV 200 points. Skeleton 4 LV 500 points. Zombie 4 LV 450 points. Mimic 5 LV 1200 points. Gnoll 2 LV 80 points. Crazy Hound 2 LV 120 points. Low grade creatures. Orc 2 LV 700 points. Mud Golem 5 LV 2000 points. Puppet Doll 2 LV 900 points. Snowman 3 LV 999 points. Giant Man-Eating Flower 4 LV 1400 points. Sleep Moth 3 LV 1100 points. Gargoyle 5 LV 1900 points. Harpy 5 LV 1200 points. Several windows simultaneously emerged. A significant amount of time was spent cleaning it up and finding the desired creatures. And the universal strength was divided into LV, with the highest level being 5. The lowest of the low-grade creatures were the 2 LV orcs. This was a universal value. But it couldn't be trusted unconditionally. I needed to look at the good points. I should start with the mud golems. The 5th floor would be the place where the Awakened experienced despair. There would be such a tremendous rise in difficulty from the 4th floor that the Awakened would have no choice but to reverse their path. Or be killed. There were 2 entrances to the 5th floor. I bought mud golems and placed them at the entrances to the 5th floor. 30 puppets were also placed in the surroundings to assist. The puppets were scavenger tools in the demon world. Various metals, drugs, magic and witchcraft were used to make the puppets only follow the commands of the owner. Despite not being agile, they were very powerful and better in combat than the orcs. The harpies breeding are okay. Each floor needed at least 1 species that could breed. The kobolds, goblins and rocks needed to be balanced properly by natural predators, but the harpies' breeding rate was far slower. While the mud golems and puppet dolls were defending the entrance, at least 50 harpies were necessary. I placed 80 harpies on the 5th floor. A total of 260,000 points was used on the internal affairs. The remaining points were a little over 910,000. This was further reduced by increasing the treasures in the dungeon. This much will recover soon. The amount of treasure in this dungeon means that the Awakened will swarm like moths. Numerous Awakened in South Korea wouldn't take the risk. This was the impact of the guilds and the website. This narrow land was controlled. On the other hand, it was different regarding those from overseas. The Awakened sneaked into the dungeon.
They were the ones who would replenish the points consumed.
This much is fine. Have you finished?
Yes.
I nodded and Yi shut off domestic mode while staring at me. Why are you looking at me like that? Yi. No reason. I couldn't understand the fairy sometimes. Now I will go. I will leave the rest of the work to you. Please leave it to me. Yi answered quickly, but her face was grouchy.
The dungeon core was connected to me, but the fairy Yi was tied to the dungeon core. It was natural that she would be upset whenever I left.
Yi was a fairy, but she was a fairy who liked chatting. She needed someone to converse with. By the way, it seems like you need a means to communicate with me, I said with a laugh.
I was sure there would be a magic to communicate with Yi if I browsed the store.
Ah. Then do you mind if I inscribe a magic spell on Dungeon Master's body? You can use magic?
In my previous life, I never heard that the fairies of the dungeon core could use magic. They were only helpers. Their bodies had no physical impact, and the role of the fairy was to give advice on dungeon management.
I couldn't help feeling interested.
Yi wriggled her fingers.
There isn't a lot available. I don't like to use it. But Dungeon Master has been very good to Yi. So I asked the question. Go ahead. Where will you inscribe it? That? The lips. I understand. Come and inscribe it. It wasn't a big deal. I also wanted to see the magic of the fairies.
Yi flapped her wings as her cheeks turned red.
Then I hate to say it twice. Do it.
Please close your eyes.
Do I have to?
I wanted to see the magic with my own eyes. Therefore I was puzzled when she asked me to close my eyes.
She told me.
The magic works better that way.
Weird. Fairy magic?
However, this was the first time I knew the fairies from the dungeon core could use magic.
It was enough to allow her some free range. I closed my eyes.
Yi stopped and flew in front of my face for a while.
Juck.
Then something collided with my lips. I frowned slightly and opened my eyes to see a message window floating in the air. A remarkable achievement.
The first person to receive the blessing of the dungeon core's fairy.
The title first to receive a fairy's blessing has been given.
This. A title. I had the Indomitable Warrior title. But now I obtained a second title.
I forgot Yi's actions as I hurriedly checked the status window.
Name, Randalph Briggseel.
Occupation Demon Earl, Dungeon Master, Title * Indomitable Warrior, XU, all stats +2. * first to receive a fairy's blessing, U, Magic Power +6.
Stats. Strength 79, +2, Intelligence 64, +2. Agility 74, +2, Stamina 80, +2. Magic Power 82, +8. Potential, 382 +16/500. Uniqueness, Heart of the Hell Monarch has been transplanted, full strength hasn't been fully opened. Skill combination, R, Mind's Eye, U. Before and after comparison. Strength 79, Intelligence 65, Agility 75, Stamina 82, Magic 84, Potential, 375 +10/500. Strength 81, Intelligence 66, Agility 76, Stamina 82, Magic 90, Potential, 379 +16/500. The rating was also unusual. Unique. A unique title. It was a precious title that increased magic power by 6. The effect of both titles increased my magic power from 82 to 90. Once the stats reached 90 points, it was an entirely different world. Magic power had a deep connection to the power of the magic and control over the surrounding environment. Once magic power was opened up, the demons would be able to feel my majesty. They would shrink back in surprise. In my previous life, I struggled with low magic power and intelligence, but now magic power was the highest. I swallowed and smiled at Yi. Yi had wrapped herself into a ball as she felt shamed. She seemed to be waiting for my anger. But the blessing gave me a title, so I couldn't bring myself to be angry. Thank you. The words were strange in my mouth. It was awkward. I never thought that I would one day be sincerely thanking someone. But now was the time to share my gratitude. I couldn't keep quiet just because it was awkward. Yi sensed my sincerity and laughed. Yi. It was nothing. Now I can talk to Dungeon Master when I want to. Yi likes this. Please refrain unless it is an emergency. But a fairy was talkative. If I let her talk freely, then she wouldn't stop attempting contact. Yes. Now I am really going.
Take good care of the dungeon.
Don't worry. And go carefully, Dungeon Master. Yi humbly lowered her head.
I waved my hand as a reply and left the top floors of the dungeon.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 27 to 32, Demon World Auction. Chapter 27 to 32, Demon World Auction. I left the dungeon and headed straight for the guild. I had been away for a week, so Kim Yong-woo was glad to see me.
Master Nim.
Isn't it too difficult to get in touch with you?
I was standing blankly in the guild master's office.
I go where I want and when I want.
If you want to support my freedom, then I have no obligation to report to you. Kim Yong-woo licked his lips.
Yes, that's true. You come and go like the wind. Master Nim has the power to break any walls in the city. The level of the awakened was slowly rising, but Kim Yong-woo had seen a scene that couldn't be imitated.
A person who overwhelmingly crushed an advanced creature.
If he wanted something, then he would get it. Kim Yong-woo was sure that his judgment was correct.
There was already a huge positive impact on his guild. Therefore, he had to act carefully.
Kim Yong-woo didn't know my true heart. Kim Yong-woo just carried himself excellently.
This was what allowed him such opportunities.
I said with a smile. I know what you are worried about. But don't worry.
If you don't pierce my back, then I will continue acting as a Heavens Will Guild member.
On the surface. Haha, of course.
And Master Nim, please don't say something so scary like you did last time.
I shiver every time I hear it.
Kim Yong-woo stroked the goosebumps that appeared on his wrist.
There was no lie. Kim Yong-woo's attitude was consistent with existences stronger than him.
But I could feel assured since there were few with such strong presences among the demons.
Did anything happen while I was away?
Kim Yong-woo nodded at my question.
There was.
There are rumors that a large number of foreign awakened who entered the dungeon didn't come back alive. Before guilds are planning raids, the National Assembly has passed a legislation regarding the awakened. What do you want to know?
I have no questions.
1,000 foreign awakened had knocked on the door of the dungeon. No matter how cautious he was, there was bound to be rumors. Furthermore, I had wiped 500 of them out myself.
I didn't know the other parties. But if I didn't open my mouth, the secret would be buried forever.
Kim Yong-woo said like it wasn't a big deal.
I knew that. Take this.
I took out a folded sheet of paper.
Kim Yong-woo unfolded the paper and frowned as he looked at it. Is this a picture of a poo? You saw it well. Ha! It really is poo. Surely this isn't a work of art? If people really line up for art like this, I don't understand that field. It is not a piece of art. It wasn't a piece of art but something I drew, but... Admiration crossed Kim Yong-woo's face.
He had wondered if his master had different taste.
Kim Yong-woo asked him. Then what is it?
A safe zone where creatures can't enter.
Isn't it fascinating?
Yes.
Kim Yong-woo blinked his eyes.
He wasn't sure how to respond. It was the first time he heard of something called the safety zone.
It wasn't easy to lightly accept it. I gave it to him and said.
There are structures like these on the 3rd floor of the dungeon. Creatures can't invade these structures.
Wait a minute. The 3rd floor? Kim Yong-woo couldn't understand it. With the strength I demonstrated, it was simple enough to climb to the 3rd floor.
Nevertheless, the surprise reaction meant he still underestimated my strength.
I clicked my tongue. Why are you so surprised? Then you found the path to the 3rd floor? You fought the orcs? It wasn't that complicated. Ha! Really wonderful. Can you tell me the path?
I wouldn't bring it up if I wasn't going to tell you.
Ah! Kim Yong-woo clapped his hands. He inwardly calculated while smiling.
Once they climbed up to the 3rd floor, the safety zone meant they could easily seize the treasure.
He couldn't even imagine the benefits that could be obtained. He had to seize the opportunity. Occupy it. Then you will be able to take a lot of benefits. Of course. There will be a commotion. Dungeons had something like a safety zone.
There weren't many places where they could relax without the threat of creatures. The influence of the guild will likely be reorganized again. If they occupied the area, then the Heavens Will Guild would be able to keep their position. It wasn't impossible for them to jump one step further.
I will depart after 1 week. Take Yoon-hai with you. You can pick the remaining 10 people. I told him the strategy to attack the second floor. The elites would be organized, including Yuun-hai. Yuun-hai was in her growth phase. I wanted her to experience various situations. I understand. But the form of the structure is a little strange. I stayed calm. Yi-hee was behind the design of the structure. I really couldn't understand Yi-hee's senses. One day I might understand it. There was no law that we needed to have similar tastes. Kim Yong-woo admired the picture on the paper, no matter what it looks like, and sighed with eager eyes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 1 week later. A raid with 12 people was prepared, including Yuun-hai. The personnel were similar to when we captured the first floor, and the second floor was cleared in 5 days. Gold, treasures, rare items, magic tools, and the presence of the safety zones meant there was once again a huge uproar among the awakened. The 4 guilds including the Mithril Guild succeeded on the 4th floor, but it was buried by the achievements of the Heavenswell Guild. Safety zone. A place where the creatures couldn't invade. A place like that was special for the awakened who risked their lives every time they entered the dungeon. At least it meant they were a place where they could relax. A place of absolute rest in the dungeon. It would lift some of the heavy burden. The belief that something could change centered on the safety zone. The guilds immediately started on aggressive strategies. The location of the safety zones could be determined through various video media. But that was it. The best guild in Korea was still the Heavenswell Guild. The news also drew in more awakened from overseas. I instantly recovered the lost points and reached 1.5 million points in just 2 months. I was probably the only demon with that much points. The Dukes and Grand Dukes. At best, they would have half the amount? My confidence soared into the sky at the amount of points. This would be a huge deal once I used them. There was no need to be cheap with my points. I had a purpose. And exactly 1 year after I returned. That evening. A blue message window flashed in the air. After 30 minutes, you will be transferred to the Demon World auction. You can be accompanied by 1 creature. I smirked. Finally, the Demon World auction I had been waiting for arrived. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Demon World auction. The auction was hosted in the name of the devil. If they were lucky and had the required points, then rare items, creatures, or skills could be purchased. It was called a festival of points. The Demon World auction sold exactly 100 items in 1 day. Among the 100 objects, some of them were useless, but most of them had a quality rating. Of course, there was a set amount of points for the lowest bid. A few years before I returned, the lowest bid at the auction house for the 5LV high-class creature was 39 million points. The lowest bid for a dragon was 15 million points. The amount of points for a Balrog was so ridiculous that it wasn't sold. One duke took 5 years to gather the points required to purchase a dragon. At any rate, it was quite unbalanced. However, this was the first auction. My biggest chance. The Devil Deathbringer had created an unfriendly game. I was grateful for my previous life. The details of the Demon World auction were thoroughly kept a secret. The demons only knew about the existence of the Demon World auction when the summoning message appeared. Of course, the demons had collected points for the auction. But, I had gathered it. 1.5 million points. When looking at the past, it wasn't an enormous amount. But considering that it was only 1 year, 1.5 million points was a ridiculous amount. The first Demon World auction was likely to have very cheap prices. With a little luck, I could use this to my advantage. It wasn't impossible to be in the lead of the 72 demons. Desire filled my eyes. My anticipation and tension rose to the maximum. Once the dimensional portal opened, I was summoned into a wide room 200 pions large. I've arrived. It was a location outside the demon world. It was another world where dark spirits lived. This was the heart of that place. Instead of the devil, the barren land was governed by dark spirits. Hiing. Inferno appeared next to me. The creature I chose to take with me was Inferno. I looked around. There was nothing in the room. There was only one large door at the entrance. The door was made with thick logs coarsely cut. Kick. Soon an elderly man with a curved back opened the door. Randalph Brigzeelnim? Are you a gnome? He. I am a corrupted gnome. It was customary to call the dark spirits corrupted. But other than the dark spirits, a few other elemental spirits lived here. I nodded. Right. Rather, are you Randalph Brigzeel? That's right. Then follow me. I will direct you to the auction house. Before that, would I be able to see the auction items? I wanted to preview the auction goods. The only reason the auction was kept secret was to stimulate the demons. Dark spirits were thirsty for points obtained from the demons.
Their aim was to raise the prices in order to obtain more points. It was similar to Yi trying to become the Fairy King.
That isn't difficult, Kihihi. Do you have many points? Are you anxious because you want to buy things? A moderate amount. I understand. Let me guide you.
The dark spirit started to guide me silently.
I got on top of Inferno. The castle was wide beyond belief. It was enough as I moved while riding Inferno.
The dark spirits had a fast speed. They had a spiritual body. Having no flesh meant it was natural for them to be quick.
They could run to some extent. I could hear an uproar as I moved. How dare a dark spirit treat me like this? I am a Marquis under Grand Duke Upa.
I don't know whether Grand Duke Upa has the right to the throne.
I only listen to the King of the Spirits. So why did you force summon me?
I will directly meet the Spirit King.
We better leave here safely. So, in the name of the devil. Don't carelessly use that name. Who? It can't be helped. The dark spirit blew up its body.
It exuded a tremendous presence.
A high-class dark spirit. Even demons would panic in front of it. That person? A Marquis of the demon world. A close aide of the Grand Duke Upa was overwhelmed. He was similar to me in my past life. Just a different direction.
Lost in hedonism, his dungeon was filled with succubus that subjugated the encountered awakened. They would then be killed off by the demon.
I was impressed as I recalled it. I am lucky that my guest is cooperative. He. The dark spirit guiding me in the shape of a gnome laughed. You are high class? I am advanced. It is my dream to become high class. Kihihi. I checked using Mind's Eye and it was correct. Its abilities were lower than me, but it couldn't be ignored. Perhaps a high-class spirit would be on a level similar to a duke. This was a place ruled by the dark spirits. They would be scary opponents for a marquis. A number of the high-class spirits were assigned as greeters. I continued to be interested in the spirits while moving. After a long trip, I arrived at some great doors that were 20 meters in height. The doors opened and inside were the 100 items put up for auction. There were creatures as well. The creatures were also some of the items. Tools to enhance the dungeons. Crosslev, who I wanted, was among them, but others also gave off a solid impression. That woman. A demon was looking around at the auction items. I was shocked as I saw her. Grand Duke Ariel. I couldn't forget. The name of the demon who won in my previous life. Her military power was enough to make her the strongest. I never thought I would encounter her in a place like this. I swallowed my saliva and used Mind's Eye. Name, Ariel Diablo.
Occupation Demon Grand Duke, Dungeon Master, Title * Devil's Descendant, Epic, Magic Power +10. * Weapon Master, XU, all stats +2. Stats. Strength 73, +2, Intelligence 74, +2. Agility 79, +2, Stamina 71, +2. Magic Power 75, +12. Potential, 372 +20/500. Uniqueness, one of the 4 Grand Dukes. Governor of Underhell and Master of 18 Demons. Skill, Weapon Sheet, XU, Power of Words, U, Waterspout, Epic. Relative comparison. Ariel Diablo. Strength 75, Intelligence 76, Agility 81, Stamina 73, Magic 87, Potential, 372 +20/500. Randalph Brigzeal. Strength 81, Intelligence 66, Agility 76, Stamina 82, Magic 90, Potential, 379 +16/500. Indeed. I had slightly higher stats. But this wouldn't have happened without the Heart of the Hell Monarch and Yihi's blessing. Both of us had increased our abilities by more than 40. The Grand Duke Ariel had restored her power quickly. I had already reclaimed approximately 80% of my previous power. The rise of my stats was becoming smaller. But Ariel was different. She might not rest until filling up all of the 500 potential. On the other hand, I could catch up with Ariel and even become stronger than her in the future. Ariel didn't have memories of a previous life. The Heart of the Hell Monarch also hadn't fully opened. Skill, it couldn't be helped. I was a physical type in the demon world. All the skills learned from my past life had disappeared. However, Ariel had a powerful skill in the demon world. A fearsome power that could separate the sky and land. Now the skill rating was likely to go up 1 or 2 steps. It seemed like she hadn't recovered all her power from the demon world yet. The skills also weren't the same. She hasn't learned Abyss Sword yet? I didn't see Ariel's patent skill, Abyss Sword. It was a fraudulent skill that returned everything it hit to 0, but I didn't see it in Ariel's status window. It means her stats are still insufficient to learn Abyss Sword. It made sense. Abyss Sword couldn't be used without all her stats restored. A very powerful skill was a double-edged sword. If she used it recklessly, then her hand would be ruined. Grand Duke Ariel was studying the weapons. She had a title of Weapon Master, so she could skillfully handle all weapons. If a good weapon was found, then she would want to buy it. I looked over Ariel once again. She had 2 long horns on her forehead that proved she was the devil's descendant, pointy elf-like ears, a beautiful visage, and the atmosphere of an untouchable woman. Ariel Diablo. HRMM? Ariel turned her head and looked at me. I glanced at her. This is the first time I've seen a demon like you. Who are you? I was currently wearing the half-skull mask. Of course, both of us had met. But even if I took off the skull mask, Ariel wouldn't remember me. She was a noble existence that wouldn't memorize the faces of each demon she met. I remembered how broken my body was after challenging Ariel. I had no choice but to give a bitter laugh. Randalph Briggseel. Ariel's eyes changed. Because I had opened up my magic power at the same time I said my name. However, it didn't work. The high magic that caused fear in the opponent was obsolete in her presence. That is a nice aroma of magic power. Are you under any Grand Dukes? She didn't remember despite telling her my name. I did not mind. In the final moments of my previous life, she said my survival instinct was like a bug. She didn't know my name even at the end. But the past was gone. I would force her to hear my name so much that she couldn't forget it. I would be a true enemy. Someone who could go shoulder to shoulder with the 4 Grand Dukes. No one can be above me. My goal was the devil. I wouldn't allow the Grand Dukes to take my place. An interested expression flashed on Ariel's face. You have skills or you are just speaking thoughtlessly, either way, it isn't a wise move. Just because it isn't wise doesn't mean I won't get an unconditional victory. Sometimes strength and stubbornness could bring about victory. In fact, Ariel had been the final winner in my previous life. Ariel launched assault after assault on Grand Duke UPA. Not one bit of wisdom was involved. Yet she was talking about wisdom. I couldn't help finding it funny. I knew it. Ariel laughed. That's right. A fight between warriors starts with hitting the body. Strategies using the head isn't necessary. The one who becomes the devil won't be stupid. Then she erased the smile and looked straight at me. Attendant. If you don't serve another demon, then serve me. Your thoughts are similar to mine. It was at that moment. Power of words, you, has been used. Mind's eye, you, has successfully detected it. The detection method is successful and the control of power of words has lowered. Defended against 50%. Intelligence calibration 66. Defended against 85%. Your magic power is higher than the caster. The 20% calibration effect means 102% has been defended against. You are completely beyond the control of power of words. Ariel Diablo activated her skill Power of Words. But I completely neutralized it. My stats were slightly superior. Mind's eye meant I could detect the unexpected effect of Power of Words, and my superior magic power meant I wasn't affected. But it was dicey. If my intelligence hadn't risen due to Heart of the Hell Monarch, then I might be under the control of Power of Words. I can't be lacking intelligence. There was a high relationship between intelligence and resistance. No matter how high my magic power, if intelligence was low, then I would be weak to abnormal states. But both intelligence and magic power combined was higher, so I could be free from the influence. I coldly looked at Ariel and said, I reject. Ha ha. And Ariel gave a big laugh before saying, a knockdown. I thought you were just a cold guy, but now I see that you truly have skills. Defending against my Power of Words. I should cut off your head now. She meant it. It was no accident that normally a Grand Duke occupied the throne. They all had their own view of the world that they moved in. They would immediately kill those outside this framework. Ariel had stepped on all the other demons and Grand Dukes to reach the throne.
Leave unless you think you can fight me. This wasn't the demon world.
A world ruled by the king of the dark spirits. Those with power were bound to have a rough relationship with him. However, even the Grand Dukes had common sense. I lightly provoked her, but Ariel just looked like she had found a cute toy.
Ho hoo! Randalph Briggseel. Today I will step aside. This is indeed an interesting place.
I won't cause a dispute today.
Ariel turned around and left. I had a moment of hesitation. This was the first time Grand Duke Ariel had called my name. She always said I was like a bug and barely remembered me. My name was never said by her. The past and the future is different. By my hands. I gripped my fists tightly. More than anything, I once again thought that my direction was right. He. Incredibly scary. That is the famous Grand Duke Ariel Diablo. The dark spirit released its breath. Ariel Diablo.
She was quite famous here for her overwhelming ability. Even the advanced spirits would feel the pressure. I slowed my pounding heart and said,
"Do you have something to increase the rating of a skill? Do you mean the Sage's Leap?"
"Yes."
He. You have good senses. A great item. Then please come this way. I seem to be lucky. It was comfortable when thinking about it. I need to get my hands on it.
An item known as Sage's Leap sometimes appeared in the Demon World auction. Its efficacy was worth millions of points and there was always a heated competition every time it appeared. However, I didn't need to bother with the competition. I was a demon with 1.5 million points. Demons barely had 1 million, let alone 1.5 million. The dark spirit stopped and pointed towards a small bottle of water.
This is it. Ah, be careful of your hands. There is an enchantment around it. If you touch it, then your hand will be destroyed. I knew that. There was an invisible enchantment covering the goods. But I could feel a strong repulsion when my hand got close to it. A warning not to touch the goods. It was an outstanding defense that even advanced creatures couldn't touch. An advanced creature would be evaporated on the spot. I never thought about touching it directly. I opened up Mind's Eye. Name, Sage's Leap. Description: Alchemy can increase the rating of all skills below Unique, U. If used on a Unique, U, skill, it will increase half a step towards Exceptional Unique, XU. There will be no effect on higher ratings. That's right. I nodded and said, I will buy it immediately. He. Guessed Nim. I'm not sure if you know, but most demons only have an average of 130,000 points. The price to purchase it immediately is fixed. If you want to purchase the Sage's Leap immediately, then you need 520,000 points. Wouldn't you rather get it much cheaper at the auction? 130,000 points. It was lower than I thought. It was fortunate that I had 1.5 million points. I guess I don't have competition. Only average. A few demons might have more than that. But my points were more than 10 times the average. 520,000 points was a burden, but I had expected it. I need to purchase the Sage's Leap. There was a need to buy it immediately. There were many things at the auction that I might not be able to purchase until the end. I wanted to raise the rating of Mind's Eye. There were many unresolved functions with Mind's Eye. I realized the additional effects thanks to Ariel's power of words. It saw through power of words, so if the rating of Mind's Eyes increased, wouldn't it be able to detect and see through sealed items? A few sealed items always appeared in the auction. Some demons bought sealed items for an expensive price only to be dissatisfied. In my previous life, Duke Pella, who used Mind's Eye, couldn't detect the rating of sealed goods. Wasn't it because the rating of Mind's Eye was too low? Sage's Leap wasn't something that could be purchased simply with a lot of points. The Grand Dukes and Dukes had all controlled it in my previous life. The Grand Dukes would hand over Sage's Leap to certain demons, but Duke Pella had never earned it to increase Mind's Eye. Of course, I was excluded from the prizes. It was very difficult to raise the rating of skills obtained in the demon world. Mind's Eye had been stuck at a unique rating. It is worth experimenting with. At the very least, upgrading Mind's Eye would increase intelligence. I wouldn't be as vulnerable to other states. I could prepare a wider range of moves. My abilities might even surpass Grand Duke Ariel. So I didn't think the damage would be too large. I will buy it immediately. Kehehe, purchasing it immediately, eh? I hate to say it twice. The dark spirit looked at me for a moment.
The eyes expressed that it couldn't believe it, but then its expression turned serious.
Wait a moment. The dark spirit left the warehouse.
After 5 minutes, the dark spirit returned and was accompanied by a representative of the auction.
The auction manager was sweating. It was in the form of a corrupted fat man.
The owner of a 150 kilograms belly fat came out.
No matter if it was a spiritual body, it still seemed exhausted. Pant, you want to buy Sage's Leap at once?
I frowned at the dark spirit. I hated saying the same thing many times.
I started to feel irritated. He, that's right.
This guest wanted to purchase the Sage's Leap immediately. The dark spirit that guided me saw my eyes and answered on my behalf.
Then please look at this. The auction representative held out a sheet of paper with a contract written on it.
I thoroughly examined the paper and sensed dozens of magic spells contained in it. I placed my right hand on the paper without any delay.
Sage's Leap has been purchased. 520,000 points will be consumed. You have 1,032,447 points remaining.
Soon a blue light emerged from the paper. The light flowed towards the location of the Sage's Leap. The enchantment around the Sage's Leap gradually weakened and disappeared. The auction manager stuttered with incredulity.
The deal has been completed. Congratulations.
I ignored his words and grasped the Sage's Leap.
After pulling out the cork. Gulp. Gulp. I drank it all at once. The Sage's Leap has been consumed.
Please select a skill to raise the rating.
Skill combination, R. 2, Mind's Eye, U. I only had 2 skills.
There was no place for skill combination right now.
I raised my hand into the air and chose number 2. Mind's Eye, U, has been raised to Mind's Eye, XU. No more message windows popped up after that. Finished?
It was the first time I was taking Sage's Leap.
I had to check the status window. It is over. I nodded my head.
I confirmed the rating of Mind's Eye had increased.
What was different? Was there anything different?
I was about to use Mind's Eye to scan the goods when the dark spirit interrupted.
Guest Nim. Now it is time to enter the auction house. In fact, time is a bit tight right now. I understand.
There was no hurry.
I would be able to see any changes while the auction was in progress.
I slowly followed the dark spirit out of the warehouse.
****. The place was reminiscent of a large opera house.
There were grandstands filled with hundreds of seats separated into 2 levels on 4 sides of the hall, 6 chandeliers decorated with various jewels, hundreds of lights made by magic, singing boys and dancing girls. It combined to create a classical atmosphere. The auction would take place here. Now the auction was waiting for the last guests to arrive before starting.
Upon passing through the huge door, I looked around to my left and right. My eyes noticed 4 seats located on the 2nd floor of the hall.
Each Grand Duke and their people were sitting on different sides of the hall.
They looked at me for a moment before turning away.
Only Ariel looked at me with strange eyes for a little while longer.
I felt like laughing. In other words, it meant I was sitting alone in the center of the seats. I wasn't a demon follower of any of the 4 Grand Dukes.
That position was snatched by power. Originally, the demon with the name of Brigzeal was a follower of a Grand Duke. I wasn't sure if the devil had planned to invite the original Brigzeal. Whether it was accidental or authorized, I was the demon that ended up being invited.
Either way, this situation is fun.
There was a similar situation in my past life. However, I was in an exceptional condition compared to my past life. There was no point in any ass kissing at the auction.
I would buy the things I wanted to buy.
In order to buy it, I wouldn't care about the competition.
I will eat up everything. Acting freely?
In my past life, this seat would be filled with thorns. The Grand Dukes looked at me with cold and contempt-filled eyes.
Malicious jeers and boos. I could hear things like bug.
I would look forward to destroying those cold gazes in the future. Grand Duke Ariel, UPA, Pandemonium and Oculos, in addition, they have good expressions on their faces. I sat down in the center of the grandstand along with my creature. I crossed my legs and looked around with an easy, disinterested expression.
Unfortunately, this auction was a stage for me. I would be the focus of a single play. They wouldn't even be the supporting roles.
Those who thought of themselves as protagonists would be surprised once it started.
They would ask, who is he?
Of course, it would only end with questions. I wasn't going to announce that I was from South Korea.
It wasn't time yet.
I needed to reserve a little more power.
and I couldn't allow the 4 Grand Dukes to even guess my location.
In order to find out, the 4 Grand Dukes would have to share information about the locations of their demons' dungeons, and that was an impossible task.
The Grand Dukes are competing. Cooperation won't work.
The demon owners of each individual dungeon was confidential information.
The relationship between the 4 Grand Dukes wasn't good, so the information wouldn't be released. But I knew. The dungeon positions of the Dukes and Grand Dukes was firmly grasped.
This could be a very powerful tool if used correctly. Information was power, and there were means available to cut off their limbs. However, cutting off their limbs would be for later.
Right now I needed to concentrate on the auction. After a few moments, lights started to gather on the stage. Soon a man in clown makeup appeared from backstage. Guest Nim. Thank you for waiting. My name is Dubalong and I am responsible for the auction today. A face that was only seen once a year. Dubalong. One of the high-class spirits that was a close aide to the king. A level-headed person with the ability to embellish and make people laugh. He was the eyes and hands of the king of the spirits. All things related to the king flowed through him. It would be good if I could improve my relationship with the Spirit King. The Demon World auction is only held once a year, so this opportunity needs to be seized. But the spirits. They could communicate with each other even if they were in different worlds. If I could communicate with Dubalong, then I could know the items for next year's auction in advance. This was a trick that Grand Duke UPA had used for decades. UPA who became close to the Spirit King could obtain goods before the auction. There was some type of deal like, I will spend more points at the auction. The dark spirits wouldn't just obtain points through the auction. And there was no law stating I couldn't take that position. It was necessary to make them sure that I was the best among the demons gathered here. Dubalong's eyes looked over all the demons.
And paused for a moment as he came to me. His eyes were different from when he saw the other demons. He seemed interested in me for a reason. I was a demon who had already spent 520,000 points before the auction started. I made eye contact and smiled lightly. Well, sitting alone on the grandstand might have also played a part. Soon Dubalong confirmed the faces of all the demons and said, "Today you heard a rough explanation regarding the summoning, but I will formally say it again. This is a place where points can be used to buy goods, the world's largest auction brought to you by the Devil Deathbringer. A festival held once a year for you to get your heart's desire. Now, let's introduce the first auction product." At the same time, nearly a dozen dark spirits emerged from the right side of the stage. They were moving a huge, wheeled cage with a very familiar existence inside it. Dubalong spoke in a cold tone. "We had a lot of worries. What would be best to start the auction? There are 100 products, but what at the most outstanding example? So we have prepared this. The legendary true demonic dragon Aujin, written in legends, Krosla, who is half dragon and half elf. The half-elf Krosla trapped behind the bars growled like a wounded beast. A two-legged tribe of creatures with an intelligence that matched the demons. Humans were the prey of creatures, but the demons viewed the elves in the same way. I thought about it. I will make it different. Krosla looked just like he did in my previous life. I opened mind's eye and took a deep look. Name, Krosla. Occupation demonic lancer, title * person with dragon's blood, R, strength +4. Stats. Strength 74, +3, intelligence 69. Agility 65, stamina 72. Magic power 77. Potential, 357 +4/437. Uniqueness, a slave inscription is carved on the body. Skill, Dragon Stampede, U, Demon Sprint, R. I inwardly nodded. He had higher potential than Yuunhai and also had unique skills. Even his stats were shameful. This? There was someone right behind Krosla. She seemed to be a relative, but I didn't remember her face. Dubalong explained. And this is his younger sister, Krisley, who is at the end of her life. This is a perfect situation of 1+1, so the winner will get both with no conditions. Although an elixir can help her recover, it isn't recommended. All the pathways in the body are blocked, so she is unlikely to grow even if she recovers. However, her face is smooth and you can use her for any purpose. Dubalong laughed politely as he explained the rest. Now, the auction will start with 0 points. I assure you that Krosla isn't an easy opponent for any demon to deal with. I'm not disparaging the abilities of my guests. He is someone with the blood of a true demonic dragon mixed in. If you want him, then speak without any hesitation. If you miss out on this, then the boys and girls on the ceiling will laugh. One of the Grand Dukes raised their hands.
10,000. Grand Duke Ariel Nim. 10,000 points have come out.
And another Grand Duke raised their hands.
20,000. Grand Duke UPA Nim. It is going up fast. 50,000. Grand Duke Pandemonium Nim. 50,000 points have come out. Any more? Everyone became a little hesitant. 50,000 points was a lot for some demons. Even the Grand Dukes couldn't afford those points. It was because they didn't know what else would emerge in the auction.
There were still plenty more auction products.
Krosla was great, but they couldn't invest all their points in him. 100,000. Ah! Now all the Grand Dukes are participating. Grand Duke Oculus Nim has called 100,000 points. 100,000.
This was indeed a large sum.
Grand Duke Oculus smiled leisurely.
It was filled with derision about not investing in this treasure. Anger appeared on the faces of the three other Grand Dukes. As the only guest in the central grandstand, I raised my hand.
200,000. The whole area became silent. Even the boys and girls on the ceiling didn't laugh. Such an amount of points was trifling to me. 200,000.
Earl Randalph Briggseelnim has called 200,000 points. The overwhelmed Dubalong called out my full name.
The shock couldn't be avoided. Someone called out 200,000 at the very beginning.
No, it was actually a cheap price to purchase Krosla and his sister Krisley.
It was like a gift. But the demons gathered here thought differently. I smirked.
Yes, become curious. Continue being curious and remember me clearly.
Randalph Briggseel. I would make sure they remembered my name. 200,000 points have come out. Any more?
If no one makes another offer, then Krosla will be sold to Randalphnim.
The demons' expressions changed after Dubalong's words.
At the same time, they started to formulate strategies.
I wasn't the only demon with 200,000 points. Each faction had a few.
But they were important.
There were many excellent things, so they couldn't compete for Krosla.
Even though the devil created the points system, it wasn't a fair exchange. In short, exchanging or stealing points was considered illegal and would be subjected to a penalty. Both sides would have their points decreased by 20% for several years, so it was a severe penalty. In the end, all the factions could only come to one conclusion.
The auction was just getting started. There would be better items than Krosla.
This was clearly just the start.
Dubalong wouldn't debut the most outstanding product in the beginning.
They would hold on to the points to hopefully obtain rare items or skills.
Be calm.
When looking at it from an objective viewpoint, their choice was right.
The demons with many points would have an advantageous position in the auction. I need to be calm, but
I barely prevented my mouth from twisting into a smile. The spirits and demons had no idea. The true value wasn't Krosla but Krisley. I became happy the moment I used Mind's Eye.
I inwardly let loose a huge laugh.
They were deceived by her sickly appearance and didn't realize her true value.
It was natural. I only knew about it because Mind's Eye allowed me to see the status window. If it wasn't for Mind's Eye, then I wouldn't have noticed Krisley's value.
She wasn't a prominent person in my previous life before I died.
Krosla had a reason to hate humans.
I felt like I had picked up an item with the epic rating. I came here for Krosla, but my real achievement was his sister Krisley. I am the only one who knows the value of the treasure. Krisley was the greatest treasure. I could see her potential through the dust.
This probably hadn't happened in my previous life.
My heart pounded at the thought of what she would become under my hands.
I once again used Mind's Eye to confirm Krisley's status window. Name, Krisley.
Occupation untitled * person with the blood of a true demonic dragon, epic, intelligence +6, magic power +6.
Stats. Strength 19, intelligence 94, +6. Agility 21, stamina 10, -9. Magic power 28, +6.
Potential 172 +3/478.
Uniqueness, born as the successor of the true demonic dragon's enormous strength.
However, the 9 Severdine vein she was born with has given her the curse of the ice dragon.
Skill, none. Crazy.
This was the only word that could describe her potential and intelligence. Krosla and Krisley both had titles regarding the blood of a dragon.
But the rating was different. Krisley was the real thing.
In particular, her intelligence had reached beyond the transcendental wall, as it reached 100.
100. An astounding figure. Pure abilities were hard to raise between 80-100.
But after it reached 90, raising it was like reaching for the stars in the sky.
That's why I needed titles and items.
Furthermore, the scale required for the stats to go up by 1 after reaching 90 was different every time. The title meant she reached 100, but even her pure ability was 94.
Realistically, it didn't make sense.
What this meant, she was immune to all different states. If she had an epic skill and magic power was also over 100, then she could be called invincible.
Anything else?
Intelligence also affected magic casting speed, the force of the skill, and it had a close relationship with skill level. Higher rated skills required a strong body to use, but high intelligence could offset some of the penalty. In addition, the speed of raising the skill level would increase. Even if learning normal rated skills, a person with 100 intelligence meant the rating might increase to unique.
Intelligence was an all-round stat.
However, it was hard for intelligence to reach that high unless they were born with it, had a special bloodline, or the help of items like the Heart of the Hell Monarch.
Crisley met 2 of the 3 requirements.
Therefore, she managed to have 100 intelligence.
The problem is stamina. 1 stamina. The Ice Dragon's curse was to blame for the -9.
It caused her to be near death. Even breathing would be painful, and she was barely hanging on with her robust spirit. She had a pale complexion and could barely stand up by herself.
Jack. Doubalong clapped after waiting 30 seconds.
Nobody raised their hands. The final bid was determined.
Krasla has been sold to Randalph for 200,000 points. Congratulations. The item will be automatically moved to your dungeon at the end of the auction. I smiled.
Originally, Krasla should have gone to Grand Duke UPA. Perhaps he would have offered a little more than Ocullo's 100,000 points, but my bid of 200,000 was too high. I've overcome the biggest hurdle. My mind felt more at ease.
The dark spirits removed Krasla's cage and brought something else. What now? I relaxed and paid attention to Doubalong. The following auction item is the Shiny Gauntlet. It is strongly recommended for those who prefer melee combat. The intense glare will blind your opponent.
Its firmness is beyond belief, and the right user can bring out its power.
It can be compared to the auction item previously introduced. Starting at 10,000 points. Doubalong was introducing the Shiny Gauntlet that appeared to be at least a unique item. But I couldn't help inwardly laughing at the result of mind's eye. Name Shiny Gauntlet, rare.
Description: a shiny gauntlet that has been polished tens of thousands of times.
It is very hard. A scam. A skillful seller. And scammer. That was my assessment of Doubalong.
The shiny gauntlet shone beautifully like its name. The description explained that its hardness was its best strength. It would create a synergy with very hard armor.
Doubalong said.
He compared it to the item just introduced at the auction. There was no way it could compare to Krasla and Crisley. I was sure of it after seeing the name. Despite being lacking, it was likely to get a high price at the auction.
The auction meant they were likely to think that is a nice item. And would bid. Emotion was bound to be involved when looking at an item or skill.
A rare skill book would cost 50,000 points.
If sentiment was involved, a scroll worth only 20,000 points might be bought for 50,000 points.
I kept my mouth closed as others drooled over it.
3 of the Grand Dukes were made to desire it. Doubalong also knew this fact. He couldn't act if he didn't know. He calmly and subtly arranged things.
He used his tongue naturally.
10,000. It has started with Grand Duke Ariel Nim. 10,000 points. 20,000. He truly doesn't rest. Earl Randolph Brigzeal Nim. 20,000 points have come out. I shrugged. I am willing to do this.
I played along now that I realized Doubalong's intentions. This way I could ensure that the opponent consumed more of their points.
30,000. Grand Duke UPA Nim. Now, any more? If there isn't, then it will be the winning bid. 40,000. Once again, a bid by Earl Randolph Nim. A truly discerning eye. Excellent. He truly had a good lip service. 50,000. It can't be, Grand Duke UPA Nim. 50,000 points has come out. Grand Duke UPA's voice was mixed with irritation. None of the others gave any more bids, so Grand Duke UPA bought a miscellaneous item for 50,000 points. It has been sold for 50,000 points. Congratulations. It will be sent to your dungeon shortly after the auction ends. I laughed lightly. Japtum was Japtum.
The shiny gauntlet was Japtum. Yet it was bought for 50,000 points. It was natural for laughter to emerge.
Results like this could also occur at the auction. Demons bought items at an overpriced value.
At this point, Dubulong seemed to notice my intentions.
Dubulong's eyes stared at me. He seemed to view me different from the other demons.
I had succeeded in carving my name into his mind.
Several more auctions passed until the 10th auction item made an appearance. This auction is a little special. A sealed dagger. We don't know what item might emerge once the seal is loosened. It is like a lottery, but this is a great opportunity to obtain an epic rating. Starting at 50,000 points. One of the things that I wanted came out.
I opened Mind's Eye the moment I saw the gleaming dagger.
Sealed weapon.
The seal has a very high rating, so using Mind's Eye will give a penalty.
Penalty. I had to experience it once in a while. Besides, I could read the rating and description of the sealed item.
My gamble was half successful.
I needed to receive the penalty to confirm the other half. I ignored the warning and used Mind's Eye. Name Howling Dagger, XR.
Description: a dagger with the strong poison of a banshee.
It will eat away at the spirit.
Asterisk: it is possible to use the rare grade skill acceleration 3 times a day.
A penalty will be given for the very high seal.
Strength -10 for 72 hours.
Vital.
I felt a sudden weakness as my body staggered.
This is the penalty?
The message window stated that my strength would be degraded for 3 days.
This is enough. At least it didn't permanently decrease.
I didn't bother bidding and the weapon was bought for 50,000 points.
Grand Duke Ariel had the first and last bid because the other Grand Dukes didn't participate. They hated to gamble. The starting bid was too expensive.
A sealed weapon came out again at the 15th auction.
I took a deep breath and used Mind's Eye. Name Blunt Sword, N.
Description: a sword that has lost its capability as a weapon.
A penalty will be given for the very high seal.
Health -10 for 72 hours.
Hop.
I managed to withstand the sense of anemia. It was a lot of pain just to confirm a junk item.
I am going to find something. Obviously.
Before I returned to the past. An epic grade equipment had been found twice after being unsealed.
There were some never disclosed to the public, so it might actually be 3 or 4.
The odds were low, but it wasn't impossible to get an epic item at the auction.
The 21st auction. A sword once appeared again.
I once again opened Mind's Eye while remaining silent.
Name Wrath, epic, set item. Description: the last piece made by the mythical blacksmith Oswin that even the gods opposed.
Characterized by the 7 deadly sins, the evil contained in it was so powerful that Oswin reportedly went crazy.
Wrath, such pure evil. Asterisk: strength +7, the epic grade skill Wrath is available once every 7 days.
A 7 sins set item has been found.
Collecting the same type of set items will increase the effect. A penalty will be given for the very high seal.
Agility -10 for 72 hours.
It came out. I ignored the awful feeling of helplessness. My gamble was a complete success. Epic rating. And part of a set? If set items were collected, then a more powerful force would be exerted. Once all 7 items were gathered, an absolute power could be unleashed.
Normal, rare, unique, epic and legend was a chain with legend at the peak. Even in my past life, I only heard of 2 items with a legend rating. It would be difficult to find a higher rated skill or item. Those labeled with a set were even more rare.
An epic set?
It was in the realm of dreams. If all the set items were collected, then it would have a value 2 steps above its rating. If I could obtain all of the 7 sins, then I wouldn't need to worry about equipment anymore.
My weak body trembled. Crossla and Crisley were unpolished gems.
It would take time to smooth them out. But Wrath was already completed and had the potential to be completed. Furthermore, I could use it to enhance my own strength. Increasing my own strength gave me greater joy than that of my colleagues or creatures. It can't be helped since I have the soul of a warrior.
A warrior proved their worth through fighting.
It was natural to have a strong attachment to weapons.
My eyes deepened as I looked at Wrath.
Quite a lot of points have been exhausted. Now they should have 200,000 points at most.
During the previous 21 auctions, I had stuck to my role as random bidder.
Sometimes I was successful in making a purchase, and including Crossla and Crisley, I spent 257,000 points. The Dark Spirit said that the demons had an average of 130,000 points, except for my 1.5 million points, there was a total of 7.86 million points. When subtracting the 2.57 million spent at the auction, the 71 demons had a total of 5.29 million points left.
It would be an average of 75,000 points.
On the other hand, I still had 830,000 points. I turned and looked at the sides of the hall. So far, only 2 demons had used 200,000 points at the auction. There were still 2 factions with more points. They weren't competition, but I needed to watch their dynamics carefully.
This is a sealed weapon. An unusual scent of magic can be felt from it. Let's start at 50,000 points. Doublong introduced with confidence.
I immediately raised a hand.
I knew the value of wrath. 50,000. Earl Randalph Nim. 50,000 points have come out. Any more? 60,000. Grand Duke Ariel Nim. She still has points remaining.
Ariel participated. She had bought a single sealed weapon before. It was a fairly decent weapon with the rating of Exceptional Rare, XR. She didn't have much points remaining but saw a significant sealed item.
This isn't a pure discerning eye. Ariel Diablo is a weapon master. She might be able to identify a little bit of the sealed weapon.
It wasn't surprising.
70,000. Grand Duke UPA Nim. It has come to 70,000. Steeply rising. Other than Grand Duke Ariel, the Grand Duke UPA also participated.
I wanted to relax, but they insisted on a competition. Of course, those two were busy staring at each other, but I couldn't give up an epic set item.
100,000. Earl Randalph Nim. He doesn't care about looking nice. 100,000 points have come out. 110,000. Grand Duke Ariel Nim. 120,000. Grand Duke UPA Nim. 150,000. Where is his limit? Earl Randalph Nim. Grand Duke Ariel and UPA finally realized and turned towards me. Of course, there wasn't anything good in their gazes. But Ariel was already at her limit. Earlier she had used 50,000 points, so she didn't have much remaining. UPA was also in a similar situation. I could afford it. They became certain of that. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations. It has been sold to Randalph Nim. Doublong clapped loudly. Wrath had become mine. I was also able to buy an additional 6 items at the auction. The unique rated skilled Lightning God technique, the unique grade ring paranormal, an agility potion, an exceptional unique set item death wand, a rare great flower of eternity, and a whole village of dark elves was bought for a total of 650,000 points. The list of items obtained. Name Lightning God technique, U. Description, a recipe from someone studying lightning. Lightning can be freely handled up to a 12-star cultivation. Name paranormal, U. Description, a ring that randomly gives one of 5 different blessings. All stats +2 for 1 hour, recovery, magic power +5 for 30 minutes, grant a powerful attraction and infinite energy. One of these blessings can be given once a day. Name agility potion. Description, agility has permanently increased by 1. Name, Death Wand, XU, set. Description, a wand used by the King of Death. His achievements in the art of death is tainted with fear. Asterisk magic power +4, bound item, undead creation, U, skill is available. Name flower of eternity, R. Description, a beautiful flower that doesn't need to be watered and will bloom forever. It has an effect of making the surroundings beautiful. The village of dark elves couldn't be described in detail, but it was a small place with 50 people. However, the mature dark elves could display a combat force equal to LV3 mid-grade creatures. They could be purchased separately, but I couldn't miss the chance to obtain them for a much cheaper price. Lightning God technique, paranormal and agility potion were things that I could use. In particular, potions that permanently increased stats were incredibly expensive. I would drink it later when I was blocked by a wall. The Death Wand had a wonderful synergy with the Command Magic book I discovered the other day. The Death Apostle and Command Magician professions had a synergy effect, so I planned to transfer them to Crisley. The combination of her intelligence and potential gave me high expectations for the creation of an unprecedented necromancer. If she grew a little more, then I could entrust her to act as the proxy of the Dungeon Master. A Dungeon Master had to deal with death. The setup of a perfect substitute. Flower of Eternity, I purchased it for 3,000 points and would naturally give it to Yihi. I should give her something like a flower. It was the first time I bought a gift, so it was fun imagining Yihi's reaction. This isn't the end. I used a lot of points at the auction. However, I acquired something after using the points. Even I didn't anticipate that an Easter egg would appear again. A remarkable achievement. More than 1 million points have been used in the first auction. 7th grade Easter egg will open. -1 extra stat has been acquired. You can raise the desired stat at any time. Ha ha ha. After the auction ended, I exited with a big smile. The results were better than expected, so I was satisfied. The 7th grade reward fell short of the 3rd grade Heart of the Hell Monarch, but the compensation wasn't bad. I could raise any stat I wanted by 1 point at any time. It would be useful since raising a stat above 90 was hard. Things like the agility potion played a huge role at that time. Stop. I had just left the huge hall where the auction took place. A marquis stood blocking me. A demon that filled his dungeon with succubus. I could guess that he was one of Grand Duke Upa's entourage. I suppose they thought it was unfair I took all the good items. No, maybe they were wondering how I managed to raise so much points. I walked forward while ignoring him. He was acting under the orders of a duke or grand duke. There was no need to worry. This lowlife is ignoring me? Swack! A spear flew towards me. He couldn't tolerate it anymore and attacked. But there was an overwhelming difference in abilities. Even if my abilities had declined, only a duke or grand duke could face me. I caught the flying spear. This attack? Ugh! He tried to take back the spear. You! Let go! You will regret it. Regret? You are the one that is going to regret it. Turn over the death wand. That item is wasted on a lowlife like you. If you pass it over, then I will be happy to let you leave. The reason for the fight was the death wand. Lowlife. I laughed bitterly. In the end, I was still called a bug. I had to hear that word even in this life. I maintained my hold on the spear and summoned the sword. I strongly pulled the spear and cut off the left arm. Quack! It is too late to figure it out. It happened in an instant. His abilities fell far short of mine. The demon glared at me with cold eyes. In my eyes, you are the lowlife. Tread lightly or you will cease to exist. I smiled coldly and prepared to cut the remaining arm. It wouldn't be too late to kill him after returning to Earth. Killing a demon here would cause any long-term relationship with Dubelong to crumble. Passac. Just as my sword was about to move, a black sphere passed by. The sphere was embedded in the ground and started to absorb the surrounding area. It was a skill I was familiar with, yet the sucking power wasn't as strong as I remembered. But once the skill was used at its maximum value, it wasn't strange for a building to fly away. A familiar skill. At the same time, an overwhelming presence could be felt everywhere. The parent showed up after the child is hurt. I shrugged while holding my sword. The Grand Duke Upa was the one restraining him. A black hole that sucked in everything around it was his patented skills. Standing next to Grand Duke Upa were many demons. To not lower your head after seeing me, I can't believe there is someone like this. I could tell his personality from his tone. Arrogant and self-righteous. A presence distinctly different from me. This demon under my feet? I don't remember how he got there. Upa's expression became stormy. How cheeky. But it is a fact that you attacked one of my demons. Shouldn't you explain this? He asked for an explanation of the attack. I spoke with annoyance as I roughly explained. He attacked me first. I don't see your arm cut off. Just stick it back on. It wasn't difficult. I had vaguely expected this situation. I expected it and acted moderately. In fact, if I was excited, then the demon would already be dead. Kim Yong-woo spoke about an elephant and an ant. It was that type of difference. I was stronger from the beginning. Despite that, I only cut off an arm. Why? This wasn't the demon world. A place ruled by the king of the spirits. Be quiet or I will slash your neck. My neck? Ha ha. Cutting my neck. I was someone who survived and went back to the past. I wouldn't die in a place like this. This guy. If you don't act moderately, then I won't forgive you. Pekin. Stop his mouth for me. Duke Pekin. One of the 3 dukes beside Grand Duke Upa. He nodded and went forward. The atmosphere swiftly became grim. I opened mind's eye. Name, Pekin Griali. Occupation Demon Duke, Dungeon Master, Title * King of Wolves, XU, Agility and Strength +4. Stats. Strength 80, plus 4, Intelligence 63. Agility 65, plus 4, Stamina 68. Magic Power 77. Potential, 353 plus 8/500. Uniqueness, the Master of Griali, the Barren Land of Wolves. Skill, Wolf, U, Regeneration, U. Relative comparison. Pagan Griali. Strength 84, Intelligence 63, Agility 69, Stamina 68, Magic 77, Potential, 353 plus 8/500. Randalph Brigzeal. Strength 71, Intelligence 56, Agility 66, Stamina 72, Magic 80, Potential, 329 plus 16/500. All stats minus 10 due to a penalty. I shook my head. He was slightly better in terms of stats. The penalty was to blame. I looked at 5 sealed items at the auction with mines. I saw my stats were minus 50. If I was in my normal state, then I could beat him easily. The same was true for the skills. But I could use Lightning God technique and Wrath to reverse the situation. The difference between a Duke and Grand Duke is large. The vast majority of Grand Dukes had stats close to 400. Meanwhile, the Dukes were situated between 340 and 360. Indeed, a Grand Duke. They were completely different. And my growth was enough to put me shoulder to shoulder with a Grand Duke. It was true that I had a penalty, but I just shrugged it off. At this time, some demons emerged from the auction. Grand Dukes Ariel, Pandemonium, and Ocullos. They looked at the situation between Pagan and I with interested eyes. Of course, most of their interest was focused on me. I was the only one among the 72 demons who wasn't in a faction. A demon who generously used a huge amount of points. Was I strong or weak? They would contact me if I was strong or discard me if I was weak. I felt like turning and spitting at them. A cold type of calculation. Listen, fledgling demon. Pagan roared like a beast. King of the Wolves. Lord Griali. A loyal warrior. But it was in vain. A foolish and stupid guy. The evaluation of Pagan Griali passed through my head. You don't need a weapon? A dog demon? Spoiled bastard. This is my weapon. Pagan said as he showed off his sharp teeth and nails harder than steel. Is that so? Then let's go. I raised my sword. And the moment I dropped into an attack posture. Stop. This is the temple of the Spirit King. Nobody is allowed to run wild through it. A high-class spirit showed up. Dobelong was standing next to it and he winked at me. I was a VIP customer. In addition, I made his roll fun, so he had some goodwill towards me. Just in time. I immediately put down my sword. I had no intention of fighting any longer. A spirit is barging in on these matters? He insulted Grand Duke Upanim. He deserves to be punished. Pagan had a fiery temper, so he outright protested it. It was also the first time he stepped foot in the spirit world. He was a person who only followed Grand Duke Upa's words. I just laughed. Really stupid. He should have figured out how important the dark spirits who organized the auction were. Taking a step back would benefit each other. Grand Duke Upa also didn't stop Pagan. An annoyed expression was also on his face. They were forcefully summoned to participate in the auction. It felt like a provocation from the dark spirits, and now they were interfering. The accumulated anger had flowed over. Everyone makes mistakes at first. Pagan and Upa are making an irreversible mistake. I'm not sure of other places. However, this was an absolute place to the dark spirits. The temple of the Spirit King. How could the dark spirits ignore and walk away from such behavior? They were tying a rope around their necks. Based on the agreement between the spirits and the demons, the spirits were able to prevent certain demons from participating in the auction. Especially in the early days, those that couldn't participate in the auction would find themselves falling behind the other demons. Yet Upa and Pagan didn't know this yet. That's why they acted like this. Spirits? Grand Duke Upa might have power in the demon world, but this is the spirit world. This isn't the place to act wildly. The body of the high-class dark spirit trembled in anger. Several spirits gathered behind its back. Despite this, Pagan didn't care. Bah! So how are you going to stop us? We are demons. Spirits shouldn't interfere in the matters between demons. The other demons also thought like that. But the spirits had different thoughts. But this is the spirit world. You traveled here, so you need to follow our laws. You summoned me by force, but I have to follow your rules? Don't be so overconfident.
The spirits organized this due to the will of the devil.
Then fine, if you don't want it. Grand Duke UPA and his demons will be banned from the auction for 3 years. Okay. I wouldn't come even if I was allowed to. Pakin declared bitterly. The story ended with Pakin's declaration. Ha ha.
3 years.
A masterpiece. Grand Duke UPA and his demons couldn't participate in the auction for 3 years. They wouldn't realize the gap that would occur until it was too late. One of them has dropped out. It was expected. He was a demon. Grand Duke UPA took the trap. A desirable outcome.
I played the strings a little bit and it aligned perfectly. The spirits will deal with any fights that take place here.
The dark spirit waved. Then Pakin growled out. Ridiculous. Who dares? I agree. Do you have any questions? I interrupted Pakin. I wanted to put an end to this now.
At the same time, the face of the high-class spirit changed.
Dubalon's face softened. Randalph Brigzielnim. Are you going to cooperate on this matter?
There is no reason not to cooperate.
This is your land. Thank you. Ho hoo. It is like the human saying. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Please note that Rome is the name of a country. Human beings are decent when it comes to respect. Earl Randalph Brigzielnim. I am curious about the circumstances, but the tone was completely different from when it dealt with Pakin. Anyway, I was competing with the other demons. I didn't care about them.
On the other hand, I would foster a good relationship with the spirits.
We would shake hands from the beginning. The demon frowned as they looked at me. Grand Duke UPA and Pakin had hostile eyes. I didn't care. I didn't need them in my framework. I am going my own way. I didn't know what would happen in the future. But it was certain they would run rampant. However, I just walked away. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The auction ended.
I was able to return safely to the dungeon.
Yi was sleeping on the dungeon core. It seems like she slept all day.
A fairy originally liked to sleep a lot. She didn't have a physical flesh, so she could sleep for a couple of days.
She didn't even notice the dungeon master had come back.
I pulled out a small stone the size of a nail.
The auction representative Dubalong,
a close confidant of the Spirit King, had given me a gift. I can contact him with this. The stone was a tool that made communication possible.
However, it wasn't a simple gift.
Dubalong didn't say it openly, but I could guess what the gift meant.
He will inform me of auction goods in advance. I could plan in advance if I knew the products. It was possible to get good items, skills, and creatures. I could save time over the next few years thanks to Grand Duke UPA and Pakin.
Gaining a harmonious relationship with the spirits through an antagonistic atmosphere.
And I would continue with their tacit consent.
It was a win-win situation. There was no reason to resist.
Eeing.
At that time, a crack in space appeared on the right side. I turned my eyes away from the stone.
Arrived.
The first thing that made its appearance through the crack was wrath. Following that was the Death Wand, Paranormal, Flower of Eternity, Lightning God Technique, and the Agility Potion. It was the transfer of the purchased items.
Hop. What the? What just happened? Yi suddenly woke up and blearily looked around. She didn't even think to wipe away the saliva at her mouth.
I ignored Yi and placed all the items in my magic bag.
Sheeing.
Soon the crack became larger and 50 dark elves walked through.
Most were young adults, but it was a reasonable price. One adult dark elf normally cost 6,600 points. But I bought 50 adults for only 80,000 points.
I smiled as I saw the two people walking behind them.
Crossla and Crisley. I looked at them with an expectant expression.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 33 to 37, Crossla and Crisley. Chapter 33 to 37, Crossla and Crisley.
They are nervous.
I could read the nerves in their facial expressions and gestures.
In particular, Crossla was looking at me with tough eyes, but his body was trembling slightly. His eyes were filled with strength in an attempt to protect Crisley. It was ludicrous to go against the dungeon master, but it was an instinctive behavior as a brother.
Anyway, Crossla's actions weren't over the limit.
He didn't show his teeth towards me. It is due to the slave's mark. The auction house had imprinted a seal on his body and soul. The moment he tried to oppose the dungeon master, his body would experience unbearable pain.
Even Krosla couldn't relax knowing that. Greetings to the dungeon master.
The 50 dark elves simultaneously kneeled.
Are you the chief? I asked an adult who was in front of the dark elves.
He was the only elderly, white-haired figure.
The aging dark elf nodded. Yes, dungeon master. Your name? Jolium. Is everybody from the same village? That's right.
Although they were sold separately in the auction, Krosla and Krisley are also from the same village.
I touched my jaw. The dark spirits usually paid something in exchange for the auction items. It was how the spirits filled up their auction items. In some cases, they were caught by the corrupted but. Anyway, it was very rare for an entire auction to pass through an auction. In addition, Krosla and Krisley were sold separately at the auction.
There must be something important about the village, or there were circumstances that made them contract with the dark spirits. I was silent for a while before Jolium said.
The true vampire clan took an interest in Krisley and there was no way to escape.
Therefore we made a contract with the dark spirits.
I didn't ask anything. Dungeon Master is someone who will lead all of us.
It is natural to describe the situation.
They gave me the explanation without even asking. The true vampire clan.
I recalled the features of a vampire. They had hot blood. They consumed the een of women in order to try and cool their blood.
But they had targeted Krisley. Is it because of the Ice Dragon's curse? Ice Dragon's curse.
It was a powerful restraint that ran through the veins.
Jolium's eyes widened. You know about it? The magic is so strong that it is impossible not to notice. A moderate cover. I easily figured things out due to mind's eye.
There was no need to bring up distrust.
That's right. Krosla has the blood of a true demonic dragon, but Krisley has barely survived since she was born. Nevertheless, how could we hand her over to the vampires? They either didn't know or deliberately omitted it. The latter. Krisley had the best blood of the true demonic dragon running through her.
That part was purposely omitted. I got a strong impression of a desire to hide and protect her.
I snorted.
An entire village wouldn't enter a contract with the dark spirits just to escape some vampires.
It was to ensure that Krisley living inside the dark elf village would be protected from the vampires. It was omitted, but it wasn't in order to deceive me. Although it definitely wasn't true loyalty. It would be very challenging to swear allegiance to a person they didn't know.
I wanted to make Krosla and the dark elves follow me deep in their bones.
In order to do this, I needed to know where to place the line.
Anyway, I hold the key. I recalled lightning god technique. Yuunhai had been blessed by the spirit of lightning and gained the ability to use lightning. If I used lightning god technique, then it might be possible to unblock the Yin veins. I had 90 magic power, so it would be possible if I had the power of lightning.
There was no law that the blocked veins couldn't be fixed. Time is a problem. I need to extend her life with the elixir, but Krisley's life force was exhausted, so it was a situation where she could die tomorrow. But I needed to use the time to learn lightning god technique. The thing that could buy that time was the elixir. It cost 100,000 points and was an absolute remedy. I checked my points soon after returning from the auction house. I needed to take steps to buy the elixir. They must have signed the contract in order to obtain the elixir. They probably just used the vampires as a pretext to obtain the elixir. Krisley was a significant presence to them, so they sold themselves to the dark spirits. The whole town had signed a contract just to protect Krisley. Of course, this was just something I predicted. I wiped the thoughts from my head and said, "Do you want me to pity you?" "No. It is just one of those things that happened." Jolium shook his head. I smirked and said, "Then from now on, you will be members of my dungeon. Are you aware of what you should be doing? Stop the humans coming to invade the dungeon? There seemed to be some basic education." "That's right. Right now, fearless human beings have started climbing up this dungeon. Then wait at a given location and prepare to defend that place. That place is, the 15th floor should be reasonable. You will consult with Yihi and the dwarves. I've only set up the ecology up to the 5th floor, but placing the dark elves on the 6th floor would collapse the balance. The current awakened could only defeat low-grade creatures. So it was reasonable to place them on the 15th floor." Yihi flew over and sat down on my shoulder. Then she laid both hands on her waist. "Ahem. You hear that right? I am Yihi. Listen carefully to my words. The fairy of the dungeon core.
Jullium lowered his body. Yi-He raised her nose even higher. Yi-He. You are assigned to the 15th floor. I have other work to do. Yes. Yi-He flew in front of the dark elves. Then she said with a sinister expression on her face. Follow me. Yi-He will be your guide. But if you don't come along properly, then I will leave you behind. Yi-He guided the dark elves. You guys, you should be well prepared. Yi-He isn't very nice. I won't pamper you. If you make a large fuss while working, then I will throw you to the orcs. We will keep that in mind. Jullium and the rest answered mechanically. A good attitude. Yi-He continued with a smile. But hopefully the work will go well. I don't want Master to scold me. Compensation, well, I should give you something. Tell me what you want? Saying that before working? Yi-He seemed to have widened her mindset. Jullium spoke carefully. That, then, can we receive an elixir? What? Elixir? That's pretty expensive. But I think that the Dungeon Master can buy it. Well, you're right. Dungeon Master is great. He can drink an elixir every day like it was water. He can even bathe in elixirs. Yi-He lied without even blinking. Jullium stuttered with surprise. Tea truly great. I realized from the auction house. Compared to the attitudes of the Grand Dukes. But why do you want an elixir? An elixir is required in order to improve Crisley's status. The one behind the large dark elf in the back? Yes, her body has been very weak since she was born. The Ice Dragon's curse. The Strongian was a curse that meant she would die before 20 years passed. An elixir wouldn't cure it, but it would improve her state. Yi-He thought for a moment before smacking her lips together. I can't give you an elixir. Yi-He doesn't have permission for this. Do you know how hard it is to make 100,000 points? Points don't just emerge from the ground. Then the Dungeon Master has to approve it? This whole place is Master's dungeon. You guys are no different. You must make yourself useful to Master. If Master approves, then you can get the elixir. In contrast, if you make Master angry, then Yi-He doesn't know what will happen. Do you want something other than the elixir? No. The elixir is necessary. Then should Yi-He give some advice? You are very clever, so we will listen. Yi-He smiled with satisfaction. The kobolds and goblins were stupid, so the dark elves were quite good in the eyes of the fairy. Okay. Listen carefully to Yi-He's words. First, Dungeon Master hates things that go round and round. If you want the elixir, then go and tell him directly. Of course, you should prepare something equivalent in return. If you just say, give me an elixir. Without giving anything, then Dungeon Master will plug his sword into your asses. The dwarves were used to jokes like this. However, Yi-He's words were very shocking to the dark elves. Where will he plug the sword? Didn't you listen to Yi-He's words? Ah, no. The sword, so he will plug the sword. Yes. And unlike Yi-He, Dungeon Master will be annoyed if you repeat the same things. I recommend that you speak articulately. Thank you. You have been very helpful. Yi-He. So you should listen to Yi-He's words. If you follow Yi-He's words, then you will have no problem getting the elixir. Yes, we will also keep this in mind. There was no answer that she didn't like. Yi-He thought this was hilarious. Hum. Originally I wasn't going to do this, but I like you, so I will make a specific garden for you on the 15th floor. Something real great. Thank you. Jullium said in a grateful tone. But it wasn't unknown if this gratitude would remain after the garden was completed. Asterisk. While Yi-He was leading the dark elves to a higher floor, I pulled out the Lightning God technique skill from my bag. In this life, this is my first attack skill? I only had skill combination in Mind's Eye. But Lightning God technique was an attack skill. Name Lightning God technique, you. Description, a recipe from someone studying lightning. Lightning can be freely handled up to a 12-star cultivation. This was the description of Lightning God technique. Of course, it wouldn't be entirely learned until he had all 12 stars. Furthermore, the rating of Lightning God technique was unique. It was an excellent rating for such a vague explanation. However, there were many reasons why it was necessary to become familiar with the Lightning God technique. The power of Lightning God technique could help Crisley as well as allow him to adjust and repair Yunhai's passive. And, maybe, I might be able to get my hands on a special achievement. Gain Lightning God technique, U, has been learned. Although the accomplishment is low, you succeed in forming 1 million watts, 1 megawatt, of electric energy in your body. Electric power has been added to the status window. The messages that continuously popped up, The first attack skill, Lightning God technique, has been added. Good. I felt a strange sensation. I took a few deep breaths as it felt like a snake was coiling around my body. Then the power of the Lightning God technique settled in my body. Chike. Static electricity sparked around my body. Not yet. This had a unique rating for a reason. Yuunhai could also cause sparks. I learned a few things from experimenting with her. I closed my eyes. Lightning God technique. It was a snake. It was very sensitive and moved slowly but efficiently. Once loose inside my body, it licked my flesh with its tongue. It was still in the first place where it entered my body. Then it looked around the perimeter. The snake paced for a while before choosing a safe path and beginning to move. It moved between my feet and my head as it caused the passages to widen. After a while, it became hungry and would roam the bloodstream, swallowing up magic power. After it swallowed until it was full, the snake made its home just below my belly button. And as if it was excreting, it changed the magic power scattered around to fit its home. The original magic power gained the property of lightning. I allowed it to move freely. However, I was slightly worried. The magic power flowing through the bloodstream. It was also linked to the heart of the Hell Monarch. But there was no friction between the snake and the heart of the Hell Monarch. Rather, it didn't even come close to my heart. It was like the presence of something scary had chased it away on purpose. Still, the passages were clearly laid well. In the future I would be able to use the Lightning God technique more efficiently. Lightning God Dan has successfully been created. 2 stars can be used to communicate with Lightning God, but a 3rd star is needed to form a Dan. 4 million watts, 4 megawatts, of electric power has been born in your body. Lightning God. Was Lightning God the name of the snake? I started laughing. It was indeed a grand name. I contemplated the Lightning God that had fallen asleep. The magic power in my belly button area had the property of lightning. This was the only Dan. The electric power is 4 million watts. The electric power seemed to increase with every star. After roaming around my body and absorbing 4 times the energy from my magic power, it had fallen asleep. A single Dan had been created. It is tired. Magic power conversion. It was no wonder why the snake was physically and mentally fatigued. But then I opened my eyes. I should check the rest of the items. There was paranormal and wrath left. I should start. At the very least, I needed to check them. I pulled out paranormal that was in the shape of a ring. It was a unique rating and had an option that could reverse the situation. Name paranormal, U. Description: a ring that randomly gives one of 5 different blessings. All stats +2 for 1 hour, recovery, magic power +5 for 30 minutes, grant a powerful attraction and infinite energy. One of these blessings can be given once a day. In particular, the all stats +2, magic power +5 and recovery blessings were like sweet honey. The infinite energy and charm was useless, but there was a fairly high probability of receiving 3 out of 5. I immediately placed paranormal on my left hand index finger. There wasn't a particular reason for sticking it on the index finger. I would just be reminded of the blessings whenever I saw the index finger. The index finger was used to indicate direction. I had some distinct goals and I would be reminded of them every time I looked at paranormal. The size of the ring also fit tightly to my left index finger. Paranormal. The 4 letters in my mouth. All the conditions were met, so I said the name of the item. Soon a message window told me what blessing was given. One of the 5 blessings of paranormal, endless stamina, has been applied. An infinite amount of energy will be received throughout the day. With this ability, it isn't impossible to get the title King of Virility. I was lost for words. Blood naturally shot to below my abdomen. The blessing of paranormal even had that intention. There is even a title. I was still a man. It would be false to say that I didn't have sexual desires. It existed moderately, but desire didn't make me go crazy like an animal. It's just, the thought of such a title made me nervous. I need to work on it in the future. A title was difficult to obtain. Even a low-grade title could help raise the stats. After thinking about this challenging opportunity, I took out the last item, Wrath. Wrath. An epic great item. And one of the 7 sins. It was extraordinary just looking at it.
The black handle didn't reflect the light and the end curved like a scimitar. However, it wasn't a scimitar.
A thick sword approximately 1 meter long. It didn't seem like a long sword or a bastard sword.
Really mysterious. What had Oswin aimed for when making a sword with this appearance?
I used mind's eye to read the description once again.
Name Wrath, epic, set item. Description: the last piece made by the mythical blacksmith Oswin that even the gods opposed.
Characterized by the 7 deadly sins, the evil contained in it was so powerful that Oswin reportedly went crazy.
Wrath, such pure evil. Options: Strength +7, epic grade skill. Wrath is available once every 7 days.
It raised stats, but there was also a skill attached. Having 2 options attached was quite rare, plus it was a set item. It was absolutely unbelievable.
I watched the Wrath skill.
Then an explanation for Wrath came up.
Skill: Wrath, epic, strength, magic power, agility and stamina will rise as you enter berserk mode. However, there will be a significant decline in intelligence.
Throughout the week, intelligence will gradually recover while you are caught in the desire to destroy. In other words, it was a skill that significantly increased my physical abilities. But intelligence would drastically drop. It would recover over a week, but it was unknown what symptoms would occur. What's more, I already had a penalty of -10 due to the auction.
I need to use the skill. I didn't care. Low intelligence didn't mean low mental strength. Intelligence just had a secondary guiding role.
If I was caught up in the destructive urge, then I could escape if necessary with my willpower. Furthermore, it wasn't a permanent condition. It might produce irreversible results over a short period of time, but this was my dungeon.
Who would make an attempt on my life here? It wasn't an option for now. Wrath.
The 2 characters were captured in my mouth.
At the same time. Strength, stamina, agility, and magic power has risen by 8. Intelligence has reduced by 20. The Wrath state has taken over.
Defended against 15%.
Low intelligence has failed to defend against it. My memory cut out. Asterisk. I opened my eyes.
At that moment, a painful headache could be felt. There was also a worn-out feeling in my jaws.
I could barely raise my neck from the pain.
I was forced to drip some saliva.
The entire top floor had been completely destroyed. Yihi's body was trembling as she stared at me with fear. How many days have passed? Why, Yihi was wrong, Master. In the future I won't fall asleep or bother Master. So forgive me. Don't hurt Yihi. Yihi said with tearful eyes and a runny nose. I stiffened. Damn. That state was more effective than I imagined. I never thought I would lose consciousness. My body didn't move to my will. It was unpleasant. The appetite for destruction had taken over. Something had happened in order to make Yihi terrified of me. Yihi. I will not harm you. Yihi sneaked a glance at me. Really? You really won't hurt Yihi? I was testing a skill and the state took over. It wasn't my intention to make the surroundings like this. Fortunately, I didn't touch the dungeon core. It must have been instincts. The Wrath skill suppressed my consciousness, but my instincts still remain. I sighed and pulled out the Flower of Eternity. Take this. It is a flower I purchased at the auction house. It won't wither without water and will grow beautifully. Hiing. Yihi sniffled as she carefully lifted the Flower of Eternity. She had a spirit body but came from the dungeon core. This was why she could exercise physical force. I said afterwards. Do you know how many days I have been in that state? It has been 7 days. And Yihi has fearfully spent that time underneath the dungeon core. I was really sad that Master was going to hurt Yihi. I will prevent this from happening in the future. Yes, Master. Yihi answered while wiping at her runny nose and tears. I clicked my tongue. My thoughts towards Wrath were too shallow. It wasn't easy to regain my mind in that state. I have to be a little more careful. I hadn't expected that my consciousness would be entirely taken away. In the future it seemed like I needed to move more carefully. I had rushed into it due to feeling impatient. I needed to make sure never to repeat this mistake. It also lowered intelligence. No matter if it was a secondary role, having it too low wasn't good. I frowned and checked my status window. Name, Randalph Brigzeal. Occupation Demon Earl, Dungeon Master, Title * Indomitable Warrior, XU, all stats +2. * first to receive a fairy's blessing, U, magic power +6. Stats. Strength 79, plus 9, Intelligence 64, plus 2. Agility 74, plus 2, Stamina 80, plus 2. Magic Power 82, plus 8. Potential, 379 plus 23/500. Electric Power, 4 megawatts. Uniqueness, Heart of the Hell Monarch has been transplanted, full strength hasn't been fully opened. Skill combination, R, Mind's Eye, XU, Lightning God Technique, U, Wrath, Epic. A week had passed and all my stats had recovered. The stats that fell from the auction penalty had also recovered. Due to the option attached to Wrath, strength had also increased by 7. The status window itself had no problems. I will refrain from using it unless it is an emergency situation. The real problem was the situation after activating the skill. Strength, agility and stamina might rise but intelligence fell instead. In that state, I couldn't even use Mind's Eye. I would just be like a mad warrior. Of course, there was a penalty but the Wrath skill was very attractive. It was rare for a skill to increase abilities. The item itself increased strength by 7 and the rest of his physical abilities climbed by 8. When looking at just strength, that was a total rise of 15. The destructive power of that alone was enough to slash an ogre. Anyway, it was an absolute advantage in the area of close combat. But due to the state that couldn't be avoided, I had to refrain from using it unless the circumstances were special. Ah. And Master. The Dark Elf Krosla wanted to see Master a few days ago. I thought I was going to die, but should Yi-He call him? Yi-He, who was staring at the Flower of Eternity, suddenly spoke like she remembered something. I nodded my head. Call him. Right now I am fine. Yes. By the way, Master. You look very tired. Did you know that Yi-He was a little bit of a beekeeper? I can get delicious honey. You should drink honey when feeling tired. A psychic. Her attitude quickly changed from before. Her appearance became more joyful after finding out I had regained my sanity. This was why it was hard to hate the fairy of the dungeon core. Yet I took the self-righteous path and ignored her during my previous life. Bring it. Yes. Master, please wait a minute. Yi-He will mix a delicious blend. Then I will call Krosla. Yes. Yi-He then went to harvest the honey. She was still holding the Flower of Eternity tightly. I gazed after her and thought about Krosla. It must be about her. I had expected Krosla to come sooner or later. I couldn't meet him for a week, so he must be worried sick. I wanted what he will offer in exchange for the elixir. It was interesting. No matter how unique Krosla and Krisley were, nothing in this world was free. Asterisk. Lulu. The Secret Garden. Lush grass, trees, and flowers. This had a different atmosphere to the dungeon and was the place that Yi-He prized the most. While the dungeon master was committing brutal violence, she had completed it. She had used points to change the structure and topography of the dungeon as well as decorations. A corner of the garden. Yi-He arrived at the bee farm in a corner of the garden while humming. Master 2 big weapons. Paranormal had given him a blessing of infinite energy, causing his virility to shoot up. The 2 weapons she was referring to was his sword and his organ in his lower extremities. Yi-He sang a strange song while diligently working on the bees. Hello? Delicious honey? The bees just shrugged in response. She wanted to tell the beekeepers that the dungeon master was now sane, but Yi-He didn't publicize the matter. Yi-He was his representative. La la. Her song wasn't over yet. Yi-He's gaze headed elsewhere. It was a linden tree in the center. It had a hole where bees were eagerly gathered. Yi-He pulled out one that was visible. Honey dripped down as Yi-He flew. Master has 2 weapons. Yi-He flushed as she visualized Dungeon Master's 2 imposing weapons after being taken over by the state. Asterisk. I frowned as I looked at Krosla in front of me. Absurd. And I sneered fiercely. As expected, Krosla had come to the top floor in order to appeal for an elixir. It was just a direct fastball. But Krosla's expression was serious. I know this is an unreasonable demand. But I, Krosla, really need the elixir. I will dedicate my entire body to Dungeon Master. Krosla kneeled down. Krosla's strength when it grew was truly worthy. If he faced one of the 12 dukes right now, then he could push them greatly. But there was a serious problem. Was his head just a decoration? I purchased Krosla so naturally that meant I could use him as I liked. Yet he wanted to exchange himself for an elixir? A ridiculous joke that I never heard of before. Aren't you mistaken? You will assist me? Ha ha.
It was impossible for such words to be okay.
I was expecting a little bit more.
In my past life, he had been one of the 100 strongest creatures. I had no doubt that he could show that type of capabilities. But he was greatly mistaken if he thought he could just offer his loyalty. It showed how shallow Krasla was. My power is comparable to a Death Knight or Dark Warrior.
The ogres and even the vampires aren't a match for me.
Hopefully I will be a sword that Dungeon Master can use well. He listed his specifications. I didn't conceal my derision and asked.
Sword. So you are asking to be my sword? Then you can slay Jullium and the entire village of Dark Elves here? What does that? Krasla's eyes widened.
He was already disqualified from his position as my sword.
A sword needed to be wielded. It couldn't have any doubts. I scoffed and formed a cold expression.
He dared lie to me. He said he didn't want Crisley to be a victim of the vampires, so a contract was signed with the dark spirits.
It is really ridiculous sophistry. Do you really think that I would believe him? A misunderstanding. It wasn't a lie.
No? That's correct. Our village has relied on each other for many years.
Crisley's body in particular has been weak since birth.
My body started shaking at Krasla's words.
I opened up my magic power in order to pressure Krasla.
In other words, I was telling him to change his attitude. Or I will punish him. This wasn't something that could be solved with conversation.
I had definitely given Krasla a lot of opportunities.
It seemed he needed a proper education. I said with a little bit of anger.
Krasla.
You have wasted your last chance. I offered you a favorable gesture, but you just spat it on the ground. Even if it was at the last moment, if you had given me the truth, then I would have believed in your loyalty. My eyes and voice was filled with rage.
Anyone looking at me would know that I was really angry. The reason was Crisley. I wanted her.
She had the blood of a true demonic dragon, so her background wasn't ordinary. I didn't understand why they were so dedicated to Crisley. If I could listen to the story, then I could get a relationship with a true demonic dragon or obtain some benefits from it.
But Krasla had betrayed my expectations.
It was ridiculous for a slave to hide something from his master. No matter how high the potential, I didn't need a slave like that.
Education.
And a punishment was required. The slave mark meant he could die with one word, but that was too dull.
Listen, Krasla. This is a weapon. Use it to try and stop me.
But if you can't do that, then be prepared for the mass genocide of the Dark Elves.
My hand squeezed wrath. Krasla was a demonic lancer, so I offered him a long, red spear.
It had an option of increasing the owner's abilities to a total of 362. But wrath caused my total stats to be over 400.
There was a difference of at least 40.
I had the upper hand when just looking at the physical abilities. I also had an extensive amount of combat knowledge.
No matter what, Krasla wasn't my opponent.
Krasla was also aware of this fact.
Sweat dripped down his face as he swallowed his saliva.
Tension was evident in his eyes.
That is good, but his skills? Could he show something more than his potential? I ran while holding my sword out.
Giving time to someone strong or weak was a luxury that I never learned.
I always tried my best to smash the enemy. Sha'an.
Krasla managed to lift his spear to block the sword. Krasla's body stumbled slightly from the explosive power.
A single clash.
Krasla judged that he couldn't face me in power, so he started moving faster.
Skill demon sprint.
The spear seemed like a vortex as he tried to pressure me. It felt like several spears were simultaneously heading towards me.
It was difficult to find the real one hidden in the dazzling movements. However, it was still insufficient. Demon Sprint had a rare skill rating. The skill wasn't enough to narrow the gap between their overwhelming abilities. Sha'an. Tuck. I rolled and the red spear hit the ground.
It was a simple task to determine where the spear would hit.
Krasla looked at me with a dazed expression. He never imagined that I would identify his skill.
It was proof that he had never met someone strong.
Is this the end? At this level, you aren't worthy of being my sword. I snubbed Krasla.
Krasla's fists clenched as he turned red and his eyes narrowed. It was like a reptile's eyes were looking at me. Black scales started to form on his face and his teeth and nails started to change.
Dragon Stampede. It was Krasla's skill with a unique rating. Gore. Krosla made a sound similar to a beast. I was very curious about his state and used mind's eye. Name, Krosla. Occupation demonic lancer title * person with dragon's blood, R, strength +4. Stats. Strength 74, +4, intelligence 59. Agility 65, stamina 83. Magic power 77. Potential, 358 +4/437. Uniqueness, a slave inscription is carved on the body. The skill, Dragon Stampede, has been triggered. After all previously learned skills have been used, the racial special skill can be activated. After Dragon Stampede is completed, the active skills will return to its original state. Skill, Dragon's Breath, U, Hard Scales, R, Sharp Attack, R, Danger Detection, XR. His abilities hadn't changed. Instead, the skills had changed. The existing Dragon Stampede, U, and Demon Sprint, R, was gone and had been replaced with 4 other skills. An unusual skill. I had never fought Krosla in my previous life. I had only heard rumors. This was the first time I had seen the skill Dragon Stampede. The previous learned skill had triggered some special skills. It was good if a skill could be evolved, but it was useless if they didn't know how to use it. Dragon Stampede was an ambiguous skill. I need to be careful of Dragon's Breath. The rest is just melee combat. Melee combat. I was the best in that field. I laughed and raised wrath. At that moment, Krosla moved. I took a step back and wielded wrath. Krosla showed a tremendous reaction rate as he avoided the sword while moving forward. It was like he had perceived the movement before I made it. Danger detection skill. It became clearer after several more attacks. Danger detection was always on. But it wasn't universal. Even without the skill, I was able to read all of Krosla's movements. But Krosla only relied on his senses to read my movements. The difference was very huge. The sword was thrust indefinitely. One miss would be an irreversible wound. Poke. Cock. Wrath was thrust deep in his chest. Krosla shouted as blood gushed out. Not yet. But Krosla's eyes were still full of fighting spirit. Krosla grabbed my sword and took a significantly deep breath. Fluum. There was a pulsating sound as a significant amount of magic power was detected. I soon realized the identity of the magic power. Dragon's Breath. I sucked the magic power that Krosla gathered into my mouth. Quadragigic. Lightning God technique moved due to the disturbance in magic power. The Dragon's Breath had a fire attribute while I let the lightning attribute flow through my sword. The two different types of magic power clashed inside my body. Kiyok. The skill wasn't cancelled, but it ran rampant. The aftermath affected Krosla. Smoke started to rise from all openings in his body. A large amount of blood started flowing. The reason he hadn't died instantly was the dragon's blood. I pulled back the blood-stained wrath. I said calmly and cruelly. I won. ******. The 50 Dark Elves received my call and went up to the top floor. They stared with wide eyes and disbelieving expressions at the tattered Krosla. Krosla was called the clan's ultimate warrior. It was unbelievable. Krosla was lying unconscious on the floor. It was obvious from his state that he was the only one who received significant damage. And I was sitting on top of Krosla's body while wearing a half-skull mask. You're late. It is great to see Dungeon Master. Jolium identified the alarming atmosphere and kneeled down. The rest of the elves also took the same position. It doesn't look like everyone is here? Jolium quickly answered. Krisley's state has worsened, so she can't come up here. Please forgive us. I made it clear that all the Dark Elves were to come to the top floor. Isn't this the same as not listening to me? Jolium's eyes filled with panic. That is impossible. Dungeon Master is our sky and owner. You tried to deceive me. Listen. I stood up and stared down at the Dark Elves. Listen to my words without any interruptions. I gave you many chances to tell the truth, but you seem intent on hiding it. To my disappointment, Krosla even showed a shameful appearance when fighting with me. He even disagreed with my commands. Why should I treat you guys nicely? You aren't even qualified to be called slaves. Gulp. The Dark Elves swallowed their saliva. The opened magic power was effective in planting fear in them. The powerful magic power weighed down on their shoulders and they couldn't even say excuses. The moment they tried to open their mouths, their necks seemed to be cut. They could only shake and bow their heads.
It was what I intended. I also wore the skull mask to create this situation. I looked down at the Dark Elves and declared, "The sin will be paid with your lives." Wait a minute. Please wait a minute, Dungeon Master. Shortly after the declaration, Jollium urgently raised his head from the floor. Most of the slaves were in a downwards posture. But I didn't show anything on my hardened face. Who gave you permission to speak? I will tell you everything. So please judge us wisely. Kung. Kung. Jollium hit his forehead against the ground. Blood flowed down his face, but he didn't seem to care. Somehow I could see his fierce struggle to survive. He realized that I wasn't lying. And indeed, it wasn't a lie. Krasla and Krisley might have high value, but I had no regrets over the fate of the rest of the Dark Elves. Jollium gazed at the other Dark Elves with sadness in his eyes. Then the previously fainted Krasla stretched out his hand towards Jollium. No. Peek. I kicked Krasla in the stomach. Krasla's body flew a few meters before landing on the ground. Krasla was stunned once again. At the same time, there was a short but long silence. To the Dark Elves, it felt like 1 second or 1 minute had passed. It has to be a very important story. If it isn't good, then all of you, including Krasla and Krisley, will be hurt. I said without any emotions. It was really uncommon for me to be merciful. Despite becoming more magnanimous after going back, but I was curious about Krisley's story. A true demonic dragon was a legendary creature. It could easily devour the devil. It was obvious that anyone who owned it would become similar to a devil. Jollium finally opened his mouth. I only want to ask one more thing before that. Please. I'll allow it. Go ahead. My story will be a big help to Dungeon Master. Then can Krisley become your eternal companion? Eternal companion. I had heard of it before. It had a similar to a wedding among the Dark Elves and was conducted through a special ritual. The ceremony would take place under the full moon as a naked man and woman entered. For a period of time before that, they would only consume water and would carve lines of blood on each other's bodies. During the ceremony, their bodies couldn't be mixed until it was completely purified of any wastes, and then the bond would come to fruition on the following full moon. The Dark Elves had strong vitals, so it was possible for them to starve for a month. The problem was that I didn't know why I should do that with Krisley. There was no reason to do such a troublesome thing. You don't know your position, I said coldly, and Jollium reacted urgently. He didn't wipe up the blood that spurted everywhere. That's not it. It's just, I was just thinking it would be a great help to Dungeon Master. The ceremony will help me? That's right. And in order to explain it, I need to tell you Krisley's pedigree first. Go ahead. Krisley was born from the Sun King Aujinnim and the Moon Queen Shilanim. She inherited the thick blood of the Dark Elves and the true demonic dragon. I knew from the title that Aujin's blood flowed through her. But there was also the blood of the Dark Elves. The top Dark Elf among Dark Elves. I never imagined that her other parent would be linked to a top name among the high-class creatures. Then what about Krasla? Did he inherit the same blood? Technically not. He just had Aujin's blood infused in him. He is Krisley's guard. He doesn't know, but he was essentially created to protect Krisley. I lightly nodded. Indeed, I had felt something strange from the title. Krasla's title was Person with Dragon's Blood. Aujin's lineage running through his blood was lower. It could be understood through an infusion of blood. Now it seemed to fit the facts. Jollium then continued. But the alignment of the two bloods are too different. In addition, the balance didn't match. The Sun King's blood was a little more dominant, so the remaining blood of the Moon Queen developed a curse. Really a true demonic dragon. It was enough to stop the characteristics of the Dark Elves. I could make a guess about the curse. That is the Ice Dragon's curse. That's right. The elixir is the only hope to improve it. But the elixir is a divine drink. It is an item that we don't even dare dream about. But due to the combination of Aujin-Nim and Shilanim's blood, Krisley is destined for death, so there is no other way. Certainly her life would have already ended once she was old enough. It was amazing that she was even still alive. Is that why you committed yourselves to the dark spirits? It was the only way remaining, due to our lack of strength. We tried to obtain an elixir as collateral, but the dark spirits wouldn't budge. Instead, it told us how we could obtain an elixir. Use the points of a dungeon master in order to obtain the elixir. Reckless. An absurd gamble. In addition, the elixir would recover some of her strength, but it wasn't a solution. They knew that but recklessly formed a contract for a chance at obtaining an elixir.
I looked at Jellium like he was stupid. We were desperate. The helplessness of not being able to do anything. We couldn't let go of the child that is the incarnation of the Dark Elves. Anyway, now Crisley only has a lifespan of a few months left. This final gamble was based on the entire clan's desire. So, Dungeon Master, please take pity on Crisley.
The Dark Elves will devote themselves to your Dungeon Master, please help Crisley. Save the life of our child, please, please.
Kung. Jellium pounded his head into the ground. Ceremony. He was asking me to undertake the ceremony. It would tie Crisley to me as well as improve the situation. If I agreed, then Jellium and the Dark Elves would die for me with smiles on their faces. I thought for a moment. Crisley had that type of history.
This was a much bigger fish than I thought. If I can solve the problem of the energy imbalance, then both the Dark Elf and true demonic dragon nature can be expressed.
Interesting.
Simply put, I had to punch in magic power into her blood.
But that wasn't enough. The true demonic dragon's blood will burn up the Een magic power. Conversely, it can upset the balance in Crisley's body and ignite a battlefield. It is an impossible task. Harmony, yes. Harmony is needed. This is called Yin Yang? This was an essential part of the universe. If I mixed it without removing either of the Yin or Yang, then problems wouldn't occur. It was possible in theory.
If I take advantage of the lightning god technique to harmonize the blood of the Dark Elf and true demonic dragon, then it isn't impossible.
I need more research.
Lightning god was nestled in my body.
I had a sudden thought.
The snake changed the property of the magic power to lightning. It was possible to neutralize the other two properties.
And couldn't I eat the magic power?
I might be able to use lightning god to take advantage of the results. Of course, I could only successfully absorb 10% if I embraced Crisley, but that would be a considerable help.
Time. Time is needed.
My achievements in that skill hadn't reached the appropriate level.
Anyway, this story was likely to be a great help to me. It was good that I heard it. I turned my attention back to them. It isn't a bad suggestion. If this is true, then I will help restore Crisley. I will also review the ceremony. Tea then?
Eyes full of expectations turned towards me. I shook my head and betrayed their expectations.
But I will say one thing. I have already declared your deaths. So, the hearts of the Dark Elves started pounding. Their lives could be taken with one word. I slowly opened my mouth.
All of you will move on all fours and bark like a dog. Forget that you are Dark Elves. I will closely watch you for 1 month.
During that time, if you act like people instead of dogs, then your lives will be taken.
Conversely, if you perform wonderfully, then I will use the ritual to heal Crisley. The Dark Elves needed to act like dogs for 1 month. This was a very good status upgrade.
At least dogs were beasts with absolute loyalty to their owner. Other demons wouldn't have allowed them to live. Jellium looked up at me with strange eyes.
I said with a cold smile.
Bark. Dogs don't talk. ******. After a week. The dungeon's 15th floor. Bark. Bark. Pant pant pant. Surprisingly, the Dark Elves fully adapted to being dogs.
The 50 Dark Elves crawling on all fours was a spectacular sight. It was even reproduced when it came to the meals.
This was the amazing result of their obsession with life and fulfilling their lives' desires. Crisley was the only exception to that position. But she couldn't even walk, so it didn't matter. In contrast, Krasla rolled around like a loyal dog. And Krasla was the most passionate one among the Dark Elves about imitating a dog. It is time to eat. Yihi brought the dog food.
Yihi mixed in several different types of foods to look like dog food.
Yihi was viciously monitoring them. Yihi liked Jellium, but the Dungeon Master's command was absolute.
Yihi persistently watched the Dark Elves day and night.
Bark. Jellium was the first to take initiative. He had to set an example. To be honest, I didn't think he would stay as a dog when he first started imitating it. Jellium ate from the dog bowl and then Krasla sat next to him. The food also looks good to Yihi. Next time, I'll give a living chicken as a specialty. The taste of biting its neck.
Yihi's attitude changed and she really treated them like pets.
The faces of the Dark Elves darkened, but they didn't dare show it to Yihi.
They just shook their ass hard like there were tails there.
*****. It had been a month. The Dark Elves faithfully obeyed what I said. This area surprised me a little bit. Yi wouldn't be negligent when guarding. Yi always faithfully followed my commands. She would catch the slightest hint of a mistake. But they held on tenaciously. The Dark Elves proved their value. They would be quite useful as guard dogs. And I didn't just play for a month. I raised the achievements of the Lightning God technique to 7 stars. I also studied Crisley's interior and concluded that it was possible. Exactly 1 month afterwards, I fed Crisley a bottle of elixir. A few days later, I could determine that Crisley's appearance had changed as I led her to a moonlit place. Today was the full moon. The time with the most magic power. Crisley's body was stiff with tension. A mixed-race dark skin. The contrast between the yellow skin and white hair looked good. The eyes an unusual soft purple, her features had a sickly appearance but she had a voluminous body. A beautiful woman that many people would focus on. I threw off my clothes. The ceremony would be conducted in the nude. We had carved each other's bodies for 1 month and it would be combined on the last day. The ceremony was also needed in order to stabilize the magic power inside Crisley's body. I looked Crisley up and down and said, "Take it off." Crisley's eyes became resolute. She was aware of her predicament. She succeeded in recovering some stamina due to the elixir, but the Ice Dragon's curse was unaffected. Instead, it actually gnawed away at her life force quicker. The other Dark Elves might not know, but Crisley did. That was the reason why. Crisley opened her mouth. "Dungeon Master. I want to say something." "What?" Crisley looked at me with soft, violet eyes. "My body isn't normal. I drank the elixir, but my status is getting worse. I have 5 or 6 months at best. My body is becoming as cold as ice. I can't comply with Dungeon Master's wishes." It made a lot of sense. In the first place, the elixir wasn't an absolute cure. She had received heaven's vengeance since she was born, so the elixir couldn't stop it. It would only increase her life by a few months at best. It seemed like she was giving in, so I asked, "Why are you asking me this? The Dungeon Master can give you an unlimited amount of elixirs." Then Crisley shook her head. "I can't do something so disgraceful. And no matter how much I drink, the elixir can't cure my body." Wasn't Dungeon Master also aware of that fact before the ceremony? As a child, I dreamed of someone rescuing me, but I've already given up on that. This ceremony will only cause misfortune. I'm sorry to Elder Jollium, but I can't meet your expectations. Then do you want the rest of the Dark Elves to die? Their lives will be collateral if you are useless. Crisley's eyes widened at my words. It was an expression showing she would comply. It is destiny. I frowned as it seemed like she had given up. Was she frustrated because her last hope, the elixir, failed? An attitude of meeting death. Her attitude was more like a worm than a cockroach. Crisley saw my face and said, "Dungeon Master. We have also come from the demon world. That is a place defined by power. I know deep down that Dungeon Master has mercy. After Elder Jollium deliberately hid me, he was forced by another demon elder to cut his hair and was ridiculed. Despite losing his old life, he promised you this ceremony in exchange for the elixir. I will return this favor." I was impressed with Crisley. Not many demons would keep promises unless their life was at risk. Demons could be very cruel to those who were weak. But unlike ordinary demons, I could see the potential of others with mind's eye. However, those with high potential could still be weak. Those who were lacking right now could be a great help to me later. For those people, I would show them a wide generosity. A prime example was Crisley in front of me. If it wasn't for Crisley and Crossla's presence, then Jollium would have died. Having them imitate a dog was troublesome. I smiled and opened my mouth. "How are you going to pay me back? Don't you have 5 or 6 months at best to live?" I am saying this with a smile. My body might be cold, but I am prepared. I am strong enough to undergo the ceremony. It is up to you. The ceremony was one of the most glorious moments in a Dark Elf's life. It was given to me. She was convinced that her time was running out. I didn't like that attitude towards death. Either way, I would go into the pit laughing. I didn't like her words. There was a need to correct her attitude towards death. I would fight desperately in the face of death. Chwak! I forcefully tore apart the thin silk dress that Crisley was wearing. At the same time, her resilient breasts and body were revealed. But she did not resist. She had accepted the whole thing.
I looked down at the breathtaking sight of Crisley's body and said, "I will help you live. So you will have to live for me." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Today was the full moon. It was when magic power was the most powerful. In response, the inherent power of a dark elf in her power raised its head slightly. Even so, it was still lacking compared to the blood of the true demonic dragon, so balance was important. The lightning god technique had reached 7 stars. The amount of electric power was 6.4 million watts. It wasn't comparable to real lightning, but it would be introduced through skin contact. I placed my hands on Crisley's body and slowly moved the lightning god. I wanted to see the areas where the magic power was blocked. I need to pierce through one. Originally, magic power would flow hot throughout a body. In contrast, I could feel a cold magic power. It also flowed slightly differently through her body. Crisley's magic power was badly accumulated in some areas. After piercing through, a wide passage would appear before it was clogged again. I gently touched the magic power. Lightning god. It is your turn. The lightning snake in my abdomen. Its name was Lightning God. The lightning god twitched with annoyance but moved into Crisley's body. Crisley, who was watching my actions, widened her eyes as she felt something entering her. Put up with it. Don't make a sound. Kwang. At that moment, the 6.4 million power of Lightning God arrived at the first gateway. Lightning God aggressively slammed its head into the first blockage. Crisley's body trembled. Somehow she managed to suppress the groan as her fists clenched tightly. Her 10 toes scraped the ground. Her body bent like a bow as a cold sweat appeared, but she didn't make a sound. Tricky. My expression was also determined. Just before, the impact had failed to pierce through. I needed to drill through the first gateway, but I didn't know if Crisley's body could hold on. But I couldn't wait until the next full moon. The magic of the dark elf was bursting, so today was the day. This was a golden opportunity to absorb some of the true demonic dragon's magic power. If I could at least surpass one gateway. It won't be easy. Don't let go of your spirit. I was unfamiliar with whispering sweet words to someone. The best I could do was to tell her to endure it. Crisley nodded while biting her lips. Lightning God continued its barrage as its tail shook wildly. Kwang. A rough storm occurred. It looked even more painful as Crisley's body twisted. But my hands didn't fall from Crisley's body. Energy was leaking from her body. I was safe, but that wouldn't last long. If magic power flowed back from Crisley's body, then I could receive a big wound. It was self-explanatory what would happen if I withdrew Lightning God now. My eyes became more serious. I had to see it through to the end once I started it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Crisley couldn't regain her spirit. The unimaginable pain made her want to drift away. She thought she had become used to pain, but this was different. It felt like thousands of needles were inside her body. But she had to be patient. She also didn't make a sound. Honestly, any man would feel something in front of Crisley. A feeling where they wanted to save her. She didn't have any hope. There were numerous attempts to save her. They all ended in frustration. The elixir had been her only hope, and even that failed. Therefore, Crisley's heart had given up. Krasla Appa and Elder Jullium had great expectations, but she wasn't expecting much. If there were fewer expectations, then she wouldn't be disappointed. And despite the elixir improving her status, she didn't say anything once it started deteriorating again. Their eyes would fill with sympathy. But this man, he didn't have any sympathy in his eye. Why? His eyes seemed to see through her. At first, she thought it was just an excuse to take her body. She was well aware that many demons wouldn't give up such a sweet ritual. It was impossible, but if the life of the clan was saved for the elixir, then she would spend what remained of her life devoted towards him. Is it possible? But the thought sprouted in her brain. A pain that a demon couldn't adapt to was serious. Kwang. Who? The pain was the only evidence that she was alive. She gave up and descended into the pain. The intense pain in her body made her feel strange. It was like every one of her cells was surviving a little bit more. Ah! Kwang! Was she mistaken? The shock was painful. Rather, it was an awful pleasure. Her blood moved more quickly. It felt like the vitality in her body was fluctuating and spiking. Crisley was convinced. The forbidden curse in her body had relaxed a little bit. Can I live? She threw a questioning look towards the demon. She wanted to do many things, but her body was too weak.
She tried to say something. And with that joy and hope, Crisley lost consciousness. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The full moon shone. Moonlight flowed in an enclosed space. In the meantime, there was a noticeable change in Crisley's appearance. Her pale complexion took on a dignified atmosphere. A body with an unparalleled beauty. Her expression also came alive. It was hard to believe she was the same person who had accepted death. The magic power of the true demonic dragon and dark elf was harmonized as much as possible. I smiled towards Crisley, who was standing a little bit away from me. I carefully moved towards her delightful breasts. Then my mouth opened and my tongue caressed her chest. My tongue moved along the bloodlines carved on Crisley. I bit my tongue while it brushed against the blood marks. It was like a fuse had been lit. Usually my fingers would carve new marks, but today was the last day. The ceremony was different. My entire body was engraved with many blood marks. Crisley's blood was needed for the ceremony. I felt a warmth in my chest and opened mind's eye. Name, Crisley. Occupation untitled asterisk person with the blood of a true demonic dragon, epic, intelligence +6, magic power +6. Asterisk blessed by the moon, XU, magic power +8. Stats. Strength 23, intelligence 94, +6. Agility 21, stamina 27. Magic power 46, +14. Potential, 211 +20/478. Uniqueness, a person with the true demonic dragon Augene and the dark elf Shilla's blood, the end of her growth can't be seen. Skill, none. Before and after comparison. Strength 19, intelligence 100, agility 21, stamina 1, magic 34, potential 176 +3/478. Strength 23, intelligence 100, agility 21, stamina 27, magic 60, potential 211 +20/478. Stamina and magic power had risen significantly. Her physical abilities were still low, but it was an incredible growth when looking at the past. Of course, I also went through changes. It was only a change to the lightning god technique. I stared with bitterness at my status window. Name, Randalph Briggseel. Occupation Demon Earl, Dungeon Master, title asterisk Indomitable Warrior, XU, all stats +2. Asterisk first to receive a fairy's blessing, U, magic power +6. Stats. Strength 79, +9, intelligence 64, +2. Agility 74, +2, stamina 80, +2. Magic power 82, +8. Potential, 379 +23/500. Electric power, 6.4 megawatts. Uniqueness, Heart of the Hell Monarch has been transplanted, full strength hasn't been fully opened. Changes have occurred in the lightning god technique since swallowing a huge amount of magic power. The results are unpredictable. Skill combination, R, Mind's Eye, XU, Lightning God Technique, Wrath, Epic. No stats increase or title. That damn snake had swallowed all the dragon and dark elf magic released from Crisley. It was now lying underneath my belly button looking like it was dead. Thanks to that, there were 3 question marks next to the Lightning God Technique skill. This was the first time I couldn't anticipate the results. Take this, dot. I took out the command magic book and the death wand. Despite the blood marks engraved on my head, Crisley was still puzzled by my behavior. Dungeon Master. What is this? A new occupation and skill and a wand for you to use. Crisley's face filled with determination and she said, I will learn it to the best of my ability. Learn it after you are fully recovered. Do you know how? Yes, I studied while under the contract with the dark spirits. I didn't bother explaining anymore. I noticed that Crisley was having trouble balancing her body. She had been unsure of my intentions during the last month. After breaking through the first gateway, her attitude towards me had completely changed. I gave her hope. After escaping from her constraints, Crisley changed completely. In addition, she seemed to have figured out my personality. Since the first day, Crisley had never worked against me. Time to go out. It was time to leave the dungeon and return to the guild. I had been away for more than a month. I don't know how Lightning God Technique will change, but... I shrugged. It had already passed. Lightning God had absorbed all the magic power. I could only hope that it progressed in a good direction. I still looked at Crisley. Crisley's cheeks flushed. The ceremony wasn't over. Combining the bond was still required for the ceremony. Crisley carefully put down the book and death wand and nodded. Her mind was prepared. I pulled Crisley towards me. Then I devoured her lips. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The ceremony ended the next day. I left the dungeon. Krosla was next to me. Dungeon Master. Is it okay if I join you? Krosla asked under the intense sunlight. The pointed ears of a dark elf was hidden with the help of a magic earring. At first glance, his skin looked like a black man. Furthermore, the earring had the option of automatically translating every language. It wouldn't be an issue if Krosla accompanied him. Krisley told me. You have the role of a teacher among the dark elves. Krosla nodded at my words. That's right. I've taught the dark elves basic swordsmanship and how to deal with some creatures. You will do the same now. You will teach my humans. I never learned from someone, so my teaching skills were embarrassingly bad. Someone was needed to teach Unhai and the other awakened in my group. So I used Krosla. In addition, it wouldn't be bad if he was used as a member of my raid group. Krosla currently had no work to do in the dungeon anyway. Krosla's eyes widened and he clapped with an understanding expression. The humans under you? Ah, you are playing? Similar. Right now, it was a game that couldn't be seen. The level of the humans were far too weak. Krosla's eyes lit up. I understand. I won't interfere with Dungeon Master's game. After fixing Krisley, the eyes of the dark elves had changed towards me. For them, Krisley was the incarnation of a dark elf. Faith. Faith. So it would work. The dark elves would obey any decisions like they were my dogs. Krosla was the same as well. His true role was Krisley's guard. He was happier than anyone that Krisley was cured. In fact, Krosla was the one who tried hardest to imitate a dog during the previous month. Krisley was more important than his pride as a warrior. He would die for her. Now his position was completely concluded. I said casually. In the future, just call me Master. I understand, Master. They both started descending the mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38-40, Heaven's Will. Chapter 38-40, Heaven's Will. The Guildhouse located in Yeoksamdong, Gangnam. It was a 5-story building that the Heaven's Will members could use at any time. In less than a year, Kim Yongwoo had earned enough from the dungeon to buy a building in Gangnam. For some reason, today there were hundreds of people lining up outside the Guildhouse of Heaven's Will. Awaken number 359. Awaken number 359, please come in. Several helpers dressed in yellow were directing the people in front of the building. The people in front showed a number to the guild helper and were allowed inside the building. Krosla looked at them with amazement and said, This place is Heaven's Will, Master? That's right. I lightly nodded. I had described Heaven's Will to Krosla while descending the mountain. He was going to be staying here in the future, so he was a bit stunned. It was the first time I had seen so many people lined up outside the guildhouse. Are they all awakened? I used mind's eye to look at the line and found that all of them were awakened. It must be a recruitment. The personnel of the guild was increasing. Thanks to the safety zone, a stable core was formed and now they could raise the guild. Heaven's Will was a presence that couldn't be ignored in South Korea. It was natural to increase the manpower. Earth is a fairly funny place. The buildings aren't that high. Krosla expressed his admiration. He had been in this state since descending the mountain. Earth and the demon world were completely different worlds. Krosla had lived in the poor area of the demon world, so it was natural for him to be amazed. However, he wasn't overwhelmed by it. Besides, he was aware of things like science and technology. A zone of strong people. Krosla came from a place where the winners gobbled up everything. A warrior who was always tense found it a pleasure when they could relax. Actually, it was difficult to Krosla to experience an unprecedented tragedy in South Korea. This wasn't his home. Krosla's total stats equaled 362 and his strength was equivalent to an advanced LV3 creature. At this level, he was impervious to most modern weapons. I said to him, This is unusually severe. At any rate, let's go. It wasn't an uncommon sight in Gangnam. I could see it in the future anyway, so there was no time to be surprised. I walked towards the entrance of the guildhouse. It would be funny if a member of the Heavens Will raid group Devil Hunters needed to stand in line. What is that? Don't interrupt. Bastards, are your eyes filled with knots? Don't you see this line? There was a hail of protests. The awakened cursed at him. Master. What should I do? Krasla frowned and asked me. It was a good thing.
I thought he might have moved after hearing the harsh words. Asking my opinion meant that Krasla was aware of his position. A slave wasn't supposed to move without a command.
Ignore it. I understand. Reacting was a terrible idea. It would just waste time.
I was at the entrance when a yellow-dressed person blocked my path. If you are interested in joining the guild, then line up.
Who are you?
A member of Heaven's Will, Kim Cheol-sun.
If you don't line up, then you can't go inside. Kim Cheol-sun. Who was this?
I had never seen his face before.
He must be a new member that joined while I was gone. Randalph Brigzeal.
I am the captain of the Heaven's Will raid group, Devil Hunters.
There isn't a raid group with that name in Heaven's Will. That's impossible.
I have a spot in Yuunhai and Li Jihai are members.
There are no guild members with that name. I'm sorry, but can you listen to the instructors?
It was a strange twist.
I had frequently left the guild.
Of course, I was gone for more than a month this time, but for the raid group to be gone?
It was a really troubling reaction. There was also Yuunhai and Li Jihai. Strange. It was definitely odd. It would be normal if he never heard about the raid group. But he also didn't know Yuunhai and Li Jihai's name. Kim Cheol-sun's expression crumpled up. Can you stop standing here? Do you know how long people have been lining up? Ah, fuck. Or are you a foreigner who doesn't speak Korean well? Randalph, what? Master. Should I also ignore this? Krasla asked.
The magic earrings gave unnecessarily detailed translations so he could understand all the vulgar words being spoken.
I thought for a moment and said, Is Kim Yong-woo here? No. Is the guild master your friend? He's not inside? What does it matter if he is inside? You are really crazy.
Kim Cheol-sun grabbed my shoulder. I didn't budge despite his attempts to forcefully throw me.
What? Why aren't you moving?
He started doubting his own strength. His total stats barely passed 180, so of course I wouldn't even tremble.
Bring me to Kim Yong-woo.
Or I will go find him myself.
What's going on? Another yellow-dressed guild member spoke.
He came over to Kim Cheol-sun. Kim Cheol-sun withdrew his hand from my shoulder and shrugged.
No, this guy called the name of the guild master like he is a friend. The captain of the group Devil Hunters? Do we have such a raid group? Devil Hunters? Isn't the naming sense like that of a king's? Both of them are foreigners. One black and one is white. Handsome. Are they models? Perhaps they have the wrong building?
They seem to be ignoring my words. I tried to handle this quietly, but it couldn't be helped.
I will go find him myself.
I threw a glance towards Krasla.
Krasla nodded and took out his spear holder. A long, red iron spear popped up. Kill then? Alive. Moderately breaking the body is okay. I understand.
The guild members, including Kim Cheol-sun, had absurd expressions on their faces. They had been selected to join the guild.
Yet this person wanted to use a spear against them.
Kim Cheol-sun and the other guild members pulled out their own weapons.
Aren't those just good words? You will be the ones chopped up in combat.
Kim Cheol-sun, who was holding his sword in a leisurely manner, laughed.
The most outstanding new members had received a rare grade sword as a gift. This was a treasure with a very high cutting force. Naturally, he would look confident.
This sword is familiar. It was similar to a sword that I sprinkled over the dungeon. In the end, it was a sword taken from my dungeon. It felt weird seeing him boast about it.
I understand, Master. 5 seconds will be enough. Krasla took an attack posture with his spear. Oh. Those dirty words. You will regret it. Before his words finished. Pu hung. Ki-hiak.
Kim Cheol-sun was hit by the dull end of the spear and fell down like a frog. The remaining 2 guild members walked a similar path. 3 guild members were collapsed on the ground.
Krasla said 5 seconds, but it took less than 5 seconds.
A truly overwhelming sight. It had happened with hundreds of applicants watching.
Master. Their bones are too tender, so they fainted after I broke it. Should I continue?
Krasla said as he placed his leg on Kim Cheol-sun's right arm. The force was different from a spear, so he could control it to break a bone, not take their lives. His actions were very cautious.
I shook my head. That's okay. Let's go.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Familiar faces started to be seen after entering the guild house. They were astonished when they saw me like I was a dead man who had returned alive. I'm being treated as a dead man. I organized their reactions in my head. It had been more than a month without any guild contact, so they seemed to think I had died. Of course, even the Devil Hunters raid group that I formed was disbanded. But it was still questionable where Yuunhai and Li Jihai were. I went to the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor. Just as the door was about to close, many guild members boarded. Why you are? Among them, a man turned towards me with his mouth wide open. I lightly greeted him. Your name was Kim Tae-won? It's been a while. I lightly greeted him. He was one of the 12 people that I cleared the 1st floor with. A moderately influential person in the guild. In addition, he also planned some hell training in the dungeon, so he was fairly popular. He closed his mouth and frowned. I thought you were dead? I threw a glance towards Kim Tae-won, who was going to the same floor as me. Then I answered with a smile. Who said that? A guild member saw you entering the dungeon. Stupid. Don't you know my skills? It is natural to think you were dead after entering the dungeon for more than a month. So the raid group Devil Hunters has been dismissed? Kim Tae-won's eyebrows rose. It seems like you are going to meet the guild master, but there is no room in this guild. There are many new people with good skills. I also have a rare rated skill. I can also deal with 2 orcs. A claim like he was showing off. Handling 2 orcs. But Kim Tae-won's attitude was somehow awkward. I was puzzled and asked. Is that something to celebrate? I don't want to hear those words. I'll be leaving now. Ding dong. Soon the elevator doors opened. 5th floor. The place where the guild members were resting could be seen. Kim Tae-won exited the elevator first. The others followed behind him. Master. Should I sweep everything away? That's fine. I said to Krasla. I needed to know what the problem was first before solving it. I will meet the guild master. I would make a detailed assessment after hearing the story. I didn't think that Kim Yong-woo would dismiss my raid group. Moments ago, Kim Tae-won had went off with the other guild members. In their eyes, my raid was an eyesore. Kim Yong-woo would have been helpless after I was away for a month or so. I could understand that much. On the contrary, I didn't think he needed to be punished. By the way, the piercing gazes that came the moment the elevator opened. I turned and looked at them. The 5th floor was a multipurpose room with many paintings. Half the people had familiar faces while the other half was unfamiliar. The personnel had significantly increased over the last month. Most of the existing guild members were paying attention to me. They weren't friendly. I noticed that some were staring at Krasla and I like we were enemies. Kim Tae-won had frowned, but he hadn't looked at me like an enemy. Then. Advice? Be careful of others since they would also grow, was the meaning behind his words. I had thought his attitude was unnatural. There was no reason to suddenly boast of the new personnel and his rare skill. I simply misjudged it as the logic of a strong man. In the end, it turned out like this. Ha! Laughter burst out. A unique situation. This was the 5th floor. A place that was like a picture gallery. But now it looked different from before. They were divided into several groups. A sight that was definitely discrimination. Factions. I came up with the word. At any rate, a lot of changes had occurred in a month. I walked forward while ignoring them. The guild master's office was on the central left. I stood in front of the door and said to Krasla. Wait here. I understand, master. Rattle. I opened the door and saw Kim Yong-woo wearing glasses while looking through some paperwork. Who? I told no one to come for a while. It's me. Kim Yong-woo flinched as he heard my voice and turned towards me. He gave a cry of heek. And fell out of his chair. After a few moments, Kim Yong-woo sat back at his desk as he took his glasses off and rubbed his tired eyes. I'd been awake for 3 days and 3 nights, so I must be dreaming. I heard that raid group Devil Hunters was disbanded, but... Kim Yong-woo was shocked as he heard that name. Why, you are really Randalph Nim? Is there a fake Randalph? Oh my god. Thank God. Kim Yong-woo trembled. He seemed like someone who was meeting a real god and didn't know what to do. I want to know why the raid group was disbanded. I cut to the chase and Kim Yong-woo swallowed his saliva at the question. Everybody knew that Master Nim had died.
Oh, of course, I didn't think that. Why is my death the cause of the raid group being disbanded?
Kim Yong-woo had nothing to hide, so he naturally said.
No, that's not it. It is a misconception. The raid group wasn't disbanded. It's just, should I say it is in a temporarily postponed state? Postponed state? Yes. That's correct. 20 days ago, problems started to emerge as the guild expanded. It was pointed out that too much preferential treatment was given to devil hunters. Go on.
Kim Yong-woo licked his lips and started to tell a long story.
At first I ignored it.
There were protests, but my heart considered it an easy matter.
But the flames continued to spread. It became a witch hunt.
They argued that it was ridiculous to keep a raid group that only had 3 members. Kim Yong-woo wiped the sweat off his forehead and continued. At the time, I was busying expanding the members and occupying the safety zones. I misjudged and didn't take care of it properly.
I thought I could resolve it when Master Nim came back. But I didn't come back.
I was busy solving the problem of Crossland Crisley and was gone for more than a month.
This incident happened in the meantime.
Kim Yong-woo said with a gloomy face.
Yes. More time passed, the atmosphere became worse for every new person that came.
The new and existing guild members started speaking up.
There are the people that I established the guild with.
They decided to get directly involved with the operation of the guild.
Kim Yong-woo shrugged. It is all my fault.
The guild has become bigger and gathered more attention.
I never imagined that guild politics would occur. So I have become useless, Hugh. Now I live my life buried in a pile of paperwork. Really, I'm really sorry. Kim Yong-woo bowed deeply. A gesture that wasn't false. He himself admitted that he didn't have an academic background. He had risen to the position of a guildmaster, but this was the first time he had operated a guild. It became noisy and the guild split into factions. It was too late once he noticed it. Without realizing it, guild politics had occurred and his power as a guildmaster weakened. The Guildhausen Guild was established by Kim Yong-woo, but it was jointly established and funded with other people. It was a reasonable decision. Any guild would have the desire to grow. At first, there was a harmonious atmosphere. A few members joined for the fellowship, but there was a big meaning placed on the formation of raid groups. But heavens, will it grab the title of best guild in South Korea? Many greedy people desired to touch it. Perhaps that was how Kim Yong-woo lost his title of guildmaster in my previous life. I could imagine what would happen if this situation continued. I organized my thoughts for a moment before saying, Yoon-hai and Lee Ji-hai? Kim Yong-woo explained this as well. Due to the atmosphere, they were sent back home. Their withdrawal is also pending. Untangling both situations, but I can do it now that Master Nim has returned. Do so. Isn't there a problem remaining in the guild? Ha! Those who created the factions. They are the cause of all this dissonance. That's right. It was mortifying but true. Kim Yong-woo's voice trembled. I said flatly. Announce that the raid group Devil Hunters has returned. Write a list of those who will cause problems and hand them to me. Kim Yong-woo immediately looked at me. He was trying to figure out the meaning of my words. Kim Yong-woo had seen me hunt the Dark Warrior. He knew that my skills transcended dealing with 2 orcs. But I wasn't the type to help someone. Those with strength had declared neutrality. I had the attitude of not wanting to get involved in complicated matters. Kim Yong-woo nodded. I understand. What is the format of the new staff recruitment? There was nothing to hide. Kim Yong-woo responded fairly easily. An audition format. The Awakened had fully settled into society, so I thought it wouldn't be bad to create an entertainment program. Something like a common music audition program. But why? Kim Yong-woo asked why I was curious about the audition. It wouldn't be bad to influence the people who would join the guild. Expansion of the personnel led to the formation of factions. Of course, their gazes would be focused on the audition. I want to become a special examiner. You want to participate in the audition as a judge? Is that impossible? Kim Yong-woo shook his head. No. I can add you at my discretion. Then I guess there isn't a problem. I smirked. It wouldn't be a bad surprise. Asterisk. Originally, the spacious hall on the 2nd floor belonged to the Devil Hunters. It was now decorated and used for the audition. The 5 judges sitting on a white table were like celebrities in Heaven's Will. This was being shown on TV, so the hopefuls had a strong desire to be recruited. Number 362. What skills do you have?
One of the examiners asked the large man wearing a name tag with 362 on it.
Normal grade long jump, exceptional normal increase eyesight. I am faster than any creature. It's okay. Can you show us the long jump?
Yes.
It is possible. Try it. Number 362 took a deep breath.
The man jumped approximately 6 meters with a large smile.
It was good enough, but the expressions of the judges didn't seem pleased. Let's test your skill increase eyesight. Can you see these letters? The judge wrote down very small letters. It couldn't be seen unless the person was very close.
Number 362 opened his mouth with a grumpy expression.
It isn't visible. I understand. By the way, your physical stats seem a little low. The skills can't be utilized properly. Were you lying when you created your stats table? No. I will believe you.
Then please wait for a little bit. The 5 judges started to write down their scores. The scoring determined who would enter. Skill utilization, reliability, stats, and other factors were looked at in order to give a score out of 100.
Those with an excellent grade would enter the second test.
If they fought against a goblin or kobold and won, then they would pass. Those that gave a good impression would be drawn into the group of one of the 5 judges.
But the number 362 awakened didn't need to worry about that. Next is number 363. You have a title? Foul-mouthed person? Number 363 was also a man.
He scratched his head and muttered. Ha, it turns out that I often curse.
Well, it is great that you have a title.
The skills are also unusual.
Loud singing, low morale. What are the effects? If I yell loudly or swear at them, then they will flinch. Can I show you? It will affect people? The effect depends on your intelligence. In return, a lot of people will cry. I'm begging you to keep the level weak. There were many people in this hall.
If he cursed, then everyone here might suffer mentally.
Number 363 cleared his throat. Hey! These scum-like bastards should fuck off. Ho! It lasted a few seconds. Great confidence.
The eyes of everyone, including number 363, turned towards the entrance. A pale man was standing next to the guildmaster, Kim Yong-woo. The man who gave a mocking laugh was handsome. The judges were watching the man more than the guildmaster. Rather, the guild mater didn't even enter their eyes. At the same time, their eyes were filled with amazement.
It was like they were meeting a ghost. That jerk? Number 363 frowned.
He had seen that guy at the entrance.
He had seen it.
Number 363 had roughly cursed and insulted him. The man with black skin had handled 3 guild members, and now the person accompanying him was with the guildmaster.
That bastard? What is it? Number 363's blood quickly cooled. Asterisk. The atmosphere instantly changed as Kim Yong-woo and I entered. It felt like cold water had been poured on them. I laughed as I received the attention of the 5 judges and dozens of applicants. Especially the judges. They were individuals of Heaven's Will that had appeared on TV several times. Looking at their reaction, they didn't seem to welcome my appearance. The judges received this assignment because they had influence. Was this the so-called political arena? It was obvious that Kim Yong-woo's presence in the guild was less than I expected. The guildmaster of Heaven's Will, Kim Yong-woo. I came, so why are you so panicked?
Kim Yong-woo cleared his throat a few times before saying.
Guildmaster. Wah, it is really Kim Yong-woo. It is the first time I'm really seeing him. Unlike the judges, the participants looked at Kim Yong-woo like they saw a miracle.
Although his position had diminished in the guild, he was still the guildmaster of Heaven's Will.
Currently one of the most famous people in South Korea. Then Kim Yong-woo introduced me. Thank you for your welcome. But I am not the hero of today.
The main character is this man right here.
He is the leader of the raid group Devil Hunters, Randalph Brigzilnim.
Kim Yong-woo reached out to me as he spoke. He was one of the 12 members who cleared the first clear and had the most achievements. The story of him fighting 2 orcs alone is famous throughout the guild.
That is enough for him to qualify as a special judge. Wait a minute, Guild Master. Shouldn't we receive advance notice if there is going to be a special judge?
The faces of the judges changed dramatically.
It was evidence of their recent influence in the guild.
And it would continue to have an impact afterwards.
The new members would remember and inevitably follow one of the judges. Now a new person was going to sit in that position? In addition, he was the leader of the raid group Devil Hunters? It was ridiculous. Moreover, the dormant Devil Hunters had been directly mentioned by the guild master. It was a formal announcement that he was resurrecting it. The captain who was thought dead had returned, but they hadn't thought it was possible due to the current situation of the guild. It didn't matter how strong the captain was. The guild master was already wounded. It would be different a month ago, but now he was a stranded boat. However, Kim Yong-woo just laughed. And he restored the atmosphere. In other words, Devil Hunters was Kim Yong-woo's last card. After a few months, he would have been deprived of his guild master's seat at the General Assembly. Until now he hadn't resisted. This matter was just decided today. And wouldn't an objective assessment proceed better with 6 people instead of 5? The faces of the judges cracked. Are you saying that we are unable to evaluate properly, Guild Master? You are good. But isn't the captain of Devil Hunters influential? He has sufficient qualifications. That is just a story. The judges' expressions were filled with ridicule. I had participated in the raid to clear the first floor. Now people had showed up with 1 or 2 rare skills, so it was nonsense to judge people based on the past. The captain and members of Devil Hunters would be free from the guild's influence. This wouldn't benefit the guild. Actually, a lot of people thought the Devil Hunters was favored due to the captain have a rare great skill. Kim Yong-woo sneaked a glance at me. I nodded and he gave a dark smile. The judges who didn't participate in the raid of the first floor might not understand. Okay. Then let's do this. First, Randalph will have the right to be a special judge. Then I will arrange a place to check the qualifications. A place? Many members were dead set against Devil Hunters. The majority of guild members had a backlash against the name. It was worth a listen. A tournament? A raid group composed of 8 people would spar with each other. That place will be used to determine whether Devil Hunters disappears or not. In contrast, if they win, then Devil Hunters will be a raid group given preferential treatment. This will also solve the ranking issue dividing the group. So what do you think? A potentially great work. This was Kim Yong-woo's plan. The guild was divided, so this was an attempt to manage it. I noticed Kim Yong-woo's intentions. The introduction of rankings? His head seemed to work quite well. If I won, then the power would tilt towards Kim Yong-woo. This was a golden chance to solidify his position. The current balance between the factions would have no choice but to fall. It was based on an intuitive measure of my strength. A gamble based on my victory. It isn't even a gamble. I shrugged. It would be enough if the tournament was a solo exhibition. It was organized for 8 people, but they would just be background noise. Kim Yong-woo calculated that I could defeat 8 people. He was convinced, but he underestimated me. I will put together a temporary crew here. And by participating as a judge, I could gather the remaining members. I would pull in some new hires of the guild. If I added Lee Ji-hai, Yoon-hai, and Krosla, there were 4 people. But Krosla was in a different class. I didn't need to add more people after Krosla. I nodded my head. But it was good that he thought of such a thing in a short amount of time. It would be good if Kim Yong-woo was a little more intimidating, but... In fact, Kim Yong-woo lacked social skills. It was the reason why his side became like this. It was a funny thing, but I was also to blame. Will you make a formal announcement? One of the judges asked, and Kim Yong-woo replied positively. Of course. The details will be determined in an emergency meeting tomorrow. I'll just tell you in advance. Of course, this story might not matter to some people. Each of the 5 judges were influential. If they agreed, then the entire guild would. Okay. I accept. There are no objections. All 5 judges accepted the offer. Then Kim Yong-woo formally introduced me again. The special judge, captain of Devil Hunters Randalph Briggs-Ilim. Now, let's welcome him with applause. Clap clap clap, dot. Kim Yong-woo clapped first and the judges reluctantly followed. The prospective recruits had watched dumbly, but they sensed the atmosphere and clapped. I am Randalph Briggs-Il. Thank you. My first words were very heavy. Number 363. A man with a title about cursing. I sat in a chair and used mind's eye. Name, Kim Chun-won. Occupation hero, bard, title * foul-mouthed person, R, magic power +4. Stats. Strength 24, intelligence 33. Agility 35, Stamina 36. Magic Power 38, plus 4.
Potential 166/325.
Uniqueness, none. Skill, loud singing, N, low morale, XN. Is the low morale skill related to cursing?
Number 363, Kim Chunwon nodded with surprise.
Yes?
Yes.
That's correct. This is a skill. I never intended to swear. And what is the loud singing skill? Song. It seemed to be related to the bard occupation. Try it out for me.
I was the only one who paid attention to him. The other judges already had no expectations for Kim Chunwon. Kim Chunwon sensed that the atmosphere was good and his confidence increased.
Soul under the sky. My dream came closer, kek, de. The outcome was determined the moment I heard his voice. The voice was so loud that some people even blocked their ears. The 5 judges sighed or rubbed their foreheads. Nothing could be seen from my facial expressions. Scoring began and I made an assessment of Kim Chunwon. An assessment of skills, skill utilization, reliability, stats, and confidence. I gave satisfactory points in all areas. It was a ridiculous and wildly subjective scorecard. If it wasn't for me, then number 363 might have failed. But I didn't mind. Rather, that's what I hoped for. I would only give good points to those about to fail. If they passed due to my scores, then they would follow me. Anyway, the number 8 was just a pretext. I only needed rough members. Frankly, just having Krosla was enough. There was no need to bother with anyone else. This has its own fun. Scoring human beings. I thought it was quite an interesting entertainment. I continued to give extremely subjective scores. Asterisk. A piece of paper posted on the bulletin board on the first floor of Heaven's Will. Despite how busy they were, the words were enough to capture the attention of all guild members. It was the flyer associated with the competition. Tournament name, Heaven's Will. A meeting that would take place in exactly 1 month in order to determine the fate of members of Heaven's Will. The qualifications and number of participants, preferences given to the winners and the introduction of rankings were all written on that sheet. It was planned after an impromptu meeting, but it flowed smoothly. Everyone who attended the audition already knew about it from Kim Yong-woo's words. It was passed down through the 5 judges. It was no wonder that the plan passed. The people in the guild wanted to show off their skills. The dungeon was unable to fill this thirst. This was an opportunity to them. Those who believed their skills were undervalued, new guild members, or those who wanted to raise their position in the guild. Furthermore, the eyesore that was the Devil Hunters would participate. Approximately 1 week passed. The Tournament of the Heavens Will Guild was a hot story. There was an instant reaction to the post. 8 people? Then we have the strongest group. All the existing members. This time, there are 2 new hires with terrible skills. This is not a game. Leader Kim Tae-hwan, will you participate? Didn't we follow you through the hell training? And none of them expected Devil Hunters to succeed. Krosla might have defeated 3 members at the entrance, but apart from him and Randalph, the remaining 6 were trash. They wouldn't be able to do anything against the Awakened with rare grade skills. Those 6 trash weren't even calculated in the first place. It was unthinkable that they couldn't defeat such a configuration. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41 to 42, Group Training. Chapter 41 to 42, Group Training. Exactly 1 week after the audition. The day after the results were announced, I ordered Devil Hunters to convene. There is a wide assortment in the group. I looked at Krosla and the 6 people gathered in front of the guild house early in the morning and nodded. 4 of them were new. They were new hires who passed the recruitment. There was a reason I gathered them so quickly after the successful candidates were announced. It was possible due to the work I did in advance. All 4 of the Awakened were on the verge of failing until I gave them high scores. It was natural for them to follow me into Devil Hunters. Although it was only temporary. This wasn't a bad thing for them either. Captain Nim. Yoonhai and Lee Jihai, no, what should I call you? One of the 4 temporary members said. He was Kim Chunwon. A bard with a title regarding cursing. Now he was in his mid-20s, but his mouth couldn't stop cursing. Come. But I didn't answer and shook my head. Along with Yoonhai and Lee Jihai, I had the required tournament criteria of 8 people. I would win the championship with an assortment of people. Furthermore, the tournament had a significant scale according to Kim Yong-woo. It was the introduction of the first ever rankings and each awakened had a chance to earn some merits. If so, I needed to be on top. It would be easier to obtain good awakened if I was known as the strongest in South Korea. Victory was quite important, but I couldn't reveal everything. There needed to be an emphasis on human capabilities. I needed to obtain the title of the strongest, but I couldn't move in a manner impossible for humans. Captain Nim. As expected, it took less than 3 minutes for 2 women to talk to him. Yoon Hai and Lee Ji-hai. At the same time, the 4 new members swallowed their saliva. Yoon Hai had a youthful cuteness while Lee Ji-hai was an intellectual beauty. It was no wonder why the men gazed at the rare beauties. Yoon Hai ran over and lightly hugged me with tears in her eyes. Jiruk. Jiruk. I could feel electric currents. Yoon Hai's passive was triggered. Now it didn't even tickle me. I had the lightning god technique. Although lightning god was sleeping, the power was still dwelling inside my body. Yoon Hai's passive output wasn't higher than the power in my blood. I knew you were alive. Yoon Hai wiped her eyes on my suit. I had gone back and forth to the dungeon with Yoon Hai many times. Maybe it was because I wasn't affected by her passive, but she carelessly revealed her emotions. Welcome back. Lee Ji-hai also made a welcome expression. It seemed like she hadn't slept as her makeup hid dark circles. How have you been doing? Well. First let's move to a different place. The 8 people needed to gather power. I forcibly removed Yoon Hai and led them to a pre-reserved cafe. *****. A luxurious cafe located on the 2nd floor of a building. There was a large table in the center where 8 people were sitting. On the table were cups of coffee or drinks and homemade cakes. He had reserved it for the whole day, so including the owner of the cafe, there were only 9 people present. Except for the owner, the other people were the members of Devil Hunters. Yeah, as expected of Captain Nim. You are really different. Kim Chun-won quivered and made a fuss. In contrast, Yoon Hai, Lee Ji-hai and Crossla's reactions were calm. It was only renting the cafe. After the turmoil subsided, I said coldly. I think there will be many questions. But first, you guys have joined due to the ranking competition. And of course, I don't expect a lot from you. Yoon Hai had been trained by entering the dungeon, but this time there were 4 new members. They were tools to fill the insufficient numbers. What could I expect from those that would be used once and then thrown away? Of course, their potential was higher than average, or they had special skills or titles. If the Devil Hunters were needed for an emergency raid, then they would join. They could also fill in the numbers for regular raids. After watching for a bit, I would decide based on the result whether to temporarily include them or not. Even after the competition was over, there would be a variety of people I could use for temporary work. The excellent ones could be formally adopted as members, but I honestly had no great expectations. One of the new hires frowned like he was chewing shit. Captain Nim. Aren't your words too severe? You will regret it. We each have our own rhythm as awakened. Complaints poured out from the new hires. Yoon Hai and Lee Ji-hai knew my skills to some extent, so they kept their mouths shut. You would have already been dropped if it wasn't for me. The new hires stared dumbly. I talked with a cold smile. However, you can't just participate using the name of Devil Hunters. You should have basic skills. Starting from tomorrow, I will train you for 3 weeks. This is a confirmed issue and can't be avoided. The inside of the cafe was quiet. It won't be that. I sipped an Americano while enjoying the aroma. They had decided to participate, but there was no hurry. It was enough if only Crossla and I participated. Both of our skills would be acknowledged, but the entire group Devil Hunters needed to be recognized. It was necessary to make sure the rest of the members were moderately trained. I put down my cup. Then Lee Ji-hai, who had been looking at me, asked. Captain Nim. Can you roughly describe the ranking competition? It wasn't a big deal if I told them, so I opened up. The ranking competition itself is simple. 8 people in a raid group are gathered to fight the opponent. Depending on the results, we will be given a ranking. But this ranking competition isn't just limited to Heaven's Will. Famous guilds will be participated, so this will have an influence on the future rating of the awakened in South Korea. Gulp. The expressions of the new recruits changed. It was the first time they heard about the ranking competition involving other famous guilds. We will unconditionally win. Lee Ji-hai determined the contents of my words and said with a sigh. By the way, who is the person next to Captain Nim?
Yuunhai, who had been watching quietly, asked about Krasla. They wondered about the man with black skin.
Krasla will train you.
His primary weapon is a spear, but he can use other battle techniques.
It is good to meet you. I am Krasla.
Krasla spoke for the first time. The eyes of the members widened.
It was surprising to hear Korean spoken in that voice.
Dark elves often had a beautiful voice, and Krasla did as well.
Wah! You have an amazing voice.
Yuunhai spoke her honest opinion. Are you sure of his skills?
He seems to be lacking spirit.
But voice didn't have anything to do with capabilities. Kim Chunwon shrugged.
Krasla seemed quite thin.
This was also the nature of the Dark Elves.
Even if they exercised, they wouldn't gain muscles.
Krasla didn't budge. He continued sitting silently like a stone statue.
I just laughed. You will see tomorrow.
He wouldn't be able to say such words after a day. 1,000,000 copies of Kim Chunwon couldn't even compare to one Krasla.
I had time to relax after that statement.
The atmosphere quickly became harmonious with occasional laughter. But my ears could already hear their screams.
******. A pension in Ganwon-do, Chuncheon.
Behind the Blue Mountains and rippling river existed a well-appointed open-air training ground for devil hunters.
Everyone cried out wow. From the clean air and vast nature as they slept overnight. But that good time passed quickly.
The moment they changed into comfortable clothes, their hell began.
Krasla greeted the new members while holding a red spear.
He said with no expression,
"Bring out your weapons."
"What did you say?" Kim Chunwon was a bard, but he had a dagger at his waist, and the other members also brought out their weapons.
"First I will see your skills. And any person that manages to hurt me will be excluded from training in the future."
"You! What a ridiculous guy." Kim Chunwon licked his dagger with his tongue.
He was feigning an evil impression. The action was meant to intimidate.
Of course, Krasla was still expressionless.
"Don't get excited.
As Captain Nim pointed out, your capabilities are insignificant.
First of all, I'll check the magic."
Lee Jihai calmly analyzed the situation. Then all of a sudden, Kim Chunwon took off his jacket and rushed forward with madness in his eyes.
"You cocky bastard. I will kill you, you fucker." He sliced all around the upper body.
Kim Chunwon used the momentum. His first performance of licking the dagger seemed to have failed.
But he couldn't see the body anymore.
He hadn't expected it after rushing with the dagger.
However, he didn't know about Krasla's strength. Pak! Ki-hiak!
Kim Chunwon spun 360 degrees and fell to the floor.
Krasla had struck him hard in the legs. "Don't get excited." Lee Jihai sighed. Krasla moved fiercely like a hurricane. "Get ready, everyone."
Water sphere.
Chua-hak.
Her occupation was a water magician.
Water flew from Lee Jihai's staff and smashed into Krasla.
The remaining 3 members attacked with their weapons, but it was already one step too late.
Pak! Pak! Pak!
The sound of popping occurred 3 times until only Krasla and Lee Jihai were standing.
It happened in the blink of an eye. An overwhelmingly ridiculous situation. Lee Jihai had a bemused expression before she laughed and laid down her staff. "I surrender."
At the same time, there was one person missing.
She is needed. Where has she gone?
The captain had gone somewhere separately with Yuunhai. At this moment, Lee Jihai felt envious.
Then Krasla looked at Lee Jihai and clicked his tongue. "You can't do that." At the same time, I was at the foot of a valley with Yuunhai. The water is clear. "Captain Nim, take a look at this." Yuunhai enthusiastically watched the water bubbling in the water.
She would receive training with the members, but something needed to be done first.
Right now she couldn't control the passive skill electric current, N.
I wondered if it was possible with the lightning god technique.
Additionally, the valley was very rich in lightning attribute.
Usually more than 3 sides of the valley were blocked, so there were many cases of the energy emitted from a lightning storm being trapped.
There was a high probability that I could find the answer here.
The residual lightning energy in the valley would have a synergy effect.
Yuunhai. We didn't come here to play. Hick. I understand. But why did you only take me?
Yuunhai smiled and playfully asked. There were multiple occasions of hunting in the dungeon, but there was no sign of that this time.
I spoke like it wasn't a big deal.
From now on, you will see your passive skill electric current.
I have a passive skill. Yu Unhai asked with confusion. There was nothing to hide, so I spoke the truth. Recently I mastered a lightning skill. I should be able to match the wavelength of that skill with electric current. If it works, then the trigger of your passive will disappear. Really? So now you are a lightning skill user. Ah, it is like that. What are you going to do, Captain Nim? Will you hold my wrist like in martial arts novels? No. Then there would be no need for you to take me to a place like this. Yu Unhai spat out words quickly. I stared at Yu Unhai's face. First of all, take it off. Oh, so I need to take it off. Take off. Yu Unhai suddenly retreated with surprise. She hid her breasts with both hands and glared at me. I'm disappointed, you've been so bad, Captain Nim. I don't know what you are talking about. I'm not interested in your body. In fact, it was as I said. Yu Unhai was a beautiful human, but she was incomparable to Crisley. It was the same for her body as well. Crisley had a superior body. Of course, the standards of beauty was different. She had her own charm, but I didn't feel the need to touch her. Let alone the difference in color. If I wanted something, then I could get it anywhere. Yu Unhai made a perplexed expression. Then why do you want me to take it off? I need to take a close look at how electric current flows outside your body. That way I can distinguish the wavelength. Outside and inside, both sides are needed. Is that why we entered the valley? This area is rich in lightning magic power. It is a place where electric current can be maximized. Will you take it off now? I understand. But do I have to take off my underwear? Underwear can stay. I only need to look at the flow of electric current. There was no need to see the whole thing. Exposing 2/3 of her body would be enough to examine the wavelength direction. Yu Unhai asked doubtfully. She put down the hands covering her breasts. Aish. You really surprised me when you told me to take it off, Adot. You don't have to worry that I will feel lust towards your body. Heel, then isn't Captain Nim blind? That answer is a joke. It isn't a joke, Yu Unhai mumbled. It felt like a toothpick had been mercilessly stabbed into my lungs. But she didn't do anything. A team member couldn't question the captain of the raid group. Yu Unhai glanced at me a few more times before closing her eyes. And she slowly raised her sweatshirt from the bottom. Soon her smooth skin was revealed. I could glimpse her ribs and Barbie-like breasts. She was wearing white underwear, and Yu Unhai proudly placed her hands on her hips. Are you enjoying the sight? It is a pity about your breasts. I'm very sorry. Sorry that my breasts are small. I am still growing. Soon you will be begging to see it. Yu Unhai sat down and pretended to cry. I pushed Yu Unhai. Plop. Foo. Foo. What are you doing, Dot? Yu Unhai, who fell into the water, strongly protested, but I didn't pay attention. Shut up. I will examine your body. Ha. Hook. Quajajijik. A strong current was flowing through the valley. The electric current flowing in Yu Unhai's body and the residual energy in the valley combined to show a wide effect. What? What is this? Yu Unhai's body shook as she asked with confusion. Just sit still. Don't come. Ah, no, Captain Nim. This isn't a joke. No matter what, Captain Nim. I had the lightning god technique, so I stepped into the river in the valley. And there was no effect as I walked up to Yu Unhai. Yu Unhai stared at me blankly. I said flatly. Didn't I say it? I have a lightning skill. Is that right? Great, Captain Nim. From now on, I will work on matching the wavelengths. Close your eyes and concentrate on the skill. Loyalty. I will do as you say. Yu Unhai instantly relaxed. I placed my hand on Yu Unhai's breast. Hook. Quiet. Yu Unhai bit her lips. I moved the power stored from Lightning God technique into Yu Unhai's body. It would be easier if Lightning God was awake, but right now it was sleeping due to eating all the magic power. I had to do the task by hand. It isn't as hard as I thought. Was it because of the electric current skill? I could clearly see the direction of electric current inside Yu Unhai's body. I followed the direction of electric current. It was moving randomly rather than in a cycle. The passive skill couldn't be controlled but of the direction it was flowing in. It was possible to adjust and correct it to a certain extent. Imagine a faucet.
The amount of water released would be adjusted according to each twist so you can control the skill. From now on, remember what I am telling you and how it feels. Yu Unhai needed to feel how electric current moved. The method of controlling electric current was given to her. Even the slightest knowledge would cause a wide difference. It was up to Yu Unhai whether she accomplished it or not. The skill rating might rise. Yu Unhai had received the protection of a lightning spirit. It wasn't impossible to change or raise the rating of the skill. I inwardly spurred on the task. Asterisk. Looking at the shoulders before attacking. This is correct. The shoulders will move shortly before the weapon is wielded. But looking in the eyes of the opponent is more certain. If you can perceive the subtle differences, then victory is yours. There is clearly a transition point where the opponent will switch between defending and attacking. Identify it. It will be easier to hit. Linkage. You just need to the right link. If you pull them one by one, then you will be able to face a strong opponent. Krasla lectured the people. The members were gathered together while Krasla diagnosed the way they used the weapons. You have short hands. A thick sword like a bastard sword would be suitable. You lack flexibility in your wrist. This is a fatal weakness for an archer. Shouldn't you use a crossbow instead? Why is a bard holding a dagger? Self-defense? I'd rather you hold a harp. That would be better. His knowledge was beyond that of Yu Unhai and Li Jihai. The next day, a blacksmith arrived to get the dimensions of the body and custom weapons were produced. The weapons arrived exactly 3 days later and Krasla's ruthless sparring was established. Attack all together. You should move according to your particular level. But the conditions are the same. Anybody that manages to hurt me will be excluded from any training. They couldn't say no. Every day was a series of hell training where they couldn't do anything. In addition, there was no possibility of their levels lowering. Everyone had fire burning in their eyes as they held their weapons. Bam! Peak! But there was still a large slamming sound. Everyone was sick and tired as they stretched out on the floor while Krasla lectured them. It was good that you read me. However, you responded too fast. This will give the enemy time to judge you. Kim Chun-won. There is no answer. A total impasse. I might recommend to master a quick suicide. A magician has to believe their colleagues. They will act as proper shields, so you should freely use your magic. You should trust in them a bit more. The training continued the next day, and the next day. Eventually the new members were affected by the heat. It's a scam. Our levels can't match you. We are just punching bags. He just wants to break us. He. Kim Chun-won was half insane. Kim Chun-won's spirit was becoming increasingly strange as Krasla defeated him. He had been conceited, but now he encountered someone much stronger than him. Of course, that wasn't just confined to Kim Chun-won. They were learning how to deal with a very strong opponent. Naturally, it was hard. Once Krasla pushed them in the lessons, it was then the turn of Captain Randalph Brigzeal. It is electric massage time. The complexion of the members turned pale. The training was hard, but not enough to make them want to die. But the electric massage was different. It was so terrifying that they really feared death. Just thinking about it made them want to die. The electric massage could be called a hell massage. Kim Chun-won had the bad luck to be the first target. Just relax. The most terrible words came from the mouth of the commander. Relax by going to the afterlife? Kim Chun-won felt an instinctive fear and turned to run, but Krasla appeared out of nowhere and grabbed him. Kim Chun-won grudgingly had to give up. In fact, the electric massage itself wasn't a big deal. It felt like power was inserted into the body to relieve the muscles. But the problem was the pain before that started. Grrrrrrrr. Kim Chun-won bit his lip and didn't make a sound. The captain finally let go. It is strange since it took longer than usual. But that ended instantly. Next. There was no one who would volunteer. They were too busy looking at each other. Kim Chun-won thought bleakly about their future. They were like new, laboratory mice caught in a cage. A hole to escape out of didn't exist. However, there was one exception. One person had no worries. It was Yu Unhai. Ah, cool. Only she was free from the harmful electric massage. It was due to her lightning skill. Eyes followed her with envy and jealousy. Yu Unhai just laughed awkwardly at them. Thus the short and long 3 weeks passed by quickly. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Today was the last day of training.
There was an excited mood.
They were finally free from the hell training, so there was a bright smile on their faces.
And I finally had the time to check the system. I opened up Mind's Eye to look at the status window. I first looked at Yu Eunhai. Name, Yu Eunhai. Occupation Hero, Lightning Magician, Title * Dozen Lightning Strikes, R, Magic +4. Stats. Strength 28, Intelligence 56. Agility 26, Stamina 25. Magic Power 55, +4. Potential, 190 +4/423.
Uniqueness, has received the protection of the Spirit of Lightning. A state received after being hit by lightning and standing on the door between life and death.
Skill, Lightning Bolt, XN, Electric Current, R, Passive. Before and after comparison.
Strength 20, Intelligence 44, Agility 15, Stamina 14, Magic 49, Potential, 138, +4/423. Strength 28, Intelligence 56, Agility 26, Stamina 25, Magic 59, Potential, 190, +4/423.
Only a few months.
There was a remarkable growth compared to the first status window I saw. Furthermore, the rating of Electric Current and Lightning Bolt had risen. Especially in the case of the passive, with the power efficiency was strengthened. I turned my head and checked Li Jihai this time. She also showed significant growth.
Name, Li Jihai. Occupation Hero, Water Magician, Title None. Stats. Strength 24, Intelligence 44. Agility 23, Stamina 29. Magic Power 48.
Potential, 168 +277.
Uniqueness, none. Skill, Water Sphere, N. Before and after comparison.
Strength 22, Intelligence 41, Agility 18, Stamina 26, Magic 35, Potential, 142/277. Strength 24, Intelligence 44, Agility 23, Stamina 29, Magic 48, Potential, 168/277. It was fairly steep compared to when I first met her in the dungeon. It was good growth considering her low potential. In addition, the 4 new members showed a satisfactory growth for only 3 weeks. Their physical abilities had increased from 3-8. But it wasn't simply their stats that had risen. They learned the basic foundation behind using their weapons.
They were absolutely different from before.
All of them looked confident. They might have wept for 3 weeks, but there was no comparison for before.
I think they are ready. Ranking competition, Heaven's Will. Finally, my group was perfectly equipped.
These guys should be properly listed on the roster.
I would eat those people from Heaven's Will. Devil hunters would bite those fellows. Of course, I hadn't forgotten the names on the list that Kim Yong-woo gave me. I would sweep them up in the ranking competition. I faintly smiled. Taking care of it with my own hands?
I looked forward to the ranking competition in a few days. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 43 to 44, Ranking Competition. Chapter 43 to 44, Ranking Competition. Ranking Competition.
It was only a few days until the competition that would divide the Awakened into ranks. Kim Yong-woo leaked the information to all the other guilds and used a banner on the homepage of the Awakened Cafe to attract attention.
It was a rare opportunity to see the Awakened fight.
The other guilds could also confirm the strength of Heaven's Will.
Kim Yong-woo generously used his money.
The ranking competition was held at the Transformed Seoul World Cup Stadium.
He rented an enormous lobby. The admission was free. Famous celebrities were also invited. Anything else?
Information about the teams participating in the ranking competition were also promoted.
There was no need to say that Kim Yong-woo's account balance decreased significantly. However, Kim Yong-woo didn't scrimp on the costs.
It was a cheap investment if it would preserve his position as guild master.
The reaction was hot.
News about it hit the individual stations and newspapers, and the reporters were all talking about it. In particular, the large cable TV channels were spreading the news about the Awakened. It was possible to raise a large amount of profits from the ranking tournament. At this point, the famous guilds that were watching started feeling itchy.
The name of Heaven's Will would rise significantly among the public. Do you want to participate in the ranking competition? Yes. Each guild can have one raid group participate. Specifically, proceed. Come up with the most powerful configuration for the raid group. Kim Yong-woo didn't mind. Kim Yong-woo was hoping to get more attention from the audience.
Thus, he was determined to involve all 5 guilds. Even though each guild could only have one raid group, that was enough to cause a huge stir. Determining who was stronger among the awakened was a subject of constant attention in the public. In addition, there was an intense rivalry among the 5 guilds. No one could predict the results if the strongest teams from the 5 guilds participated. The expectations of the public and the awakened rose to an unprecedented level. The strongest would win the tournament. That perception was embedded in everyone's mind. People came from all over the country to watch the competition. The interested foreigners and awakened from overseas also got on the planes. Wealth has come to Korea. Kim Yong-woo had a dark smile on his face. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Bam ba bam. The huge sound of trumpets. An orchestra wearing white were lined up and playing wind instruments. A magnificent performance that contributed to an inspiring atmosphere. After it finished, cheerleaders entered the center of the stadium. Their uniform was a short skirt and top that exposed their navel. The shiny red and blue dressed females danced wildly and sensually. Wike. The mouths of the men naturally rose. The Seoul World Cup stadium that could house 64,000 people currently had 40,000. And that number was still steadily rising. The cheerleaders finished and then it was the turn of the invited singers. Mori. A famous idol group had been invited, Mori. This 5-member group had outstanding skills and was currently a hot topic in South Korea. An outstanding sight. The atmosphere was further heightened. After Mori was sent off, members from Heavens Will including Kim Yong-woo appeared. Exactly 168 people. They were the members of Heavens Will participating in the competition. In particular, Kim Yong-woo was here to speak some words as the host of the competition. Kim Yong-woo grabbed the microphone and said with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first ranking competition. Welcome. I am the leader of the Heavens Will Guild, Kim Yong-woo." After the formal greetings, Kim Yong-woo turned his head. These are the proud faces of the people from Heavens Will who will participate in the ranking competition. There were 21 raid groups in this place, but I've also issued a special invitation to 4 other raid groups. The rankings for these 25 raid groups will soon be decided. An exciting feast that will make your heart pound. Who will win? Tension filled the faces of all the participants. It was the same for the visitors. Kim Yong-woo laughed. Then I hope you enjoy the 3-day festival and I will end the boring speech here. Thank you. Wayawa. The deafening shouts. The ranking competition had now started. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Preliminaries. It would choose what raid group would advance to the main round. Half of the 21 Heavens Will raid groups were scheduled to fall in the preliminaries. The 4 special raid groups were invited so they would advance to the main round. It was naturally for the participants' eyes to fill with fire. Captain Nim. Our first opponent is called Black Panther? Kim Chunwon said while they were in the waiting room. Lee Ji-hai replied. That is the name of the raid group. All 8 people in it helped establish the Heavens Will Guild. They are equipped with several good equipment and have considerable skills. It won't be easy to fight them from the beginning. Are you afraid of being hurt? I asked and Lee Ji-hai shook her head. It's not like that. Isn't there a shield that blocks a certain amount of shock? There are also sleeping potions in the warehouse. I'm just a little worried that we are meeting a strong group like Black Panther at the beginning. Participants in the competition would carry real swords and weapons. There were some safety measures. The right to hold some shield items. Enchanters had worked with blacksmiths to create a shock absorber. The shield would last throughout the battle until it broke. If the shield broke in the struggle, then that member would be left out of the team. There were also numerous sleeping potions prepared in the warehouse. A number of potions found from the dungeon would be committed to the ranking competition. The physical burden was significantly less, but Lee Ji-hai was still worried. They needed to win against a strong raid group. It felt like someone was influencing the bracket. There's no need to worry. You guys don't need to do anything. It was true that they trained for 3 weeks, but they were still at a human standard. Their weapon handling, technique, and skills couldn't be compared to the opponent. A wall-mounted TV in the waiting room relayed videos of the tournament. The first preliminary was the Akbari raid group against the Mystique group. Akbari was the raid group where Kim Tae-hwan was the leader. In the list that Kim Yong-woo handed over, Kim Tae-hwan's name was on the side of the Devil Hunters. His words in the elevator really was advice. What? Is this imitating the special forces? Kim Chunwon muttered in a small voice. The members of Akbari had ink marks on their faces and were wearing orange shirts. The shirt had victory written on it in traditional characters.
Victory, it wasn't guaranteed.
At the same time, the whistle was blown to announce the start of the ranking competition.
Doesn't the Akbari team have a lot of warriors?
In contrast, the Mystique team has their close and long-ranged attackers appropriately placed.
Yu Unhai said from next to me. Looking at it simply, Akbari seemed to be at a disadvantage. They only had warriors, so they couldn't cover the gap. Defense was limited.
In addition, the Garter on the enemy team could prevent the attacks while long-ranged attacks were used. Then the voice of a broadcaster came from the speakers attached to the TV.
Unbelievable.
The powerful assault of the Akbari raid group.
Hasn't the Garter raised his shield? It will enter into a melee. Foolish. Look here. Haven't there already been some people with broken shields?
Kim Yuan, it is impossible for him to continue.
Ah, that must hurt.
Even so, Akbari isn't stopping their assault.
The best. Mystique has fallen into chaos. But isn't a black light coming from Kim Tae-hwan? What is that skill? Magic power cohesion.
A skill that raises the cutting force of the sword.
Ah. Mystique's Garter is unable to block it and was pushed back.
In the end, it turned into a melee.
A great breakthrough power.
Mystique's long-distance members are sticking to the same skills.
Keep their eyes open or a mistake will occur. It seems to be almost over. It is obvious they would be hurt after failing to block the opponent's hit.
This ranking competition, they are still lacking, but it is rather interesting.
Let's continue.
There was an overwhelming response after Akbari was decided as the winners. It reminded the audience of gladiators fighting in a coliseum, so there was a hot response.
I've done some research on Black Panther in advance. Do you want to know about their formation and operation?
Lee Jihai suggested after realizing the importance of tactics. It wasn't simply gathering 8 people together but also involved psychological warfare.
But I said firmly. There is no need. Crossla and I are good enough. Captain Nim. The stories about the Black Panther raid. I hate to say it twice. I understand. Lee Jihai nodded. She knew that I wasn't helpless. It also wasn't strange if she thought Crossla was stronger than me.
However, this time was different. It was very desirable.
People were trying to contain the Devil Hunters raid group. The ones who wrote the bracket, maybe Kim Yongwoo didn't even get a chance to touch the bracket list. Lee Jihai wanted to smash Black Panther in order to change the impression of them. Devil Hunters raid group.
Devil Hunters, come with me please.
Your preliminaries will begin in 5 minutes.
A yellow-dressed helper opened the door of the lobby and yelled.
Our turn had come.
Tension filled the eyes of all the members except for Crossla.
I took the lead. Let's go. My mouth was in a smirk. An overwhelming force. I would make sure to use this opportunity to clearly show it. Spacious ground.
There was a line between the 16 people. However, there were differences in their formations. Black Panther had 4 people in the front and 4 people behind, while Devil Hunters had 2 people in front with 6 people in the rear. In particular, the members of Devil Hunters were all wearing skull masks.
But they didn't give off an intimidating presence, so the opponents and spectators were puzzled. What do you think? They aren't Garters.
Of course, I was in the front lines along with Crossla.
And the reason we stood in front. Baik. Kung. It was to bridge the gap between the opponents. I wouldn't even give them time to breathe.
The moment the whistle sounded, I pushed off strongly against the ground.
Dust rose as I arrived in front of the opponent. Quadjik.
There was no need for swords.
I advanced too fast. My fist hit the other person in the abdomen. Ching. The shock absorption shield broke.
The necklace that the shield was attached to broke.
A single clash. Neither defense or offense. Just a one-sided strike. You weak. The opponent coughed out blood before collapsing. But that wasn't all. I used the residual power of Lightning God technique the moment I made a fist. This meant
the lightning power would gnaw at the blood vessels and cells and would slowly kill the person. Of course, the future of the humans had already been somewhat decided.
The Black Panther raid group was one of those slandering the Devil Hunters. It couldn't end simply with one blow. I needed to pop that attitude of theirs. I would finish them off before they could even start. Kak. Krasla thrust his spear at the opponent's body. He had spun it round and round before striking. The shield was destroyed and the body received considerable damage. Sheep and wolf? No. It was like a tiger, lion, and wasps hunting sheep. It was like the scene of thousands of worker bees being massacred. They were no match for us. It was like a storm was striking them. The members of Black Panther collapsed one by one until they were all on the floor. What, this? The bleachers were quiet. Even the broadcasters couldn't say anything. A scene that reminded them of something beyond the standards. Bayek. The whistle that blew sounded louder than ever. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Swept away. We fought 3 more times in Krasla and I ended it every time. We were the raid group that dealt the most injuries. After the first day of qualifiers finished, the videos were spread over the internet. The netizens felt envy as they saw the many attractions and the performance of the idol group Mori. But among these stories, many of them were about the raid group Devil Hunters. Devil Hunters raid group? They seem too strong. No other raid group can match them. Aren't they like Barcelona? Heaven's Will isn't weak. We still don't know. The strongest in each guild hasn't come out yet. Only 2 people in Devil Hunters finished the match. Nothing has been seen from the remaining 6. The reactions were divided into 2 types. But they had to admit that the 2 members were strong enough to end things. Public opinion wondered about ways to deal with Devil Hunters. Everyone searched for exclusive methods to defeat the Devil Hunters. But they realized such methods were useless the next day. The second day. It was the main competition. The skull mask wearing Devil Hunters had risen to the top. Their attitude was more casual than yesterday. I don't know why they would be worried. In the end, there were only 2 protagonists on the stage. I had to admit that I made a scene on the first day. Now, the biggest issue that has surfaced is the appearance of the raid group Devil Hunters. Their opponent is the strongest raid group of the Mithril Guild, Grizzly. Weren't there some shocking moves yesterday? The broadcasters looked at the stage with expectations in their eyes. Yesterday's preliminaries were only held with the Heaven's Will Guild. But today, the main competition was different. The strongest raid group from one of the 4 guilds. In fact, before yesterday it had been expected that Grizzly would be the winner. Bayek. At the same time, the whistle was blown to announce the start of the match. But no one moved. All 8 members of Grizzly were wary of Krasla and I. I read their intentions in an instant. They intend to wrap around both of us. I smiled. They could try but they wouldn't be able to catch my ankles. Garter. Strengthen shield. Strengthen shield. Chuck. Chuck. The 4 garters started moving in a unit. It would act as both defense and offense and seemed to be a provocation. Power of breath. There was even a blessing from a priest? The formation was extremely defense-focused. It was certainly a strong formation to deal with a powerhouse. They intended to wait until I exhausted myself piercing the defenses. But this was a different situation from normal. I pulled out Wrath for the first time in this competition. My strength that reached 86 wasn't something that could be stopped by the garters and priest. Quan. The shield's surface rippled before exploding in all directions. Ah, is that the effect of the item? Amazing. None of them thought the results would be pure power. They thought it was the effect of Wrath. Quan. Quan. There were wild screams every time the shield exploded. The garters stepped back and retreated but were mercilessly struck by Krasla's spear. The Mithril Guild's strongest raid group, Grizzly. But the scene wasn't much different from the preliminaries. This was halfway to the finals. The raid group Devil Hunters hadn't been defeated yet. There were no rivals for the Devil Hunters. The other team would definitely be broken. It wasn't just the performance of only 2 people. There were only 4 people left, the rest of the members would handle it. The opposing team was already helpless due to our attacks and couldn't fight back. It was similar to dealing with leftovers, but the members didn't have any complaints. They knew that they could reach this point thanks to me. The competition had already been decided from the start. In the end, no surprises happened. S rank. The ultimate proof indicated South Korea's strongest raid group. It was the moment the name Devil Hunters became known to the public. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After refusing numerous interview requests, I returned to the dungeon. Devil Hunters were nationally recognized and each of the Awakened had the S rank attached to them. The ultimate title that only belonged to the strongest raid group.
There was no need to raise a fuss. It was to the level that I wanted.
Thanks to this, I can accelerate my plan.
I had originally planned to slowly increase the influence of my raid group.
Thanks to Kim Yong-woo in the ranking competition, I could progress much faster.
In my previous life, there wasn't the ranking competition. There were many Awakened that competed against each other, but they weren't divided into ranks. In the future, the Awakened would cooperate with each other depending on their country. But the ranking competition that Kim Yong-woo developed thanks to my presence had changed the future.
I had only come back here for a little over a year. The clear image of the Awakened?
I thought it would take 3 years for my plan. I don't need to bother with such a troublesome thing.
My plan had been reduced by 2 years.
If I returned to the guild and trained the members, then the time would be dramatically reduced. But there was no need to do such an annoying thing.
It is time to prepare a monster wave. Monster wave.
A large number of monsters would escape the dungeon to invade the country.
I had been preparing the dungeon.
My original plan was to execute it 2 years later after obtaining the title of the strongest, so I had been preparing all year for it. I arrived at the top floor of the dungeon and lightly touched Yi-Hee's forehead, who was dozing against the dungeon core.
Ya.
Aish.
Who?
Yi-Hee frowned while waking up and rubbed her eyes a few times.
It is good. I just fell asleep. Yi-Hee has been waiting for Master to return. The saliva at her mouth indicated that it was an obvious lie. I ignored it and asked. That's okay. How many points are left? Wait a minute.
After using 100,000 points to purchase the elixir, there is 163,752 points left.
It is slightly lacking.
I had used most of my points buying things from the auction.
Of course, my balance was bankrupt, but I didn't regret it.
Yi-Hee was confused.
Why, Master? Did you want to use the points?
I want to buy a few ogres and twin head ogres.
It is incredibly lacking. Yi-Hee tried to calculate it while talking. The advanced ogre was 40,000 points while the twin head ogres was 250,000 points.
I had 160,000 points, so 4 ogres was the limit. I couldn't even dream of obtaining a twin head ogre. I stroked my chin for a moment before saying,
Convene the dark elves and dwarves. I need them to do some work.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.